Greetings, this is yours truly, Lord Karo, welcome to my domain. Solo Part 1 Chapter 1. Courage of the Weak. Izuku's eyes stare at the message as time was frozen around him. He could see Katsuki scared for his life as the sludge monster was close to striking him. The villain had the intent of killing him earlier. So why did he run into this with only his backbag? I'm an idiot, was the only thing running through his mind until his eyes locked onto a blue box standing out from the green sludge. Alarm! You have completed all the necessary requirements of the secret quest, Courage of the Weak. What is this? Izuku stares at the box until it changed. You have earned the right to become a player, will you accept? Earned and accept? Izuku looks around, seeing the heroes were also frozen, just staring. What the heck is going on? You do not have much time remaining, except, alarm. Welcome, player. Everything went dark in Izuku's vision as he felt the familiar heat of Katsuki's quirk before he was blasted. He did not get back up. 3 days later Izuku shot up, gasping for air as he looks around. The sunlight was bleeding into the room while the sun was slowly lowering over the horizon. He continually looks around, seeing he was in a hospital, and he pulls at the hospital gown. What happened? Izuku questions no one. A nurse and doctor rush in, and Izuku looked over. Hi. Izuku waves sheepishly as the nurse giggles softly. Hello, Midoriya Izuku. I'm your doctor. I must say, you gave everyone a scare at what you did 3 days ago. The doctor looks at the sheets. I've been asleep for 3 days? Izuku's voice reverberates across the room. Sorry, but 3 days, is my furry. Izuku clamps his mouth shut before finishing. Take a swan dive off the roof and pray for a quirk in the next life. I is my classmate, okay? Izuku rubs his neck as the nurse looked over the machines. Ah yes, All Might showed up after you got hit. You are the only one hospitalized. Your mother just left to go to work. Would you like us to call her? The doctor puts down the clipboard. Oh, no, it's fine, thank you, Izuku breaths out. How much longer will I have to stay? Izuku tightly grips the bedsheets. A few more days, we just want to make sure you are good to go before sending you back into the world. The doc smiles calmly, to keep Izuku calm as well. Thanks. Izuku lowers his head as the doctor and nurse left. Once the door shut, Izuku looks above where he sees a familiar blue message. Message: you have unread mail. They couldn't see it. Izuku supplies his own mind that was currently racing. Izuku pulls away the shirt, seeing no bandages, no burn marks, not even his old scars. Should I tell people? Izuku puts his hands over his eyes and sighs. Izuku peeks between his fingers at the box above him. He reaches up carefully, but his hand goes through the screen. Guess it's not touchscreen. Open mailbox. The screen quickly changes. Message. Welcome, player. Unread, daily quest. Preparing to become strong, has arrived. Unread, open daily quest. Izuku's voice quivers gently. Alarm. The system will help the player's growth. Alarm. If he fails to obey the system's orders, there may be a penalty. Alarm. Your rewards have arrived. What does this even mean? Izuku stares at the 3 boxes in front of him. Is this my quirk? Izuku thought back to the attack. Courage of the Weak, Izuku mutters. He was broken out of it as a new box opens and the others disappear. Message, daily quest. Preparing to become strong, has arrived, unread. Check. Izuku stares as the box changes once more into a much bigger box. Quest directions: daily quest. Getting ready to become powerful. Goal, incomplete, push-ups, 0-100s, incomplete, curl-ups, 0-100s. Incomplete, squats, 0-100s, incomplete, running, 0/10 of a kilometer. Warning, failing to complete this daily quest will bring a punishment associated with this quest. There was a clock at the bottom of the message as Izuku reads through the quest. This is a joke, right? Izuku looks around the hospital as the sun looked ready to disappear soon. Someone hospitalized, let alone me. I don't have the strength to do this right now. Izuku flops back into bed before rolling over. I'll check it later. The sun sank below the horizon as Izuku slept. He did not notice the clock on the bottom of the quest board changes as time passes. Soon the clock turns red, and a new message pings in front of his face. Izuku squints at the sudden light in front of his face. Alarm. You have not completed the daily quest. You are now heading towards the penalty zone for a certain period of time. The ground starts to shake as Izuku sits up. Soon he found himself in the middle of a desert with the sun's soft glow in front of him. A desert. Izuku claws at the sand beneath his hands. No way. This has to be a dream, alright. Izuku stops muttering as he hears the sand behind him shift and fall. He turns slightly, staring at a centipede. A giant centipede. www what? Quest directions. Penalty quest. Survive. Goal. Survive until the time runs out. Time required. 4 hours. Time remaining. 3h 59 minutes 57 sec. Why, you're kidding, right? Izuku scrambles to his feet and runs. 3 hours 59 minutes and 55 seconds later Izuku pants while sprinting away and more centipedes spring up from the sand ready to eat him. Sweat covers Izuku from head to toe. He turns back with wide eyes as the centipede opens its mouth to bite. Alarm. You have completed the penalty quest. The desert disappeared and shifts back into the hospital room, where he was staying. Izuku faceplants the hard floor. He scrambles to his hands and knees, looking upwards as he tries to collect his breath. He looks up, seeing the message before it changes. Message: your rewards for completing the penalty quest have arrived. Would you like to accept penalty quest? Izuku mutters before passing out just as a nurse walks in. All she saw was the sand surrounding Izuku's feet, and his body laid out on the cold floor. What happened here? She checks on Izuku. Someone come and help, please, the nurse yells into the hallway. A few days later, two nurses were talking near a window as they enjoy their break. So did you see the boy they brought in from the sludge villain incident? One nurse sips her coffee slowly. Yeah, he's been running every day since he woke up. The nurses turn to see Izuku running past them. Is that okay for him to do? If it's light exercise, it's okay. Izuku came to a stop, propping himself upon his knees, panting and a slight smirk on his face. Even if he was panting and sweating, he learned he had a quirk. Alarm. Running. 10 kilometers. Complete 10/10ths of a kilometer. No one else can see the messages or alarms. That's good. Keeps me hidden. Izuku decided to mess around with his new quirk before telling anyone. In front of him, his daily quest opens completely, showing he completed everything. Quest rewards: choose your reward. You may choose one of the rewards below. Reward number 1. Status recovery. Reward number 2. Stat points 3. Reward number 3. Random box 1. Will you accept? Accept. Reject? Accept. Status recovery. Izuku stood up straighter as golden lights surrounded him like magic, and he could breathe normally again. He didn't feel tired anymore. Magic that heals your fatigue after exercising. Feels like cheating. Izuku smiles to himself before sitting down on the bench. He figured a lot about the quirk, if you could call it that. Everything felt like a video game to him. There were state points and random box items. Izuku holds out his hand as the box appeared and did. He could increase any one of the character stats at will, as long as he had stat points. Status name: Midoriya Izuku. Level 1. Job: none fatigue, 0. Title: none MP, 10 strength, 16 vitality, 10 agility, 10 intelligence, 10 sense, 10 remaining points. 3. I get stronger as I increase my stats. Of course, increasing levels would do the same like in a video game. Izuku thinks carefully before pulling up his skills sheet and inventory sheets as he leaned back into the bench staring at the boxes. This is crazy. Izuku gets dressed in what his mother brought him. He didn't know why, but they still haven't let him check out yet. He didn't mind, but he needs to test something out. Can I take a leave for today? Izuku asks the receptionist. His black hoodie was on, and he yawns, rubbing his hair some. It's fine, but where are you going? The receptionist asks without bothering to look up. I had to go see a classmate. I had to get my schoolwork. Izuku lies smoothly, and she lets him leave. Izuku quickly makes his way to a subway near the hospital and stops at the entrance. He stares down the stairs before he pulls a golden key out of his inventory system. Time to see what this does. The random box from that morning gave him this key, telling him where to go. Item: Dungeon key. Item class: E-type. Key: a key that allows you to create an instant dungeon. You may use this in the third entrance of Endeavor Station. A key to open an instant dungeon. Yeah, this completely feels like a game. Izuku swallows softly. Guess I should give it a try. If this is my quirk, then I'm far behind in training. Izuku mutters to himself as people walk around him, ignoring him like they usually did. He held out the key and breaths out. No more running away, no more being weak. The key lights up before the sound of electricity fills the area around him. At the bottom of the stairs, blue light bleeds, making what looks like a portal. Izuku walks down the stairs and through the entrance. Alarm: you have entered the instant dungeon. Chapter 2. Newfound strength. Alarm: you have entered the instant dungeon. Izuku weakly swallows before he hears something that sounds like hardening. He turns around, seeing the blue portal starting to turn into a wall. Wait! Izuku hits the hardened wall. No way! The entrance is blocked. Izuku pushes against the wall until a girl walks past him straight through the wall. He couldn't. So I can't run if something bad happens. I'm stuck. Alarm: you cannot leave the dungeon. Either kill the boss or use the return crystal. Izuku stares at the message on the wall. He swallows roughly before turning around, looking into the subway station. I literally just got my quirk, and they want me to kill a boss? The subway was dark and seemed wholly abandoned. Why you got to be kidding, Izuku mutters sarcastically. A long howl comes from the depth of the subway, and Izuku shook his head before standing straighter. He walks forwards with his fists clenched at his side. The flickering lights above him and cracked cement gave the subway station a creepy feeling. God, this place looks as good as Endeavor's personality. Izuku looks around, seeing grass sprouting between the cracks. The store gates were all shut and locked as Izuku comes to a cross-section. What do I do? What do I do? Izuku stares down the hallways and takes a deep breath. Blah. Izuku sticks out his tongue. Gross. Izuku covers his nose. Suddenly a deep growl comes from the left. Izuku's eyes snap onto it as a red-furred beast jumps at him, ready to rip his head off. Izuku jumps backward, dodging the creature as it skids on the floor. A wolf? Izuku lowers his stance, some staring before a name pops up above the beast's head. Steel Fang Raikan. The beast had red fur, and what looked like a metal lower jaw. Ah, that's why it's called Steel Fang. Izuku clenches his fist, brings his leg back. I've never fought in my life. Beaten up? Yes, fought, oh hell no. The beast growls again while baring its teeth. Izuku looks down, seeing he didn't move an inch even though he thought he did. Am I that afraid? Izuku tears up. Come on, move. The beast lowers itself before charging. Damn it. Izuku jumps to the side as the wolf tries to attack him. I can't cry all the time. Izuku whips his cheeks, staring down the beast. The wolf goes on the attack again, making Izuku move his head left as the metal jaws snap shut where his head once was. He jumps backward, using his hands to cartwheel away and flips, landing on his head with his back slamming against the metal gate. Izuku saw the world was upside down. He tilts his head some. Huh? Izuku pushes off the floor, doing a perfect handstand with ease. My body is lighter. Izuku pushes off the floor with his hands before righting himself, landing on 2 feet. He stood face to face with the beast as it goes for another attack. Izuku pulls his fist back. I almost died a few days ago. I'm not dying now. Izuku slams his fist against the metal jaw of the wolf. The wolf's jaw snaps shut before its body was flung backward into the metal gates, caving them in. Izuku staggers back some, raising his hand, seeing a soft green glow around his hand. Could it be because I improved my strength stat? Izuku wants to laugh. I might be able to get into UA University now. 13 pathetic years of being a quirkless kid. A growl knocks him out of his thoughts, making him look down. Izuku watches as the wolf walks out of the broken storefront. Not yet, it's still stronger than I am. Let's go. Izuku charges forwards, meeting the wolf and punching it as many times as possible without getting caught by its teeth. Izuku leaps backward again. It's not affected by my hits, I don't have a weapon to. Izuku jumps away, getting a claw mark across his thigh for his troubles. Inventory. The blue screen pops up next to Izuku as the wolf was digging itself out of the metal hole it creates in a different gate. Izuku's eyes scan the weapons page, seeing an icon of a sword. His hand quickly reaches into the screen, grabbing the hilt of the weapon. Izuku pulls the weapon out. My first reward from that nightmare run. A sword materializes from the screen. Item. Steel blade. Type. Sword 10 attack. Izuku didn't have time to look at the stats because the wolf attacks him. Izuku swings in a forward motion, cutting the beast in half, with the forward momentum of the animal. Its body lands behind Izuku, and blood splatters the walls. Alarm. You have defeated the Steel Fang Raken. Alarm. You leveled up. Inventory. You beautiful thing. Izuku breaths out, holding the sword in front of him. A sudden sound makes Izuku look down the hallway as 2 more names pop up next to each other. Red eyes are piercing the darkness that surrounds the same beast he just killed. I have a weapon. I'm not afraid of you anymore. Izuku pulls the blade up only to see the tip of the sword was stuck in the floor. I swung it that hard. Izuku yanks and pulls with both hands as he hears the steel fangs charging him. Come on. The wolves got closer and jump at him. Izuku screams in frustration as he rips the sword away from the stone and slices the air in quick succession of each other. The first beast only got cut in the side. The second one caught the blade between its teeth. Steel fang. Got it. Izuku swallows his spit. The beast was looking right at him. Izuku quickly brings his knee up, connecting with the creature's chest, making it fly into the air. Izuku pulls the blade from its mouth and cutting the wolf in half. The first wolf looks at its buddy before looking at Izuku, who stands up straight. You monsters are pretty weak. Even Katsuki could probably take care of you. He watches as the beast lowers itself, and the shadows surround it. Only red eyes showed before it disappears. Izuku pulls up his stat sheet, seeing each one of his levels was up by 1. Status name. Midoriya Izuku level. 2 job. None fatigue. 3. Title. None HP. 205 megapixels. 22 strength. 20 vitality. 11. Agility. 11 intelligence. 11 sense. 11 skills. Passive. Unknown. Max muscularity LV. 1. Active. Sprint LV.1. I already put most of my points into strength, but every time I level up, each stat goes up by 1 as well. Izuku rubs his chin, looking at the blue screen in front of his face. Clearing the daily quest gives me 3 stat points. Leveling up means all my stats go up by 1. I get a total of 5 points. Izuku takes a deep breath, trying his best to keep the information in order since he didn't have his notebook with him. Hunting monsters and leveling is more effective at gaining stat points. How much stronger do I become per stat point? Izuku questions himself. Wait, are my stats weighted? Izuku looks down at the 2 dead bodies of the monsters that attacked him. He walks over to them. Did my quirk create these just to have us fight? Izuku touches the jaw gently before grabbing one of its teeth and pulling it out. It pops up information about it. Item. Raken's Fang. Item class. None type. Junk. A large and sharp fang of a Raken. You can keep it in your inventory or sell it in the store. There's even a store here. As Izuku talks, the store screen pops up next to him while he was crouched over the dead monster. He clicks the buy button, but the system informs him he was not a high level enough to buy from the store. Okay. New players can't use this function then. What about sell? Izuku pushes the button before pressing yes. 20 gold. I can't tell how much it's worth since it's not cash. Then again, Izuku looks up into the dark hallways. This is a dungeon, he sighs before standing up. I can't leave unless I kill the boss. I always have the return crystal, but I don't think I could return if I used it. Izuku groans at the complexity, but a smirk appears on his face. I got a quirk, though, what do you think now, Kachan? Izuku looks at the blade as blood rolls down it, but he did not feel sick or scared. I can do this. A low growl comes from the end of the hallway leading into the deeper part of the station. Izuku looks over seeing a single wolf staring at him with crimson eyes. Then multiple crimson eyes light up behind the visible wolf. They all begin moving towards him. Izuku steels himself glaring at each of them. There's nothing to fear. Izuku sings the mantra in his head out loud, reading the sword in one hand. I'm pretty sure I already died once before, let's go. Izuku lunges forward at the same time the Raken does. Izuku starts attacking, green and blue mix with each swipe slicing through one wolf and another and another. A wolf got behind him, biting his hoodie. Izuku quickly swiped backward, killing the wolf. I won't die that easily. Izuku glares back towards the wolves in front of him. So, you all should put up a good fight, or I'll feel bad. Izuku's eyes glow blue before attacking with ferocity. This world is built on fighting. Izuku kills 3 wolves before mowing down more, fighting with everything on the line. Alarm! You have level up. I get it now. Izuku kills another beast. I never fought back before. Alarm! You have level up. A wolf goes to bite Izuku's arm only to get sliced in half. If I quit here, I'll get slaughtered. This isn't school, this isn't Kachan or his goons. Alarm! You have level up. Izuku slams a wolf down, shoving the tip of the blade through its steel jaw. If I die now, I will never become a hero. I will never save anyone. Izuku walks towards the beasts as he pulls the blade out of the one he just killed. I won't keep my head down like a weakling anymore. Izuku swings the sword in front of him before gripping the handle with 2 hands. If I can become stronger, I'll follow these rules to get there. Izuku yells and dashes forward with the blade back, ready to strike. Alarm! You have level up. The hallway was littered with dead bodies of the monsters he killed. Blood sprayed across the walls and ceiling. Some blood splashed across his neck and face as he continues to go deeper into the station. He walks into an open area where the gates were at. He turns his head, seeing the wall of blackness and crimson eyes, waiting and wanting his blood. Izuku turns and faces them as he breathes out calmly. Alarm! You have earned title Wolf Slayer. 19 Chapter 3 The Boss and Rewards. Izuku holds the sword at his side while blood drips from the edges. The blade was chipped and cracked. Looks like the blade is finally dull. In the end, a weapon will inevitably lose durability. Izuku holds it up to get a closer look. Even if I buy a high-grade weapon, it becomes like this once I cycle through the dungeon a few times. Izuku held up the blade. Thanks to you. Izuku drops the sword back to his side as he looks around at the massacre of bodies around him. This worked out. Title Wolf Slayer. A title given to a hunter proficient in fights against wolves. 40% increased experience against beast-type monsters. 34 wolf fangs, 2 worn daggers, traveler's clothes, Hearthstone. Izuku mutters as he looks at his inventory. That's more than I was expecting. Hearthstone. Izuku calls out, and the stone with a blue glow to it materializes in his hand. Should I just go back? Izuku looks at the stone before putting it back into the inventory. No, there's no guarantee that there will be another chance to get stronger this easily. The random box gave me the key. Izuku rubs his face some while looking around. Will this place just disappear if I leave now? Izuku continues to walk over dead wolf bodies looking around carefully. For the first time, I can learn about my own quirk without it being weird or creepy. Izuku steps on the wolf's furry body. Advance or retreat, and I'm so tired of retreating. Izuku continues his march through the station, killing any new monsters that showed up. Alarm! You have level up. Every time I level up, the fight against the monsters Izuku grits his teeth before slicing another wolf. Becomes a little bit easier. Izuku cuts up what looks like a large baboon and a black panther. Each with crimson eyes that keep reminding him of Katsuki's but a lot more bloodthirsty. You have slain Razor Claw Briga. You have slain Black Shadow Raisin. You have slain Black Shadow Raisin. I can definitely feel myself getting stronger. Izuku leans against his dull sword panting as the dead monsters laid at his feet. Because the monsters keep respawning like video games, they don't feel like living creatures. Izuku stays in place analyzing the monsters and dungeon. Therefore, fighting them feels like a game where their patterns are determined. Izuku's eyes snap to the ceiling. I can figure out where they're coming from. Monkey from above. Izuku watches as a monkey drops from the ceiling. Cat from each side. 2 cats surround him. Izuku quickly changes his grip on his sword before swinging upwards, making the monkey fall onto the sword before slashing its stomach open. He quickly turns to the cat on his right, cutting its head off before finishing the second one on his left. He then turns around to catch a raken straight down the middle, cutting the wolf in 2. The blue glow of his eyes shines in the darkness as he breaths out. He looks down at the monster, seeing the once orange name turn silver. The color of the name changes according to the monster's strength. White means it's weak. Orange means strong, and red. Izuku shivers just a little thinking about the centipede from the desert. Very strong. Izuku swipes his blade in the air, getting blood off of it as he continued to analyze the monsters. The Rakens who were orange at the beginning are now white. Means I got stronger, a lot stronger, but even with my current strength, I'm not sure I can beat down whatever is waiting for me down there. Izuku stares down a foggy staircase with grass overgrown on the cement steps. I'm getting goosebumps. Maybe my sense stat has increased so much, but I can tell how strong the monster down there is. Izuku opens up his status sheet. My level doesn't seem to be rising anymore. Status name: Midoriya Izuku. Level 15. Job: none. Fatigue 30. Title: none. HP 1105 MP 200. Also, my sword won't last if I keep fighting needlessly. Izuku quickly makes his decision and walks down the stairs into the darkness that awaits him. It takes a while, and Izuku mutters to himself as it was quiet beside his steps. These stairs seem longer than the others. Once, he made it towards the bottom, seeing the flooded area and overgrown grass everywhere. Is this seriously Endeavor Station? Izuku reached the bottom, not seeing a monster yet until his eyes snap over to a presence to his left. He brings his sword up just in time as something hits his sword hard. Fast. Izuku pushes against it as the sound of the scrapping of metals is screeching. Then his body gets whipped across the platform right into a pillar, making it shatter and indent. Urk. Izuku coughs out blood and gripping tightly onto the blade. He lands on his butt while catching his breath. Just a few inches above his head was cracked concrete in a crater. He quickly pulls his sword up to get ready for another blow, only to find his sword and broke. Izuku stares at it in disbelief. I thought I leveled up a lot. He stands up, glaring at a giant snake. The name appears above its shovel-shaped head as it hisses. Swamp's ruler, Blue Poison Fangs Risaka. The giant blue snake curls back while towering over Izuku. But your name's still orange. The snake's jaw opens with fangs outgoing. Each fang seemed to have metal in them as they shined in the low light. Are you the boss of this place? Izuku spins the broken sword in his hand, gripping it, so the blade points backward like a dagger. Izuku quickly takes in the snake as the scales look hardened. A sword won't pierce those. Punches won't have any effect either. Izuku's mind scrambles for an answer to this problem, but the snake went on the offensive. Izuku jumps left before attacking the side of the snake, only to hear clank after clank. I need a fast attack with weight behind it. Izuku yells at himself as the blade did not cut anything. At the same time, I have to weaken this guy's defense. Izuku looks up, seeing the glowing eyes of the snake and silver fangs from above. He quickly turns to face its head as the large body moves in front of him. How do I deal with these thick scales? The snake moves quickly, making Izuku dodge more rapidly until the bottom of the snake's body whips forward and Izuku blocks it with his broken blade, pressing his forearm against the flat side of the edge to add stability. Urk. I might die if it hits me directly. Izuku grits his teeth harder, trying to block the continuous attack until the snake flicks its tail upwards, dislodging Izuku's block. The snake makes quick work, moving as fast as a viper and slamming its body against Izuku's, ripping up his hoodie and causing pain. Kua. The snake finally stops, and Izuku lands on his hands and knees grunting. I thought I got a bit stronger, but I am still lacking. Izuku stares at the ground. How much stronger do I have to get? Izuku grabs his blade rightly just as the snake's mouth and the head were inches away. To escape from my past as the weakest, Izuku's blade met with the snake's metal fang, cracking both them and creating sparks. Izuku flew backwards, some landing on his feet but in a low crouch. Strength. Izuku thought back to Katsuki and all might as he sprints forwards to attack the boss. A pressuring force squeezes your head and can make you yield. Izuku thought about the afternoon before the villain attack. Him on the floor as his classmates laughed at him for applying for UA the first time the sludge villain attacked him to get away from All Might. The sludge villain feared All Might, but All Might's strength didn't make the villain yield. Even false hypocrisy won't protect me. Give up, kid. A quirkless can't be a hero. Whatever the opponent does, pure strength will overwhelm you, and fear will make your knees collapse and toes dig into the ground. Izuku grits his teeth, every memory of him getting beaten into the floor by his classmates. The teachers ignored it because I'm ignored because I'm weak. Even if you're knowledgeable, Izuku thought about his marks, and he was at the top of the class in every subject. Or wise, Izuku creating new paths to get home without getting spotted by Katsuki or his goons. Nothing holds up in front of strength. Izuku breathes in deeply. It's easy to get betrayed. I have to get stronger. Izuku dodges another strike from the snake. That's why I came here. The snake's tail strikes him in the back, sending him face first into the concrete wall, making cracks spread throughout the wall. As the snake turns to face its opponent, Izuku gets off his knees, looking up at the snake, his hand trembling from fatigue. I have to become even stronger. Izuku didn't notice, but his eyes were ice blue instead of the usual bright green. He dashes forward as the snake follows his movement with mouth open and fangs ready. Izuku dodges and sliced the underbelly of the snake. Not yet, he lands before cutting the scales more as his hoodie flaps in the wind of the snake striking past him. I'm not afraid of you. Izuku jumps as the snake's head was coming at him. Izuku dodges left again, but this time the snake turns its head and snaps at Izuku's hand, making him drop the sword. Izuku grunts loudly before jumping, wrapping his arms around the snake's neck right behind its head. Veins show through Izuku's skin as he squeezes around the snake's neck, grabbing and digging his fingers against the scales. I put all my points into strength. The scales crumble under each of his fingers as he squeezes the snake tighter, and the sounds of scales snapping make Izuku crush the snake harder. If it's this much, the snake goes up into the air, trying to get Izuku off its body, but he holds steady. The snake body slams Izuku into the ceiling, but he doesn't let go. Die! Izuku's arms wrap tighter, crushing more scales. Die! The snake starts spitting out blood. Die! Izuku's fingers and arms destroy the scales around its fur, crushing the snake's neck. At the hospital, Midoriya, Izuku still isn't back yet? His doctor asks the receptionist. Yes, he went out in the morning. The receptionist looks at the doctor. Why isn't he returning even after the sunset? The doctor looks outside, seeing the night sky. But he's recovered a lot and will be discharged soon. The nurse inputs while staring at the computer. There's something we are missing in that boy. The heroes stated he took a massive explosion to his chest, and yet he is completely fine. I wanted to keep him in the hospital in case of a forced mutation quirk. We can never be sure. The doctor walks away from the nurse. Alarm! You have leveled up. You have leveled up. You have leveled up. Ha! The cracked and damaged ceiling crumbles as heavy breathing comes from Izuku. Ha! Soon, it turns into laughter. Ha! Izuku looks around at the damage. Ha ha! He sees the craters in the walls and pillars where the snake slung him. Ha ha ha! I guess I got a bit. Izuku sits with his back leaning against the blue-scaled body of the giant snake. Stronger? The dull eyes of the snake facing away as the neck was crushed. Alarm! You have slain Swamp's ruler, Blue Poison Fang's Ururaka. Item. Ururaka's venom. Item. Class. A type. Potion. A pouch that contains Ururaka's purified venom. Obtainable by defeating Ururaka. Unlikely drop rate. Drinking it will give you hardened skin but will weaken your strength. Effect. Ururaka's steel scales, minus 20% physical damage taken. Debuff. Weakened muscles, minus 35 strength. Item. Ururaka's fang. Item class. C-type. Dagger attack. 25A dagger made from Ururaka's fang. Able to paralyze due to leftover venom. Grants bleed effect. Can be equipped, stored, or sold. Effect. Paralyze. Attacked foes have a chance to become unable to move. Effect. Bleed. Attacked foes lose 1% of their health every 1 second. Izuku softly laughs as he looks down. My clothes are ruined. The sword I just got is broken. Izuku leans forward before grunting. My body is sore, but he holds up a short blade slightly longer than his forearm. I obtained a better blade than the one from the penalty quest. Izuku looks at the dagger with a small smile. A dagger made from a fang, not bone. I'll store all this for now. Alarm! The boss has been slain. The dungeon's interior will revert to normal. Izuku watches as the walls, floor, and ceiling start to moor and pixelates, showing a brighter surface underneath it all. Then the snake's body disappears, leaving Izuku on an empty train platform. Is it over? Izuku looks around, seeing a clean area instead of a degraded and bloody one. He makes his way back towards the entrance, where it all started, not seeing a single monster. It was raining as he reaches the outside. What time is it? Izuku questioned no one since no one was around. Who are you? A cop came over, and Izuku swallows roughly. How did you come out from there? Didn't you hear the broadcast? A cop? Izuku stares at the policeman. What happened?
Huh, what are you saying now? The cop looks over Izuku as he still had the broken sword in his hand, and his clothes were torn. Could you be a hero? The cop looks at the fractured sword a little more. Shoot just. Izuku bite his tongue. Yes, that's right, but. Ah, excuse me. I will guide you, sir. This way, the cop began to walk past cars that seemed to be crushed. Did a villain come over? We had him arrested a few days ago, but he got away. Mount. Lady is halfway across the city and can't make it in time, so we need all the help we can get. The cop continued to show Izuku the way. A sudden spike of power makes Izuku's eyes flashed blue before looking towards the power flux. Over there, a building was broken apart by someone. I can feel it, all the way from here. We need MT Lady over there. This giant won't go down. A smaller time hero yells out as other sidekicks and cops try to help. The police were mostly trying to keep the news and citizens back. The giant quirk user kicks a truck making it fly into a building. I'm not going to jail. The shark-headed villain roars. Please leave quickly. The cops yell and push people back. What are the heroes doing? One news report yells. How long are they going to fight? What a mess. That's a lot of damage. The street cracks open. We need to figure something out soon. A hero yells, throwing a boomerang at the villain. Excuse me coming through. The cop next to Izuku yells. Izuku, on the other hand, stands at the back watching. Is it because they were called out on short notice? Their communication isn't working. Also, their ranks are low as well. Izuku mumbles to himself watching the villain curse up a storm. I can't help here, plus I just lied to a cop. I'm not a hero yet. Izuku shut himself up, staring at the heroes as they get kicked around. No, I have to do this. Izuku rolls back his right sleeve while holding the broken sword by its handle. He felt a rush of energy course through him as he steps back into a pitching motion. Compared to the boss I fought, this guy is weak. No one's eyes were on him as he flips his grip holding the blade before throwing the sword. As soon as the blade left his hand, a small shock wave followed, blowing the rain away from Izuku's body as he does a backflip to counteract the blowback. If we don't get back up soon, we are screwed. A sidekick yells, blocking a slab of concrete from hitting his coworker. They all glare up at the villain only to watch something nail the villain's forehead. The villain pauses for a second before being flung down the street, only coming to a stop when he hit a bridge. All the heroes stare at the destruction the villain left before rushing over to the passed out villain as his quirk let go. We did it. A sidekick cheers as they stand around the knocked out villain waiting for the cops. We beat him. Other cheer with her. The one hero tanking the hit stares at the villain, seeing the forming bruise on half of the villain's face. What? The attacks didn't work at all until a while ago, but he gets sent 2 blocks backward. By what? The sidekick looks around the area. On the floor next to the villain's head was a broken sword stuck in the street. A gigantification quirk that we couldn't even handle was defeated by a broken sword. The sidekick looks back towards a cop. Excuse me. The sidekick quickly walks over. Yes. Are you talking to me? The new cop asks. Did you see who threw this? The sidekick holds up the broken sword. Ah, the hero over there. The cop turns to see absolutely no one. Huh, there was a hero right there a moment ago. That strength, that destructiveness, were they a high-ranked hero? The sidekick looks back down at the sword. Izuku glances behind him as he was away from the crowd and heading back to the hospital. I didn't think he would fall in one hit. Was he already worn out? Status. Name, Midoriya Izuku. Level, 18. Job, None Fatigue, 72. Title, Wolf Slayer. HP, 2220. MP, 350. Strength, 48. Vitality, 27. Agility, 27. Intelligence, 27. Sense, 27. Remaining points, 0119. Chapter 4, Return to Normal. Also new dungeon. Izuku was still in his hospital room doing sit-up as he had nothing better to do besides his daily quest. His hair covers his eyes while his hands rest on the back of his head. The once skinny, frail-looking green-haired boy looked more like he was made of stone. Each muscle was defined and seemed to be cut entirely for his body. Sweat rolls over his abdomen. He gets up and puts the pull-out bed back under the main hospital bed as he starts his push-ups. A steadily growing puddle of sweat collects under his body. Gone was the baby fat that used to fill his cheeks, and gone were the weak-ass noodle arms, as Katsuki would say. The doctors finally explained why they wanted to keep him inside the hospital for so long. Izuku understood but kept his mouth shut about his quirk. They did not need to know. He wasn't a lab rat for the doctors to pick apart. Izuku focused on his push-ups. He didn't notice a nurse walking in. She was young and on the fairer side, but Izuku, being the social outcast, was oblivious. Oh. The nurse almost squeaks. I'm sorry. Izuku was in a perfect push-up as he looks over at the door the nurse fills. His back straight, while his elbows did not break the plane, his back made. Izuku quickly stands up as sweat rolls down his chest and arms. No, it's my bad. The nurse was looking away with a light blush on her cheeks. Wow, this patient. The nurse watches as Izuku pulls the hospital shirt over his head. Was his body this chiseled when he came in? She holds her phone to her chest. Are you being discharged today? Izuku turns and smiles brightly. Yes, he could not wait to escape. He was tired of being poked at like a rat. If it's okay with you, could I have your number? The cute nurse holds out her phone. Number. Izuku held the phone, seeing it was already open to making a new contact. Yes, I mean, if you're okay with it. The nurse looks away, embarrassed. Is there a test result they need to send me later? Izuku questions himself before putting his number and name into the phone. Okay, please wait a second. Once he was finished with the paperwork, he goes home. The next day Izuku yawns as his fluffy green hair was a mess. He was packing his bags for school even if he didn't want to go. His mother was still asleep in her room as he prepares himself food for lunch. Ever since he started working out for his quests, he created a better diet. Once he finishes, he places a note on the table telling his mom he was at school. Maybe I can convince the quirkiest principal to give me the exit exam early and just leave school. Izuku stops short of the doors as the light bulb blew up above his head. I should have tried that years ago. Izuku huffs and walks into school, heading right for the office. A lot of students stare at him and whisper. Izuku was used to it but quickly found out what they were saying since his sense stat was higher. Who is that? I have no clue. Is someone transferring in? He's fucking hot. Wonder if he likes blondes. Who the hell does this asshole think he is? Izuku quickly rolls his eyes, entering the office, seeing the only nice person in this school, typing away at her computer. Hello, Ms. Sung. Izuku smiles like he usually did whenever he saw her. She looks up, and her jaw slightly drops as she stops typing. Midoriya, is that you? She stands up with her hands on the desk staring in disbelief. Oh, of course, who else would I be? Izuku jokes and blushing as she never acted like this before. She was usually worried about him. Have you been working out of something? Ms. Sung stares for far longer than Izuku was comfortable. A bit. Izuku shrugs his bag up. Is the principal in? I wanna talk to him about something. Izuku gave more of a nervous smile since he didn't know if this plan would work. The uniform was a snug fit, and he could not button his jacket anymore, so he left it open. Luckily, the white shirt under it was big enough to fit his body, even if it felt like a compression shirt for workouts. Yes, he's in. You can go in now, she points to the door, and Izuku smiles as he bows. Thank you. Izuku opens the door seeing the pig himself behind the big desk eating an apple. How may I help you, young man? The principal smiles for the first time in Izuku's presence. That's not normal. I would like to take the final exam early so I can get out of your hair, sir. I would see it as a benefit to both of us if I were able to graduate sooner. Izuku swallows dryly. What's your name again? The pig asks as he stares at Izuku, still not recognizing him. Midoriya Izuku, sir. The pig's jaw drops, staring at the boy, sorry man, in front of him. 2 weeks ago, this kid was as skinny as a toothpick, and now he looks better than most of the gym rats at the school. Midoriya. What the hell? The pig squeals. No way that is you. Yeah, it's me, sir. Izuku rubs his neck while looking away. The pig just stares looking at the green eyes, then the freckles on both cheeks, the neck rubbing but no stutter like usual. The pig could not believe it. Why do you want to take the test early? The pig tries to come back from his shock. I just think it would be better for everyone if I graduate and get out of here as soon as possible. You will not have to deal with me anymore, and neither would the teachers. Katsuki Bakugo would leave me alone and no more distractions in your school. Izuku smiles politely, praying the pig would let him. That does sound good, and even if I want to deny this, you have amazing grades. So, come here after school. I will have your test ready and maybe your diploma as well, the pig smiles. Thank you, principal. Izuku got up and bows. I will see you after school. Izuku left the office shutting the door softly before a massive grin spreads on his face, and he relaxes. Thank God he agreed. Ms. Sung waves at him from her desk, pointing at the counter near the door seeing a late pass for him. He grabs it bowing 5 times before leaving. The hallways were empty as he makes it to his homeroom. Hopefully, the last time I ever walk through these doors. Izuku knocks softly on the wooden door. Sorry, I'm late. Izuku opens the door as everyone stares at him. He swallows his nerves and walks in, handing the teacher the late pass before heading to his seat. He saw 8 red spider lilies on his desk and gently ran his fingers across the flowers that are meant to pay tribute to the dead. He ignored the stares as he sits down, moving the flowers to the corner before pulling out a notebook ready to get this day over with. The teacher clears his throat and goes back to teaching. The gym class was interesting, to say the least. The boys watch him get dressed, even Katsuki did. Katsuki seems to be confused or having a mental breakdown. His body was in much better shape than the rest of them. Izuku ignores all of their stares, they were not worth his time. He decides to complete his daily quest since most of the gym class was focused on team games. He was not going to be picked, so he went out to the track. He starts his 100 push-ups, 100 sit-ups, 100 squats, and his 10 kilometers run. As Izuku stares at his workout, he looks at his stat screen. My muscles grew, there's no way that my physical state changed after exercising for just a few weeks. So it definitely means that my status affects my body. Izuku made sure to bite his tongue to stop himself from mumbling as he continued to do push-ups. Since I kept increasing my strength stat, my body's probably changing accordingly. Izuku stares at his stat sheet. Status. Name. Midoriya Izuku level, 18. Job. None fatigue, 3. Title. Wolf Slayer. HP, 2220. MP, 350. Strength. 48 Vitality, 27. Agility, 27 Intelligence, 27. Sense, 27. Remaining points, 12. Izuku sighs. Maybe I put too many points on strength, what happens if I keep putting points in? Izuku looks over at one of the known gym rats at the school, and he was massive, bodybuilder type guys. Izuku's eyes dull, and he shakes his head, hopefully not that. Izuku didn't notice people were watching as he was well over 200 push-ups now. Since the synergy between strength and agility is good, I'll put some into that, health is better the higher it gets, and sense is more useful than I imagined. Izuku quickly hops up before stretching his legs. He turns away and walks to the track, not noticing most of the guys were face down, panting and holding their arms. What the hell is he? One question. Did he finally get a quirk after that stupid stunt he pulled? Another one chimed in. Only one was quiet. Katsuki just watches the boy he used to bully turn into a machine as he ran. Ever muscle working together to make him run faster than his entire school, and some of them have slight speed quirks. Izuku, in the end, put 2 pints into strength, making it 50. Agility got 8 points bumping it up to 35, and sense got 2, making it 28. I guess this should be fine. Izuku perks up as someone was in his way. Izuku just jumps, clearing whoever it was and keeps running. He needs another KM to finish his daily quest. Katsuki growls as the nerd jumps over his ass. He just starts watching Izuku run around the track, not even out of breath, and seems to be lost in his own head. What the fuck? Back in the locker room, his shirt was pulled on by Katsuki and almost slamming him into the wall. Izuku just breaks out of Katsuki's grip before that could happen. What do you want, Bakugo? Izuku asks dully while walking to his locker and getting dressed for class. The people talking in the locker room fell into a hushed whisper. Did Midoriya just call Bakugo by his last name? One of the goons spoke in a shocked tone. While the other nod. Izuku could sense the rage and frustration rolling off Katsuki as Izuku quickly got dressed and cleaned out his locker. There is no way I'm failing the test today. He saw Katsuki having a mental breakdown and not paying attention to him, so Izuku just slips out of the locker room and goes back to class. For the rest of the day, he blocks out or ignores everything. He just needs to make it to the end of the day. After school, Izuku was back in the principal's office with 2 other teachers. They each hand him 2 stacks of papers that made up the final exam. You have 2 hours, no cheating, the principal smiles, and Izuku just nods before getting to work. Either they really want him out of the school, or he was smarter than he was giving himself credit for. Izuku completed the test in 45 minutes and made sure to check it before handing it back to the principal. The pig hands it off to the teachers, and they grab it quickly. They kept eyeing the boy as he watches them not make a single mark on the test. Izuku sat quietly and waits. He observes the teachers as they finish and stare at the principal. He passed, they spoke at the same time. Izuku breathes out in relief. Well, then, Mr. Midoriya, congrats. Here you go, the principal hands him a diploma with the seal of the school and his signature. It was a pleasure learning under you, senseis. Izuku lies but holds the diploma tightly. Have a wonderful life. Izuku snatches his bags from the floor and leaves that pig-stain's office once and for all. Now he could start looking for dungeons since he was out of school. He walks home but quickly pulled into an alleyway by Bakugo and his 2 little goons. Izuku rolls his eyes and crosses his arms. What Bakugo? Izuku stares down at Katsuki for the first time in his life. He was taller than him. I guess I did grow some. Izuku wants to smirk, but that would piss off the blonde more. What the fuck happened to you? Katsuki jabs his finger against Izuku's chest. I just started working out after that day. Izuku reaches up, rubbing his neck some. Why do you care? I didn't ask for your help that day, and where did your help get you? The fucking hospital, dumb ass. Give up being a hero. Katsuki grabs Izuku's jacket just like his gym uniform, so Izuku did the same thing he did then. He broke Katsuki's grip and shoved him back against his goons. Once again, why do you care? Is your ego that inflated that I am a challenge? Grow up, we are almost in college now, and you are acting like a 4-year-old. Izuku shoves the goons to the side, moving back onto the street. I'm done playing childish games, Bakugo. I suggest you do the same before a hero catches onto what happened inside that school. Izuku walks away with a frown on his face. The goons seemed terrified, and Katsuki was just pissed off and more confused as ever. Were the nerd's eyes blue? Katsuki growls and stomps away. Outside of his apartment, Izuku takes a deep breath before walking inside. Seeing his mother sitting at the kitchen table like every other day, waiting for him to get home. Izuku took off his shoes before moving towards his room, not wanting to ruin his mother's peace and quiet. Izuku, Inko spoke without opening her eyes. Izuku stops in the hallway before turning to her. Yes, Mom. Izuku watches as Inko looks him up and down. He felt like she was dissecting him with her gaze. God, please stop looking at me like I'm your favorite set of china that will break into a million pieces if you breathe on it. Did anything happen at school today? She finally stops inspecting him. Izuku let out a breath. Are you okay? You would tell me if someone hurt you, right? She got cut off by Izuku. No, today was honestly perfect. I have homework to do, so love you. Be safe on your way to work. Izuku quickly disappears into his room, only forgetting it was covered wall to wall in All Might merchandise. Right, I need to fix this. Izuku grabs a box out of the closet and makes sure to take care of the figures and posters. Putting them in the cardboard box. Once he was done, Izuku tapes the top of the box closed and wrote. Sell later. On top of the box. Izuku places the box in the back of his closet and sits on his bed. Just black sheets cover his bed as he leans back and rubbing his eyes. Inventory, Izuku spoke out loud. The blue screen opens, showing his blades and items. He saw another random box was waiting to be opened. Random box, a black box with a golden string tied in a bow was on his lap. He picks it up. Open, the golden lights wrap around his hand, and all was left was a steel key. Item, dungeon key. Item class, C. Type, key. A key that allows you to create a dungeon. You may use this in the Ururaka construction site at Mie Prefecture. Are you kidding me? Izuku snatches his phone off his desk and searches for the construction site. 4 hours and 42 minutes by car. Izuku buries his face in his hands. I can do that. Leave like I'm leaving for school, and take a bus. Get there in 5 hours. Do the dungeon and make it back. Izuku shook his head as he starts planning. This would be a C-class dungeon though, can I solo it? Izuku taps his chin softly before shrugging. One way to find out, Izuku mumbles as he continues to work on his plans. Once he hears his mother leaves for work, Izuku got some sleep, knowing he would need it for his trip. The next morning, he did his daily quest since he'd rather not get another penalty quest. Once was enough in that desert. Once he finishes, Izuku dresses up in a black shirt, jeans, and a light jacket. He slides on his red high tops, making his way towards the bus station. Once he was at the station, he collects his ticket and waits for the bus to arrive. Izuku scrolls through the news feed while he waits, wondering about the monsters he may face inside this new dungeon and why the heck it was sending him 373.4 kilometers away from home. Izuku grumbles and got on the bus when it finally pulls in. 5 hours in the countryside later. Izuku checks at his phone. The time was 2 p.m. Okay, that's good. I can get through this quickly. Izuku looks around, seeing the abandoned construction site. Izuku raises an eyebrow as he jumps the gate, landing smoothly on the other side. Izuku finds the entrance to the tall building that was not close to being complete as he pulls out his key and opens the gate. A large blue portal sparks to life, and Izuku gets ready to enter, before getting snatched. Izuku breaks out of the grip and jumps into the portal. Whoever tried grabbed him jumps after him. What the? Izuku catches the guys as they all fall through the portal into a dark cave. What did you guys just do? He stares at the adults closer, seeing them grinning some, and a fire lights up the cavern by someone's quirk. All 8 men stare down at Izuku. They all fail to notice they were underground now. Izuku stares at the portal seeing it was still open. That's interesting. Izuku turns his attention back to the idiots that tried to jump him. Didn't you know this place is our turf? We already kicked those money-hungry construction workers out of here, so what the fuck are you doing here? The head guy grins, but Izuku's attention was directed elsewhere. It sounds like something was coming their way, a lot of somethings. Look, right now, if you want to get out of here, we have to work together, or we are all going to die. The men finally look around, seeing they were underground, as different caves went off to different places. They turn around to see the portal still glowing in the dark. What the hell, man? What's your quirk? A guy that was smoking questions while their leader grabs pull Izuku to his feet as Izuku sighs. This is my quirk, but now we can work together to get out of here. You can use your quirks all out, no one will get in trouble. Izuku smiles innocently. Izuku watches some of them seem to relax. Let's just win and leave. Izuku looks up. Fire guy blast the hole above us. Izuku orders, and he didn't hesitate, which was surprising. Fire came out of his fingers before he pulls it to his mouth and shot what smells like gasoline upwards, making his mouth a flamethrower. The other guys used their quirks to kill the bugs left over. Izuku looks around, seeing the criminal crew work well together freely to use their quirks to the max. Izuku could not help but just watch their quirks while letting them do the work. Oh well. Izuku did feel bad for not knowing their names as he saw a bug monster start crawling closer to him. Disgusting. Izuku punts the insect leaving only the legs stuck on the floor. The leader creates a shield drawing the insect to him with a yell. They have amazing teamwork, but I guess that makes sense if they are a close-knit group. Izuku observes killing a few bug monsters here and there. Over here. The shield turns red as another guy creating blades and slices through bug after bug. It took some time, but every insect was killed. All 8 guys were left panting but grinning. Seemed like they had fun. Izuku thought about the bugs. 8 legs, with human teeth. Creepy, they are more significant than human legs and red all over. Gross. Izuku picks up half of one of the bodies. That was actually kind of fun to go all out without being called a villain. A blade dude laughs. Agreed, man, I feel like a kid in a candy store. A leader looks at the monsters, dead bodies. One by one, they all turn facing Izuku. We aren't done. My quirk is like a video game. I get these places and must kill monsters and then the boss before I leave. Luckily, I had you guys here to help out. Izuku walks forwards. Of course, you can leave through the portal if you want to get out now. Izuku pointing backward at the open portal. You said boss, so there's a bigger insect somewhere in here. The sword dude speaks up while following him deeper into the caves. Yeah, also before we get to the boss. Why did you guys kick a construction company out of here? I mean, they were just building what they were paid to build. Izuku had to know since their personalities didn't seem like villains but more like delinquents. They were just in the way, but all we had to do was threaten to fuck up his wife and daughter. The man folded like a wet piece of paper. An arrogant guy from the back yells out. Some of the guys laugh, but Izuku just nods along. He was not getting killed today. The laughter stops, and so does the group. Oh my god, the leader mutters, staring at thick webs, creating an entrance. Some insects they saw earlier were wrapped tightly in threads. The boys stare back at Izuku, who just shrugs. It's the boss room probably. So, we should be quiet just in case it's not active. Izuku walks ahead of the guys. A few more minutes of walking, they came across a room filled with blue crystals. Izuku blinks owlishly at them. The station dungeon didn't have these. Wow, this is amazing. If I had to guess these could fetch over 10 million yen. What do you think, Greenie? The leader turns to the man who had the quirk that creates them. I couldn't tell you, this is the first time I've seen it myself. Izuku walks over and inspecting the crystals. Magic crystals. Izuku felt a chill go down his back as he turns around, seeing shadows covering the 8 faces of the group. We're splitting it evenly, the leader smiles. There is more than enough, but we need to take care of the boss. Where is it? Once you kill the boss, we only have a certain amount of time before the dungeon is closed. Izuku looks upwards and frowns. Also, found the boss, Izuku points up. One by one, everyone looks upwards to see 8 eyes staring down at them. I hate spiders, Izuku mutters to himself as a giant spider was lying in wait surrounded by webs. One guy went to scream, but the fire guy covers his mouth. It looks asleep. Thankfully, the leader steps backward. And this seems like the best chance to move the crystals. I don't have the equipment to get anything, Izuku shrugs, not really sure what these guys were thinking, but he had a good idea. Our buddy Bin can create any tool he wants, but he seemed to run off after seeing the spider. I don't blame him, your quirk is creepy. The leader laughs before turning to his group. We will get him, so wait here and make sure the boss doesn't wake up. The leader smiles too nicely for Izuku, but he relents and just nods. Luckily for Izuku, the crystals gave off some light, so as the fire user went with the group, he wasn't left in the dark. Izuku closes his eyes and listens carefully. Seiji, there was a pregnant pause as the leader speaks again. Block the boss room's entrance, the leader's voice travels far enough for Izuku's sense to pick it up. Greedy, Izuku turns his attention to the giant spider as the explosion makes the entrance cave in. Izuku felt a power spike in the room as he looks up, seeing the spider begin to move. He just stares up at the spider as it lands on the floor. Its mouth opens as it roars. Didn't know spiders could do that, Izuku hums. All 8 of its eyes were crimson red with rows of teeth in its mouth. Enormous size, long legs, and its strength are on another level. Izuku thought before smirking. Nonsense. Izuku's eyes slowly turn blue as the crystals helping make them glow brighter as his black dagger materialized in his right hand. I'm going to have fun killing you. The spider roars again, and Izuku stares at it dead on. 19 Chapter 5, Boss Fight and Meeting New People. Izuku stares up at the monstrous spider and thought to himself. His dagger held tightly by his right hand. Even though you are strong, I don't feel the pressure that makes me bow to it. Izuku crouches lowly. The blue poison fang Risaka, in the station dungeon, was strong for a boss. Even though it was an E-ranked dungeon. Izuku's grip got tighter. In comparison to that snake, you are unbelievably strong. But I'm not scared of your strength, that means I became strong enough to face you. A small twitch of Izuku's lips made him smirk as the spider lunges with its mouth open. All 8 legs working together to move its massive body. My current level is 18, AC rank boss. Izuku jumps forward and begins to attack the spider's legs and body from above it. His attacks leave green and blue streaks inside the cave with every slide or cut. As doable. Izuku's blade leaves slices on the spider's backside as he flies towards the back of the cave. Izuku looks down at his blade as the spider roars in pain. The spider's blood drips off the tip of the blade. My attack worked. Rasik's fang is a pretty good weapon. Izuku smirks as his eyes turn back to the spider. He jumps out of the way of the monster to its left side as the giant spider crushes the spot he was just in. After all the beasts and monsters I've killed, Izuku stands up grinning. I feel like a hunter more than a hero. Crimson eyes meet icy blue before they charge at each other, filled with the intent to kill. Izuku quickly jumps over its head, attacking the spider's top as it didn't have an attack to pull if he was above the spider. The spider used its legs to stab at the boy in front of him. Izuku just dances around each strike. The spider's legs dig into the floor, and Izuku sliced through one of the ends of the spider's legs, but the leg wasn't entirely off. Its skin is pretty thick. If I want to damage it with the dagger, I'll have to dig in deeper. The spider threw its leg forward like a spear, making Izuku retreat back some. It has no blind spots, and 8 legs can easily break through the floor and the rocks. Everything is threatening, but I have to get closer. Izuku rushes forwards before slicing the top of its head, then attacking its back, cutting where he has been cutting earlier. The blade finding the cut skin he had sliced at the beginning of the fight. He digs the dagger deeper with each slice. Izuku backflips before bringing his knife up, protecting himself as it slides against the leg, sending sparks flying. A feral grin spreads across his face as his eyes were back to green. How long has this fight been going on? 5 minutes? No, maybe it was 10 minutes. Izuku questions before jumping backward again, getting distance. Oh no. Izuku felt sluggish with his movements. My stamina is running out the longer this fight gets. I haven't even dealt a lot of damage either. Fatigue. 57. The higher my fatigue is, the lower my speed becomes. I need to end this now. Izuku spins the blade around, grabbing it, so the edge points backward. The only way to win this is with the special ability. I need to inflict it on this guy. Effect. Paralyze. Attacked foes have a chance to become unable to move. Effect. Bleed. Attacked foes lose 1% of their health every 1 second. I did my research on raiding. The spider jumps as Izuku dashes forwards. Exploit weak points. Izuku glares at the head and eyes before the spiders, mouth open, and globs of toxic green liquid bubbles up. Izuku jumps as high as he could. The spider spits the green liquid at the floor where he was just standing. Acid. Of course. Izuku breaths in and calms himself. Of course, you hide your trump card. Izuku lowers himself again, digging his foot into the rocky floor. My time will run out if this goes on any longer, I can't play around. I need to be faster, close the distance with movements even faster than earlier. Izuku's foot cracks the floor as he digs in deeper. A bit faster. Skill. Sprint was activated. Your movement will be increased by 30%. The blue from Izuku's quirk and the green from his hair mix as he disappears into a blur and rushes the spider. He couldn't give it time to react if he wants to kill it before it killed him. Izuku put every ounce of strength into his blade as he sliced and cut around the spider's face. Effect. Paralysis has activated. The enemy's resistance was too high. The effect was cancelled. Izuku grits his teeth. I want to finish this fast as possible, but I keep missing the critical spots. Izuku breaths out roughly as he kept moving faster. Fatigue. 61. He took a deep breath. Faster, Izuku attacks, slicing faster and not giving the spider room to attack him. A bit more. Time froze for Izuku as his body froze. What? Fatigue. 70. Izuku quickly pulls his arms up and blocks the hit as the spider slams him backward with one of its legs. He groans and breaths out as the ground underneath him were broken apart. He opens his eyes, only to see the spider's leg coming for him. Izuku remembers his daily quest and the rewards that came with it. Reward number 1. Status recovery. Status recovery. Accept. Izuku states under his breath just as the leg slams down. The spider roars and tries to back away, but it was too late. Izuku was standing on its face with his dagger embedded into one of its eyes. The spider roars in pain. As each of its 8 eyes focuses on the blue glow of the boy's own eyes. Izuku rips the blade out from the boss's eye, as blood splashed across the greenie's face before he comes back down, stabbing a larger eye. Effect. Paralysis has activated. Izuku rips the bait away before driving it back down over and over again. Effect. Bleed has activated. Izuku's attacks focus on the eyes of the beast as he was relentless in his attacks. Until the head of the spider explodes in a fountain of blood falling backward. In front of it, Izuku stands with the blade prepared for another attack. The dungeon boss has been slain. Izuku breaths out calmly while walking away from the dead boss. You leveled up. You leveled up. You leveled up. Thank goodness I didn't accept the daily request reward, who knows what would have happened. Izuku turns back to the beast as he wondering. He stabs below the head to see if there was anything inside the boss. He found a different kind of crystals. Maybe I could sell these, they are one of a kind. Izuku scratches his cheek, getting more blood on himself. Izuku leans against the blue crystals as the entrance explodes inwards. Ah, I forgot these assholes. Status. Name. Midoriya Izuku level, 21. Job. None fatigue, 0. Title. Wolf Slayer. HP, 2600. MP, 391. Strength, 53 Vitality, 30. Agility, 38 Intelligence, 30. Sense, 32. Remaining points, 3. The 8 men he was inside with walks into the cave, only to see a dead boss and the boy they tried to kill waiting for them. What? This guy is still alive. The Flammer Quirk speaks up first. Is the boss dead? The leader asks. The group, on the other hand, spoke to themselves. What happened? Did he kill it by himself? Was that spider just big and stupid? The Flame Quirk user glares at Izuku. It seems I underestimated you, Greenie, the leader speaks up while chuckling. The leader looks at Izuku, not seeing a single weapon on him. Wong, what do we do now? One of the crew asks their leader. We kill him, the leader smirks. Izuku lowers his head some. What foolish thoughts. Izuku holds back his glare once he looks up with a neutral face. I have a question, have you ever killed a human before? The group all grinned. Have you? Each had their own tool or weapon ready. The leader had a shield available. What a quirk to be wasted on the likes of you, Izuku thought before a notification pops up. An emergency quest has been issued. Emergency quest. Kill the enemies. There are entities nearby that intend to murder the player. Slay them and ensure your safety. If this quest is not completed, a penalty will be issued as a result. Enemies required to be killed. 8. Enemies killed. 0. Izuku's eyes go wide, seeing and reading each message 3 times. What is this? Izuku felt his body fill with dread. The quirk suddenly, the flame quirk user attacks. Exclamation mark. Quest info. Emergency quest. Kill the enemies. There are entities nearby that intend to murder the player, slay them and ensure your safety. If this quest if not completed, your heart will stop. Enemies required to be killed. 8. Enemies killed. 0. Izuku was blasted backward to the opposite side of the boss room. Let's get the crystals and get out of here. If this place closes, we may be trapped. The leader spoke as Izuku laid out over broken rocks, and his green eyes were dull. Why? Izuku's mind shuts down before kickstarting. Why did I forget that? This world focuses on the survival of the fittest more than anything else. Izuku's hand curls around the destroyed rocks around him. My thinking was wrong until now. He thought back to getting his ass kicked every day for 13 years. His mother overprotectiveness even if she won't do anything to help. Every day I walked into school and out of school covered in burns, scars and never helped. I mistook home as a safe place. Izuku slowly sits up. I mistook these dungeons as a safe place. He looks at the quest. Enemy, Izuku didn't feel dread anymore. My quirk is forcing me to murder. If this quest if not completed, your heart will stop. Kill if you don't want to be killed. Izuku felt some blood rolling down his face from his forehead. Wouldn't it be awkward if I died? This isn't a coincidence, nor goodwill. Izuku crushes the rock in his hand. This is what my quirk needs. HP, 1362,600. My quirk isn't going to make me strong. Izuku looks at the enemies ahead of him. Huh, that guy is alive. One of the men questions. I saw that it wanted me to be strong. Izuku leans forward from the throne of broken rock. It's great that it's clear, Izuku spoke coldly. The quirk uses me, and I use the quirk. The men were too distracted to pay attention to Izuku as he stands up. The darkness grows around him. Juan, has your skill deteriorated? His buddy jokes. How embarrassing he should be able to kill anyone in one shot. Another joke comes out another member of the group. Izuku observes and listens. Juan, you should have done it seriously. The leader leans against his friend. I guess so, Seiji chuckles, but inside he was freaking out some. I definitely put my all into that attack, was my aim off. Izuku walks forward as his hair covers his eyes, letting shadows coat his face. You played around with a person's life, so are you ready to face the consequences? Izuku asks coldly while stalking towards the 8 men. What is that bastard saying? One stands with his arms crossed, no weapon in sight. If you guys are villains, Izuku glares as his eyes turn blue. I'm saying you should be ready to become hunted. The group went quiet as it was an 8 versus 1 fight. I'll take care of him, boss, the one with the sword quirk walks over. Throwing his arm around Izuku's shoulder. It looks like you don't understand this situation very well, the villain smirks, lowering himself to see Izuku's face. Soft blue light comes from Izuku's right hand. The man asks as Izuku wasn't looking at him when he felt something cold against his neck. Izuku flicks his wrist forward as blood sprays across the floor and in front of Izuku as he just keeps his eyes on the 7 others in the dungeon with me. A soft, ah, came from the villain whose throat was just slit. Izuku's dagger had blood across the tip of the blade. 1. Izuku counts off. Enemies required to be killed. 7. Enemies killed. 1. Jun. What? That bastard, when did he? The group yells as Izuku just walks forward with his dagger as his side pointing downwards. Where did he get the knife? Izuku grips the handle tighter. I ended up killing a person's blood kept rolling off Izuku's chin onto his shoulder and neck. A human, although I can say that the quirk orders me, it doesn't change the fact that I killed someone. Izuku looks down at the dead man next to his feet. If I don't kill, I will be killed, I can't run away anymore. Izuku points the tip of the blade towards the group. If only the strong will survive. Izuku's entire life was sheltered by his mother as he would break from the slightest touch. Katsuki and his friends tried their best to break his body and spirit. Katsuki broke his body, but he got back up. His mother destroyed his mind, he's still standing. All Might was the one that broke his spirit yet, here he was inside Izuku's head, his old self died in an explosion 2 weeks ago. He was no longer a weakling to be messed with. Izuku's eyes burn blue as he glares coldly at the enemies before him. I don't know what he just did, but don't let your guard down. The leader tries to stay firm, but the group of criminals could see the shadows behind Izuku. Seiji, give him one more blow. The leader orders as Seiji light a massive fire in his hand and attacks. One moment Izuku was in the way of the blast. The next, he was gone in a blur. Your quirk is annoying. Seiji's eyes widen as he stares into cold blue eyes before feeling 20 different cuts across his body. Then Seiji's world went dark. To the others watch a long-time friend get shredded apart, and blood sprays everywhere inside the room. That bastard. 2 enemies attack Izuku by jumping at him. Izuku sidesteps the first one as his sword cracked the floor. The man felt a cold chill to his side, seeing Izuku's blue hoodie before feeling Izuku's dagger digging into his spine. The second attacker went for a side attack. Still, Izuku merely deflects the blow and stabbing the villain in the stomach while holding his arm. Izuku's face held a small frown as the man starts coughing blood. Izuku turns his attention to the rest of the group, dashes forwards dodging their attacks while slicing their skin. My body isn't moving. One man screams. Is it his quirk? I thought this place was his quirk. That son of a bitch. The 3 that screams suddenly convulses and bleeds. Effect. Bleed has activated. Effect. Paralysis has activated. Effect. Paralysis has activated. Each one screams before Izuku killed them one by one. In a flash all out members. The lonely leader yells. You bastard, you were hiding your skills. You saw the boss I killed. Izuku walks closer, only stopping a few feet away. Enemies required to be killed. 1. Enemies killed. 7. I didn't expect all my friends to be defeated. The leader glares harder at the green-haired man. Izuku watches as the shield turned red. I will kill you. The leader charges forward, intent to kill Izuku only to freeze up as a hand was in front of his face. Takeshi, you're fierce and strong, Izuku states in a bland and neutral tone. But there's one thing you don't know. Izuku's hand grabs the man's face before slamming Takeshi backward into the floor, making a shockwave of broken rock flying. I'm always leveling up ceaselessly. Takeshi stares up at cold blue eyes, remembering the bright green eyes when they first meet. He felt terror in his heart as he starts coughing. What just happened? Takeshi was left on the floor, sprawled out. Did he just slam me into the ground? Takeshi stares up at the shadows that cover Izuku's face. Only the cold blue glow of his eyes could be seen. Izuku's dagger at his side, ready for the last kill. Wait. Don't kill me. Takeshi sits to his knees. Spare me. I'll give you money. You can have all the crystals here and whatever else, the man begs. 3 times. Izuku tilts his head to the side. Are you asking for forgiveness from someone you tried to kill 3 times? Blood was still pooling out of Izuku's forehead and down his face to his neck. Stop it. Takeshi screams. Do you think you will get away with this? No one will know what happened here. It's my quirk after all. Izuku stares down at the man with indifference. You bastard. Izuku didn't need to hear another word. In a simple movement, the dungeon was silent as Takeshi's head rolling away from his body. Blood slowly pours from the neck and head once they were separated. The body slumps over, and Izuku puts his knife back into his inventory. My clothes became a mess again. Izuku stares down as his dirty jacket, it was covered in burn marks and bloody. Plus, with my body growing, they don't fit anymore. I guess I will need to buy new clothes. Izuku looks around the room before stepping over the bodies and leaving. The entire dungeon starts to shake and crumble. The dungeon is closing, time to leave. Izuku follows the route back to the portal. Quest reward. Emergency quest. Kill the enemies. Completion conditions have all been met. Will you receive the reward? Accept refuse. Quest rewards. Choose your rewards. Reward number 1. Status recovery. Reward number 2. Experience points plus 10. Reward number 3. Skill. Bloodlust. Will you accept your rewards? Accept refuse. Skills. Active. Bloodlust LV.1. 100 mana. Using a strong energy, the selected target is put in a state of fear for 1 minute. Several targets can be selected. Effect. Fear. All stats minus 50%. Izuku walks out of the portal just as it shut and disappears. He looks back into the constructed building, not seeing a single body. Izuku walks towards the gate only to get punched hard. He grunts out before something slaps him. He starts floating now. He was weightless. What the? Izuku grabs the gate to stop himself from flying away as a girl was glaring at him. Can you explain why you would punch me then float me? Izuku asks as even though he was floating, he inspects the girl that punches first then asks questions. She had brunette hair and had warm brown eyes. Expect they looked at him with rage. He's seen this girl somewhere. Where has he recognized her from? What are you doing on my family's property? She yells. Oh, that's right, the daughter of Ururaka family. Ochako Ururaka. Izuku supplies his mind. Well, Izuku crashes to the floor, and he felt a massive boot crash against his chest, stopping him from getting up. I want answers now. She looks like a demon. 19 Chapter 6. Questions, Answers, and Lies. Izuku opens his lunch as his back pressed against the gate. At least I got her to let me eat. Izuku grabs the piece of chicken and some rice. He eats it as Ururaka was just glaring at him. Got a name, miss. Izuku smiles innocently, trying to show he wasn't a threat. Ururaka, you, mister. Her tone was snappy. Izuku raises an eyebrow. There is a demon in that girl. I respect that. Midoriya, he holds out his hand. She took it, shaking it roughly. He felt the small pads on her fingers. 5-finger touch, gravitational quirk. Awesome. He held in his nerd side while letting go of her hand and leans back again. So, Midoriya, why are you here? She sat down across from him as he ate. I got chased here by bullies, Izuku mumbles. I hid inside, but they caught up. Izuku pulls off his jacket, cleaning his blood off his face. Oh my god, I am so sorry. I didn't realize you were a victim. I thought you were with these delinquents that mess with my family. Ururaka quickly grabs the jacket looking for the wound, but it was already healed. Izuku was just trying to clean the blood off. It's fine, my quirk can heal me, so I just need to clean off the blood. Izuku puts his food down and grabs a water bottle out of his bag. So what are you doing out here? I am trying to find those delinquents that are causing my parents so much trouble. They usually hang out around here. Ururaka huffs out as she watches Izuku pour his water over his head and start cleaning his face and neck. His shirt gets soaked along with his hair. I wouldn't go searching for trouble. Izuku chuckles at his own advice. Oh, do you have the time? He looks around, seeing the sun was gone from the sky. It's 7 p.m. Why? She watches him facepalm, and he starts mumbling up a storm, spitting out information. 7 p.m. It took me 5 hours just to clear that dungeon. Crap, will the buses still be running? Izuku threw the rest of the water back into his bag as he dries his face. He looks down at Ururaka as she was tilting her head. You can mumble pretty fast, she blushes some. Yeah, sorry. It's a bad habit. Izuku's cheeks flush some as he rubbing his neck. Crap, I'm not going to get home tonight. Izuku crouches down. Where are you even from? Ururaka saw Izuku start packing up, so she got up as well. Musudafu, Izuku smiles as her jaw drops. What the heck are you doing all the way in, Mie? She yells. Haha, long story, but my quirk brought me here, Izuku sighs. Anyways, I should get going. Maybe there is a bus, or I could run home, Izuku mutters quietly, that seeing his fatigue was at zero. Shit worth a try, Izuku starts to stretch out. Wait seriously. Ururaka laughs, thinking he wouldn't do it. Sure, why not? Izuku grabs his bag. Hey, what do you want to do in the future? Izuku asks softly. Be a hero, hopefully, the money I earn can help my parents. She looks back at the empty construction site. Well, maybe I'll see you at UA. Izuku grins. Also, those delinquents you were talking about, I wouldn't worry about them anymore. See you later. Izuku leaps over the fence again before taking off down the road, leaving Ururaka at the gate. He's fast, Ururaka mumbles softly. She shook her head and walks back home. What a strange guy. Izuku didn't get home until 4 a.m. the next day as he slowly makes his way up the stairs to his apartment. His breathing was rough, and everything was sore. Fatigue. 99. Izuku laughs at the number while grabbing the railing for support. God, that was stupid. Izuku unlocks his door and praying his mother would be at work. Thankfully, she was. Izuku walks into his room, dropping his bag at his door before crashing onto the bed. As soon as his head hit the pillow, it was lights out for him. Izuku was rudely awakened by his mother around 4 p.m. She was pissed or worried, a mix probably both. Yes, Mom. Izuku yawns while rolling over, facing the other way. He was still tired but not sore anymore. Fatigue. 10. Hidden quest reward. Item. Demon Castle's key. Item class. S. Type. Key. A key that allows you to enter dungeon. Demon Castle, can be used in All Might Tower in Tokyo. I was too tired last night to notice since I worked past my usual daily quest, I get a hidden reward. Is this for all quests or just daily quests? Izuku mumbles softly to himself. He can figure it out later. I need to level up a little more before going after an S-class dungeon, Izuku sighs. Izuku, are you even listening? Inko yells at him. No, not really. What was the question? Izuku sat up, looking at her. Where were you last night? She questions. At a friend's. Sorry I didn't tell you. Izuku gets out of bed, smelling like a gym since he needs a shower. I need to shower, is there anything you need? Izuku rubs his eyes as he towers over his mother. She finally realizes the changes in her boy. He was about 6 foot now and filling out his clothes a lot more. Are you taking anything, Izuku? She asks, but it sounds more like she was accusing him. Izuku stares at her with a deadpans. I can't wait to be 18 feet, Izuku thought to himself. No, Mom, I'm not taking drugs. Izuku moves past her. Don't you have work? Izuku went to his closet and frowns, seeing all the All Might shirts and hoodies. God, that's annoying. Izuku saw his mother looking hesitant behind him. Izuku grabs one of his graphic t-shirts that said, T-shirt, on it and some sweatpants, before going to the bathroom. He needs to sell his All Might merch before he can get new clothes. Izuku thought about an idea before he smiled. I wonder if All Might side fan wants them. He said he was a hardcore All Might fan. Izuku sent the man a message and gave him the details of his collection before placing his phone down to take a shower. His phone went off a few times before he got out of the shower. Izuku couldn't help but chuckle. He knew he has some of the rarer All Might collectibles. Izuku and All Might side fan would go back and forth seeing who had the better things. All Might side fan won by a landslide, but Izuku had some things he didn't. You're seriously getting rid of them now. AMSF. Yeah, actually met the guy, not that much of a fan anymore. Small Might, Izuku sighs, I need to change that stupid name. Izuku got dressed and walks out, seeing his mother's bag was gone. Good, she's gone. When and where do you want to meet? AMSF. Anywhere, anytime. I need money. SM. Okay, come to my office, AMSF. Izuku reads over the address, and his brain stops working for a solid minute. That's Night Eye's agency, SM. Yes, I know it's my agency, I'm in my office now. Just tell Bubble Girl you're Small Might. She will let you in. AMSF. Izuku grips his phone and crouches into a ball. I've been arguing and debating everything All Might with Sir Night Eye, since I was 10. A sound comes from Izuku's throat that sounds like a dying cat. Oh, okay, that's totally normal, Izuku tries to rationalize. He gets dressed in his jeans and high tops. Only wearing his t-shirt since his hoodie got destroyed yesterday. Okay, be there soon, SM. Izuku grabs the box of All Might's stuff before leaving his apartment. He makes sure the box was protected the entire time even when he got onto the train. He got some strange looks but ignores them. His foot softly tapping the whole time. Once he made it, he just stares at the building contemplating his life, again. He sighs and walks inside, seeing Bubble Girl typing away at the computer. Her quirk was remarkable even if people saw it as weak. Yet she could kick anyone's ass. Izuku chuckles before walking towards her with the box. Hi. I'm, Izuku's face turning red from embarrassment. Small mite, he whispers. She looks him up and down before giggling. Oh, sir, said someone would be coming by. Sir's office is down there. The last door, she points down the hallway and across the bullpen. Izuku just nods and grips the box tightly. He couldn't help it as he looked around as sidekicks and workers were gathering information and building cases. It was honestly amazing to watch. Izuku got close to the door and hears two voices inside. I know you want Mirio, but I need to find the boy, a tired voice sounds off. I understand, but Mirio is ready and already in UA. That was Night Eye. Izuku knew it. He knocks softly. Hold on, Sir's voice comes to the door and opens it, seeing a young man with a large box over his shoulder with the words. Sell later on it. Hello, sir, I'm Izuku Midoriya. We talked online. Izuku's cheeks flush, and he tries to stay calm. Small, sir starts only to get cut off. Please don't say that name. Izuku blushes harder, looking away from Sir's face. It's kinda embarrassing, plus I made that account when I was 7. Yeah, I'm surprised because your name does not fit anything about you. Sir stares at the 6-foot man in front of him. Izuku himself needs to look up. 6'7". Geez, and I thought I got taller. Izuku rubs his neck, still holding the box in one hand. Yes, come in. Izuku walks in, seeing the one man he wishes he didn't. All Might. Sorry, this is Toshinori Yagi. Sir states. Toshinori, this is Izuku Midoriya. Izuku waves half-heartedly before turning to Sir. I have my entire collection here. Even if you don't buy it all. Would you mind just taking it off my hands? I rather not ride the train back with the box. Izuku puts it down gently next to the desk. May I? Sir pulls out a pocket knife. Go ahead. Izuku stands away from Yagi. Sir opens the box seeing posters, action figures, and some rare figures still in the box. This is at least a few million yen worth in itself. Sir Night Eye states. They stopped making these as soon as they were on the shelf for one day since they messed up. They called it Angry Might. They messed up, making All Might frown. Izuku chuckles a little. I bought it day one since it was interesting. Yagi himself looks at the massive collection as it was pulled from the box. Why are you getting rid of it all? Izuku looks over. I just need the money before college starts and a personal reason. Izuku turns back to Sir, who looks like he was in heaven. I'll buy it all for 3 million yen, Sir smiles. Deal. Izuku shakes Sir's hand. I didn't think I would get much from it. Perfect. Sir goes back to his desk and cut a check for Izuku. Yagi himself was still looking at all the merchandise Sir now owned. What will be your new name online? I enjoy your analysis on different heroes. Sir Night Eye hands over the check, and Izuku places it in his wallet to deposit later. Not completely sure yet. I will make sure to tell you when I make a new account. Izuku smiles. Well, I need to get this deposited and go shopping. Izuku turns to leave. Thanks for taking this stuff off my hands, sir. Izuku bows at the door before slipping out. Who is that? Yagi asks while staring at the door. The boy looks familiar, but he couldn't place it. Just someone I met online. He is great at analysis. Sir quickly places the merchandise off to the side as he would need to rearrange his office to fit the new merchandise. Anyways, you are running out of time. Hopefully, once the entrance exams finish, you will see Mirio as the one for all. Yagi just nods softly. If I can't find the young man by the time UA starts, we will talk with Mirio. That seemed to satisfy Sir. Izuku left the bank with a new account in his own name, and the 3 million yen in it. Perfect. Izuku smiles as he had cash that his mother couldn't track now. Izuku still felt tired from his late night run, so he decides to put off the new dungeon key he got. Plus, rather not go to Tokyo right after going to Ururaka's place. Izuku walks back home and sits down on the couch. He leans back, humming to himself. 9 months till the entrance exam. How many levels can I get raised by just daily quests? I'll go to Tokyo this weekend. Izuku closes his eyes before falling asleep. 19 Chapter 7. S-Rank Dungeon. Izuku looks at the key in his hand and then up at All Might Tower. His dark jeans and jacket probably made him look like a delinquent or something. He sighs and looks around. No one was near the tower or entering it. That's good, I guess. Since I obtained an entry key, I guess I have no choice but to go in. Izuku reaches forward, and red electricity sparks up. Soon the entry of the tower was showered in red light. As soon as the portal opens, Izuku walks through while materializing his dagger. He wasn't sure what would be waiting for him on the other side. Once he could see inside the gate, he looks around. The city was destroyed, and the tower was ablaze. If a key's rarity is proportional to the dungeon's difficulty, this dungeon is S rank, and my chance of survival just dropped to 0. Izuku grips the handle tighter. Izuku turns and saw the portal was closed like the first dungeon. I have the hearthstone that I didn't use in the first dungeon. So if things get too dangerous, I'll leave. Izuku marches forwards as the fires burn around him. I just have to try my best from here out. I mean, I did clear AC rank dungeon. I still don't know my own strength, as he gets closer to the tower in front of him. 3 sets of crimson eyes glow against a giant mass of black. The fire obscures what the monster was until it steps forward, crushing the floor beneath its paw. If I give up because I'm scared, I won't become stronger. Izuku looks upwards at the 3-headed beast in front of him. Hell's Gatekeeper Cerberus. The 3-headed hellhound was baring its fangs and looking absolutely pissed. Each head has different characteristics. The middle one had 2 thick horns on the sides of its head. The left one had a mask covering its nose to its head, and the right had 2 long horns with a fiery mane, protecting its neck, each one of them glaring at the man in front of it. I'll become much stronger. Izuku's eyes harden, turning blue. I can't lose my life in a place like this. Jeju Island. A red portal sparks to life in the middle of the island in the heart of a mountain. A small ant comes out of the little red portal before going back inside, and the portal closes for now. Back at All Might Tower. Izuku widens his stance as the hound lunges for Izuku. Izuku shoots forward, slicing his blade along the underside of the hound's right arm, making blood flood out of the wound. Izuku quickly went to work, slicing at any free skin he could find, while ignoring the alarm that shows up on the corner of his eyesight. Exclamation mark. Alarm. Title. Wolf Slayer buff effect is activating. Izuku slides backward, fixing his grip on the dagger as he sees the message. He quickly activates a skill. Exclamation mark. Alarm. Skill. Sprint was activated. Movement speed will increase by 30%. -1 mana will be consumed every minute. The beast couldn't keep up as Izuku disappeared into a blur of green and blue. All 3 heads roared as Izuku attacks its back, neck and head, damaging the beast each time he attacks. Izuku lands on the floor before staring at the beast mentally, activating his newer skill. Exclamation mark. Alarm. Skill. Bloodlust was activated. Izuku waits for the beast to freeze in fear, but instead, it looked right at him. Crap. Exclamation mark. Alarm. The enemy's resistance was too high. The effect was cancelled. The hound turns to face Izuku, all 6 eyes staring right at him. It's not working. It's a good matchup looking at my skills, but my attacks aren't having an effect. Izuku's mind races looking for answers. To think that the difference is this big, even with the title's buff. Title. Wolf Slayer. A title given to those proficient in hunting wolves. Your stats will increase by 40% when facing a beast-type monster. There's no doubt anymore, this dungeon is definitely S rank. Izuku watches the beast move before he got 2 alarms. Exclamation mark. Alarm. Hell's Gatekeeper Cerberus is using skill. Wrath. Exclamation mark. Alarm. Wrath will last for 3 minutes. Cerberus's stats will be doubled. Cerberus charges as Izuku jumps forward, slamming his dagger into the right side's eye. The system tells me the gap between my enemies and I. Izuku looks down at the beast, expecting it to be in pain. Exclamation mark. Alarm. Cerberus did not feel any pain. The central head rushes forward with its jaws open, ready to eat Izuku. He was in the air, he couldn't dodge it in time as the inner beast bites down on Izuku's shoulder, making his blood pour out. Tisked, the beast slams Izuku away, making him fly backward into a wall. The entire wall came down, leaving rubble surrounding Izuku's body. HP, 1,293,600 seconds. Izuku could feel a hole going through his arm as he was bleeding profusely. HP, 726,600 seconds. Ku. The greenie grits his teeth while looking at the hole in his shoulder before seeing his HP drop. HP, 411,600 seconds. Continuous warning, as I bleed out, Izuku growls to himself. Exclamation mark. Alarm. As your health is below 30%. Skill. Perseverance will activate. Damage taken will be reduced by 50%. Izuku's eyes follow the message as he read it. His jacket was bloodied, and he tries to calm down. Even in dire situations, it will help as much as possible to make sure I don't die. Because it would be problematic for me to die, Izuku laughs to himself while slightly pissed off at the hellhound. I can do it. Izuku stares at the beast before him. If I became someone's avatar due to the quirk, all I can do is to exceed that person's expectations. One of Cerberus's heads comes down for the kill. Use the quirk, then devour it. Reward number 1. Condition healing, accept. Green light explodes from Izuku's body as the beast was over him. Izuku's hands were gripping the fangs of the left Cerberus as the mouth was wide open. Izuku grunts while pushing the beast's head back before getting to his feet. In a flash, Izuku's arms were spread out by his side as the beast's head spins around while the sounds of a neck snapping multiple times ring out. Izuku jumps off the rocks, then the broken neck of the left head attacking the middle one. His dagger slices through the eyes of the Cerberus's middle head before coming down on the left one, sending his dagger through its skull. Ah, die. Izuku screams as the beast collapses under him. Exclamation mark. Alarm. You have slain Hell's Gatekeeper Cerberus. Izuku pants roughly while stepping off the beast's head. Exclamation mark. Alarm. You leveled up. You leveled up. You leveled up. You leveled up. Izuku stares at the gate behind the dead hellhound. Thanks for making me realize my level. If I go through those gates now, I will die. Izuku watches as smoke seems to be coming from the top of the silver gate. I will return once I get stronger. Item, Warden's Necklace. Item class, A. Type, Necklace. Agility plus 20, Sense plus 20. Item, Castell Door Key. Item class, A. Type, Key. A key that can open the demon castle's door. Obtained by killing the gatekeeper. Item, Cerberus Fang. Item class, None. Type, Material. A fang that can be obtained by slaying Cerberus. Across Japan, a man with dark hair had his head down, holding a bag. He looks up as a man in a suit sits down across from him. What job requires you to talk to me? The man asks. I need you to find my younger brother. I heard you can find out if something happened or if he's dead. He went missing on Wednesday. He was out with his friends. They all went missing as well. The man hunches over. What are you implying? The man in the suit was smirking. Here's 2 billion. The man slams the bag on the table. Many people look over at the bag with greed in their eyes. If someone killed my brother, I want you to get rid of them. Please kill the bastard that killed my brother. The man across the table smiles. What if a hero killed your brother? Are you willing to pay me to kill a hero? The man stares at the floor. Why yes. Okay, do you have something of his so I can track him? If he is dead, then I will kill the person who did him in. The man in the suit stood up, grabbing the bag. Here, it's from his quirk, he could make shields. The smaller man hands over what looked like a tiny shield. Perfect, the villain in the suit takes the metal shield and vanishes from the bar. Izuku makes his way back home only to see Katsuki waiting for him. Izuku groans softly as he stops in front of the blonde. Put your hands on me, and I walk away Katsuki. What do you want? The blonde glares up at the green before TS King like usual. Katsuki's hands never leave his pockets. What the hell happened to you? One moment you were this scared little pebble, and now you're. Katsuki motions to Izuku's entire body. Izuku raises an eyebrow before shaking his head. How did you take a massive explosion to the chest, and you don't even have a scare? Katsuki yells in frustration. When I came to in the hospital, everything was fine. I'm not even sure what really happened. Katsuki, Izuku runs his fingers through his hair. Great spellcaster Kandairu's blessing. Temporary effect will to rehabilitate. Any dismembered body parts are restored. What? That makes no sense. Katsuki went to grab him but stops himself short, remembering what Izuku said. Fine, you really want to know. Izuku leans down to Katsuki's height, and his eyes slowly glowing blue. My next life gave me a quirk. Izuku stands back up and walks past the frozen Katsuki. Have a good night, Bakugo. Izuku's eyes turn back to the emerald that Katsuki was used to. Katsuki's left hand was shaking before popping with small explosions. 19 Chapter 8, Assassin. Izuku was on his daily run when he feeling someone's eyes on him. He was in the middle of the woods. No one should be out here but him. He keeps up with his pace. I have 3 months till UA. Haven't been back in a dungeon in a while. Izuku rolls his neck and slows down once he was in the middle of a clearing. The presence of someone strong was still there. Izuku stretches out slowly while keeping his eyes on the tree line. Someone's out there. Okay, this looks like a good spot. Izuku pulls out a wooden key. Izuku holds it out and opens a large portal. Let's see if he follows. Izuku walks inside, disappearing from the assassin's sight. The assassin jumps from his perch walking towards the portal. A ghost of a smile appears on his face. Is he a warper? The assassin waits outside the gate for a while before finally letting his curiosity get the best of him. He walks through the gate and walks right into a dark cave. Now, this is why everyone's scent disappeared at the construction site. This makes sense now. The assassin follows the cave to an open area with dead bodies all around, except these were goblins. This is seriously cool. The assassin lowers himself looking at the dead goblins. He sees the light down the middle cave. He walks down the line, still staying invisible. He stops in the middle of an area seeing Izuku waiting for him. Why are you following me? Izuku was staring at the assassin. Can he see me? The assassin moves left, and Izuku's green eyes follow each step. Okay, fine. I know you have been following me for a few weeks now. Why? Izuku's blade was behind his back hidden from the assassin's view. It's not invisibility, Izuku thought, it's like he's trying to erase his presence. Man, you're interesting, a calm tone sounds off before the man shows himself. He was in a black suit while spinning a knife in his hands. His lips turn up slightly into a small grin. I tracked you all the way down from the construction site. Of course, I had to check out the girl first, but she doesn't have the same aura you have. Both men stand across from each other. So, where are we? The man in the suit asks, looking around. We are in a creating of my quirk, Izuku answers since he has a feeling one of them was not leaving today. It's a goblin dungeon. Typically, they are easy, low strength. Still, if you get surrounded, you can die easily. Izuku points at the mangled bodies. Now, why have you tracked me all the way here? Someone hired me to find someone you might have killed. Izuku stiffens. Oh, relax, I'm not a hero. Just a paid murder. So murderer to murderer, what happened? It was in self-defense, Izuku answers lowly. They tried to kill me since they wanted to grab something Theses dungeons have. 3 times they tired, Izuku states as if it was a warning. The man grins more. So interesting, too bad, I got paid to kill you. I think we would have gotten along well. The man pulls a second knife from his back. My schedule fell apart as soon as you made this portal. You know curiosity got the best of me. Well, you know what they say, both pull their blades up as they lowered themselves, ready to fight. Curiosity killed the cat. Satisfaction brought it back. The assassin darts forward, throwing one of his blades at Izuku, making Izuku need to dodge before he comes down with a strike. Izuku blocks the attack with his before gripping the assassin's wrist and throwing him across the cave. Wow, pretty fast. Izuku stares at him with indifference, all while holding his dagger in front of him. What kind of strength are you hiding? I wonder. The assassin points his blade at Izuku and smile more. What happens if I kill you in here? Do we both disappear? Kinda like at the construction site. Or will the gate remain open forever? What's your name? Izuku asks, kinda tired of calling him an assassin. Well, since one of us will die today, I see no issue in saying, my name is Masao. Masao bows in mockery. Izuku Midoriya. Izuku rushes forward, driving the dagger into Masao's stomach but stops as Masao seems to split into two people. The one in front of Izuku vanishes. Damn, you're fast, kid. Not fast enough apparently. Izuku glares to the side before attacking again. The blades met with a loud clang, as the metal of the blades meets. Now, here's a question, why are you hiding your strength? I have seen you dodge around that blonde and his little gang. I know for a fact that you could tear them apart. Masao's eyes widen as his grin got more extensive. Why not terrify them? Masao grabs the first knife he threw, dual-wielding them. Let me teach you something that I had to learn from experience. Since we are asking questions, why are you doing this? Why kill? Izuku questions overseeing the movements of Masao. Izuku's eyes burned blue while staring down Masao's psychotic sights. Oh, that's a scary face, you have Izuku. Lighten up, it is not like I'm doing this for fun. The person you killed in your last little dungeon had an older brother. Now I cannot just refuse the poor man. Masao explains teasingly. The silence falls over the dungeon as the two men wait to attack. The assassin moves first, with more speed than before, but Izuku meets Masao's dagger with his. Sparks are sent off to the side as they glare at each other. It's pitiful that you will die alongside these goblins. Izuku pushes against the assassin's dagger as he talked. Then, you're damn pitiful as well, Izuku growls darkly. What? Masao was still in the air as the blades clash. Because you will die soon. The men kick off each other before attacking each other faster as time goes on. Who would have thought I would meet someone my level? Masao laughs chaotically. Our speed is about the same. I need to trip him up, Izuku thought as they bounce off the walls of the cave, trying to get an angle on each other. Izuku's footing slipped some, and Masao used it as an opportunity to attack. Izuku felt every slice and cut Masao inflicted on him as he crosses his arms to protect his vitals. Izuku slides backward before panting. You're pretty durable, Masao frowns slightly, seeing his target still standing. Sorry, but can you lower your killing intent, please? Izuku had a hand on his thigh as he was staring at the floor. An emergency quest has been activated. My quirk is sensitive to killing intent. Izuku lifts his head as Masao saw a darker blue burn from the boy's eyes. It activated on its own again. Emergency quest. Extermination. There are players who have killing intent towards you in close proximity. Slay them and ensure your safety. If this quest is not completed, your heart will stop. Number of players to kill, 1. Number of players killed, 0. Izuku spins his blade in his hand before catching it and digging his foot into the ground. I'm coming. The assassin felt the air change around him, and his usual grin falls from his face. I'm holding the advantage, what the hell is he thinking? Sadly, thanks to my quirk. It's now giving me a reason to kill you. Izuku's knuckles turn white from his grip on the handle. Izuku and Masao lunge forwards, using speed to get closer as the blades strike each other. They ignore the ringing in their ears as the clash of the blades together. You seem like an assassin to me, Masao grins, enjoying a real fight. I have more experience. Yeah, I'm certainly learning a lot from you. Izuku was still frowning as he strikes again. Including the fact that talkative guys in battle are generally useless. Skill. Sprint activated. Movement speed will increase by 30%. -1 mana will be consumed every minute. He watches as Izuku kicked off the floor, disappearing in a blur only to be in front of him. Masao brought up his daggers to block the attack, but his defense broke as soon as Izuku hit it. Izuku lands behind Masao spinning, and Masao felt a cut across his face before his body locked up, and dark veins appear on his face. He grits his teeth and grunts in pain. Effect. Paralysis has activated. Effect. Bleed has activated. Poison. Masao tries to move but couldn't. I see. It's your dagger, Masao glares at Izuku, who looked uninterested. The enemy's resistance was too high. The effect was cancelled. Not bad, Izuku states. The effect won't last since he's such a strong opponent. Allow me to show you something fun as well. Masao used his quirk and seems to vanish like before. Izuku was quickly on guard as he listens and watches. He pulls his blade up, protecting his left side as the daggers meet again. You actually blocked the attack despite me using my quirk, the assassin laughs freely. Your sense is pretty great. The assassin laughs more. My quirk is stealth. I erase my shape, smell, sound, and even aura. Only I have this quirk. That being said, no one else knows that I have this quirk because no one has ever survived after seeing my quirk. A blade rips through Izuku's Achilles heel, making him kneel. Your tendons are severed. Masao reappears in front of Izuku. It would heal quickly if you were directly healed, but only necessary healing quirks would never work over distance. Masao starts to disappear again. Can you even withstand my attacks with that frail body of yours? You won't be able to reach the speeds you used to have at least. How many minutes until your wounds heal? Your leg. Izuku was still kneeling, talk too much. Status recovery. Izuku's body lights up with green and golden lights. His wounds stitch back together, only leaving tears in his clothing. He healed instantly. Masao stares with wide eyes. What the hell is his quirk? Relying on this alone definitely has its limitations. I gotta think of other solutions as well. Izuku chastises himself. A trick. The villain watches from above. Or perhaps fake confidence. Masao moves. He's dangerous. Izuku looks upwards, feeling his heart steel itself. Again, one of my emotions died. Even anger itself is a waste on the likes of you. Masao attacks from behind, ready to kill Izuku. Izuku just swings backward, making Masao lean back, so he didn't get hit. He saw through my stealth again. The villain jumps backward from his target. There's no hesitation when you aim for my neck. You really are a killer like me. Masao is pissed off as he has wasted so much time on this one target. I'm done playing with you, Midoriya, therefore I'm unleashing my full power. The assassin sprints forward, each step getting faster as he vanishes. Attack after attack, Izuku deflects the blades until Masao was in front of him, and he rushed forwards ready to end the fight. Izuku's head was down, his green hair blocking his eyesight. I'm finishing this here, Masao stats while rushing forward. Izuku looks up straight into Masao's eyes as his eyes burn ice blue, and shadows overtook Izuku's body. Skill. Bloodlust was activated. Masao froze in place. Looking down, he saw he was sunk in what looks like a hefty pond of shadows. What is th? He looks back up only to come face to face with a monster. What is this? The shadows surround Masao intent on choking the life out of him as two blue eyes were staring into his eyes. He felt his senses maxed out before a single painful wound in his chest. He looks down, seeing a blue blade being pushed through his skin and deep into his chest. Why, you what? Masao spits out blood while staring at Izuku, glaring down at him with shadows hugging his shoulders. Masao saw the blue in his eyes get darker. Soon the shadows dispersed, leaving Masao and Izuku. Masao was sitting against the wall with Izuku's dagger stuck in his chest. I'll die because I lost. Only natural. Masao's blood pours from his chest wound and mouth. Just answer me one question, what are you? Izuku looks down as he stands over his assassin. I'm not sure. Let me give you one last piece of advice. One killer to another, he chokes on his own blood. A blabbermouth may be useless, but having a lot of secrets isn't that great either. As soon as the last word comes from his mouth, he ceases. Kook. Effect. Paralysis was activated. Effect. Bleed was activated. You won't be able to hide your skills much longer, Midoriya. Masao's head lolls forwards, dropping blood onto the hilt of the dagger. You will get stronger. How stronger do you think? The green-haired teen asked. Masao looks upward. Your shadow is connected to darkness. Masao's head falls forward again, losing his strength. You will become as strong as your shadow's depth in the dark. Quest complete. You have completed. Emergency quest. Kill the enemies. Exclamation mark. Alarm. Skill. Sprint. Has leveled up. Exclamation mark. Alarm. Skill. Vital Strike LV. 1. Has been learned. Exclamation mark. Alarm. Skill. Advanced Dagger Arts LV. 1. Has been learned. Izuku sighs and ignores the warnings for now. He needed to kill the boss so the portal would close. He bends down, ripping the blade from Masao's chest. Exclamation mark. Alarm. You have received Rune. Stealth. Rune. Stealth. Type. Rune. A skill can be obtained by breaking the rune. I obtained his quirk after killing him. Izuku grabs the rune looking at the soft blue lights emitting from it. Izuku put it away for now as he walks back to the left cave. He saw wooden doors at the end. Boss room. Izuku walks out of the portal just as it hardens and breaks apart. He sits down in the grass where he started the dungeon before laying back. He pulled the rune out and broke it. Active. Stealth LV. 1. 200 mana. Your appearance and all traces of you will be hidden instantly. Minus 10 mana will be consumed every second. Damn, that's going to consume a lot of mana. I wasn't planning on increasing my intelligence stat, but I might need to if I want to use that skill. Izuku stares at the screens in front of his face. Passive. Advanced Dagger Arts LV. 1. Dagger only. Because you've used a dagger for an extended period of time, you can now use daggers more proficiently. When a dagger is used, the attacks with it gain 33% additional damage. Active. Vital Strike LV. 1. 70 mana. Dagger only. You have learned to attack efficiently. You now deal critical damage as you attack your foe's vital areas. All these seem good. Izuku closed the screens looking at the blue sky. The sun was slowly falling out of the sky as it gave soft hues of light. He starts to close his eyes when a small alarm goes off next to his head. Exclamation mark. Alarm. You leveled up. Exclamation mark. Alarm. The player has reached the required level. Izuku sat up, rereading the message. Required level. Quest alarm. A job change quest has arrived. Quest alert. Will you accept the quest? Accept refuse. A job change. Izuku questions before remembering his status sheet. Status. Name. Midoriya Izuku level, 40. Job. None fatigue, 0. Title. Wolf Slayer. HP. 7229. MP. 638. Strength. 98 Vitality, 60. Agility. 98 Intelligence, 52. Sense. 8219 Chapter 9. Job Change Part 1. Izuku waited a few weeks after he killed Masao. He knew no one would come looking for an assassin, but he also tested his new skill. It would be useful for getting out of a tight spot or getting past someone. I guess I should thank him. Izuku sighs as he starts to walk across a fallen tree, going over a river. It was 8 a.m. in the morning. He should be home by the time his mom wakes up. Soon he stops deep in the forest while looking around, making sure no one followed him. Okay, let's get started. Izuku laces his fingers together before stretching out. Job change, he calls out as the familiar electricity starts to form a portal in front of him. In steel or a blue or red hue to it, it seems purple. Interesting. Izuku thought. I have a month till UA exam. This might be the last dungeon I can get before I start school. Let's see what kind of monsters will be inside. Izuku walks through the portal and found himself in a large hallway. The only light was from the torches on each side of the hall. He looks around, and it reminded him of an old castle. The arches reached high, leaving the roof even higher. The sound of metal moving together made Izuku jump backward as a silver knight swings his sword, destroying the floor instead of hitting Izuku. The knight looked 7 foot tall but ran well enough. Well, it matches the setting, Izuku thought as he materializes his dagger and dashes forwards towards the knights. Vital strike. Izuku slams his blade against the knight's armor, and 3 clashes of metal clashing with the metal chest plate sound off. Izuku did notice, the armor sounds hollow inside the knight's armor. My attacks aren't dealing any damage. Izuku bent backward as the knight's sword swipes sideways aiming for his neck. He's not that strong, but that armor is thick. Izuku jumps backward again as the sword slams against the floor, cracking it. His movements are dull and attack weaker than some of the other monsters have faced. The knight swings again, but Izuku had enough and dashes around the knight before jumping on his shoulders. Izuku grabs the base of the helmet. Well, if my blade can't hurt you, I know I can. Izuku's fingers bend the metal upwards before he rips the helmet off the knight, making the body kneel down and go still. Exclamation mark. Alarm. You have slain a knight. This type of monster is weak against drawn-out battles. Izuku saw the empty insides of the armor. It's like a doll. I have a feeling these will be annoying to deal with if they bunch up. Izuku looks down the dark hallway before going to the side, picking a torch off the wall. It's still pretty dark in here, it's going to be annoying as damage accumulates. Izuku talks to himself while looking at 2 considerable warnings. Exclamation mark. Alarm. You cannot leave this dungeon until you have cleared it. Exclamation mark. Alarm. In this area, your potion and shop ability is restricted. On level up, you do not receive status healing. That is going to be a problem. Izuku dismisses the alarms. Stealth and Vital Strike have good efficiency, but they use too much mana, so I should have put some points into intelligence. Izuku looks back at the empty husk of the knight. Unknown difficulty, no healing, no retreat, crap, this dungeon is risky as hell. Izuku closes his eyes to collect himself. This job change quest can't be underestimated. This isn't like a normal dungeon, so I don't know how many hours or weeks it could take to clear it. Oh, plus, no heal. Izuku's heart drops into his stomach. Wait, did I do my daily quest this morning? I better get this finished quickly. Izuku would chuckle at his fate if he did not do his daily quest, centipede prey, as he likes to call it. Izuku walks down the hall before steeling himself as he heard the moving of armor. He holds up his torch and the light bounce off a wall of knights moving his way. Enough worrying about centipedes, I have bigger issues. Izuku throws the torch forward, making the knights dodge it before Izuku comes in with his fists. He hits the first knight, making its chest piece crumble from the hit. The knight was thrown back into a second knight, making them both shoot down the hall. The other 2 turn back to see their buddies get knocked away, distracted. Izuku jumps forward, attacking one with a flat head helmet. Izuku does the logical thing and stomps the helmet flat. The sound of metal flattening was music to Izuku's ears. Izuku jumps off of the knight's shoulders and attacks the next one. Wrapping his arm around its head and interlocking his fingers together. Izuku twists his body and squeezing his arms. The helmet of the knight crushes under Izuku's strength just as he rips the helmet off its body. If I can't cut them, I'll just target where bones would be. Izuku throws the broken helmet to the side. Exclamation mark. Alarm. You have slain a knight. You have slain a knight. You have slain a knight. Izuku kneels down, checking the armor before smiling. There's a few that dropped decent items, at least. Item: leather pouch. Type: container. A pouch made to carry money. Item: High Knight's chest plate. Item class: B. Type: armor. Plus 7 physical damage reduction. Slows movement speed if your strength is below 80. Izuku opens his character page and places the armor on. It's great that armor type items don't force you to show their design. Izuku watches as the armor looks transparent before disappearing altogether, leaving him in his black hoodie. I wonder if it will really defend me even if it's manifested in reality. Izuku rubs his neck gently. He grabs the next thing on the floor. Item: leather pouch. Has been opened. You have received 30,000 gold. Izuku holds the pouch out and chuckling. Small pouch for 30,000 gold. Total gold: 863,400 G. Izuku's arm and the blade go up first before his eyes follow, stabbing what looks like a cloth knight through its head. Exclamation mark. Alarm. You have slain a knight. Stealth. Izuku grits his teeth as the body fell over. Izuku hears something whizzing towards him. There are even monsters with stealth. He turns sideways, letting what looks like a fireball shoot past him, and he looks down the hallway. A magician this time. Moreover, it uses fire magic. The thing looks like a grim reaper. The magician's hand stretches out, sparking up another attack while the hood covers its face in shadows. Stealth, and then it looks like the fire shot Han used. Izuku's eyes harden. It's like it's replaying the dungeons of already thought. More knights begin to appear, and Izuku's eyes softly glow. This place is harder than I thought. Izuku goes on the attack while watching. Different types of monsters than just one. Each making me use different stats to take them down. Strength for knights, sense for assassins, agility for archers and vitality for magicians. Izuku analyzes everything quickly, knowing he wouldn't have time later. Izuku shot through the enemies, killing each of them with his different stats only to come out panting on the other side. The longer this goes on, the worse it will get for me. Fatigue. 66. Izuku sits down and leans his back against the wall once he was alone. I'll have to close my eyes for a while and lower that before it becomes a problem. Izuku's head snaps up, and he catches a silver head arrow aimed for his head. He glares down the hallway, seeing black and gold armor holding a bow with a quiver on its back. They're not giving me a chance to rest. The arrow in Izuku's hand snaps as sweat rolls down Izuku's cheek. Fine, let's go. Izuku pants and opens the leather pouch after killing every enemy in sight. Item: leather pouch. Has been opened. 20,000 gold. Water bottle filled with lukewarm water. Has been opened. Izuku throws the water bottle back, drinking the lukewarm water before breathing out. Putting the water back into his inventory before checking his equipment. I leveled up a bit and gathered items. Lowering my fatigue, so I need to start moving to the next area. Item: class. Warden's necklace A. High Knight's chest plate B. High Knight's gauntlet B. Archer's gloves C. High Magician's ring B. Assassin's boots B. Each item lights up before disappearing, leaving Izuku in his everyday attire. God, that's useful. Izuku walks down the empty hallway to a massive door. Even after leveling up this much, I can't comprehend the kill of whatever is behind this door. The entrance looks like an enormous shield and ruby red stone in the middle. Boss room. Izuku pushes the doors open as Izuku felt a chilliness roll down his spine. He walks into the hall and looks ahead. A king's throne room. Izuku asks no one as he looks around. It was empty, and so was the throne. The sound of metal hitting the stone floor makes Izuku's heart race. His eyes, ears, and fingers felt a rush of blood before the feeling of dread comes over him. Izuku watches a knight in blood-red armor stand at the side of the throne. The cloak was attached to its shoulders, and Izuku couldn't help the words going through his head. God, he looks badass. Status. Name: Midoriya Izuku. Level: 45. Job: None. Fatigue: 43. Title: Wolf Slayer. HP: 4511 8330. MP: 660 Izuku stares at the knight, wanting to laugh. I'm going to get my ass kicked. The knight pulls his sword out of his sheath. Blood Red Commander Igris. The name was in blood red, which was fitting. The knight's silver eyes stare into Izuku's burning blue eyes as they stand off. A dark red name, yeah. He is definitely different from anyone else. Izuku bent his knee some. A knight that protects the empty throne. Izuku watches the knight walk down the stairs dragging his large sword down the stairs, the scrapping of the blade on the throne floor sounding like the screams of the men the knight have killed in battle. Here he comes. Izuku's sweat drops as the red knight rushes forward faster than any other enemy Izuku has had the pleasure of facing. Izuku drops into a low crouch as the knight's sword aims for his throat. The pillars on the sides of Izuku were demolished as the air rushes over Izuku. His eyes widen. He cut the pillars like sushi. What an insanely strong bastard. Izuku rushes forward, plunging his dagger against the knight's ribcage only for the blade to slide right off it. Tisk. It's not penetrating. What was I expecting? The knight's movement made Izuku look upwards. The long sword was being swung downward. Izuku could see the power behind the swing as he barely dodges the blade. The sword hits the floor, and the fighters are blinded by dirt. The sword kicked up rock and dust. Izuku used the cloud of dirt to jump away, only having to dodge a sword halfway through the air. The Blood Knight kept up with him. Izuku lands in a low crouch behind the knight as he stares at the knight's cloaked back. Sweat rolls off Izuku's chin while he grits his teeth. His once fluffy hair was matted down by sweat. Izuku breaths out to calm himself. The armor's speed reduction is only applied if your strength is below 80. This guy's strength is definitely over 80. Its destructiveness is definitely higher than mine. The knight turns to Izuku as its silver eyes staring at him, and the same for agility. His armor can block my dagger, which means even his defense is higher. Can I even beat him? Izuku stands up and sighs. I don't think I can win without a weapon, but Izuku lets the dagger demetallize. If I can't penetrate the armor, I can't deal any damage. Izuku curls his hands into fists while glaring at the knight. This is the only way to win this. Izuku cracks his knuckles, or I die. The knight tilts his head some as he watches Izuku. The knight slams his blade down into the floor, making it stick straight up. He reaches up, unclasping the cloak from his armor, letting it fall to the floor before reaching to his belt and letting his two daggers fall to the floor. Soon the two opponents stand across from each other weaponless. Chivalry. Izuku questions it at first but then smiles. Once a knight always a knight. Izuku grins. The knight rushes forward. Izuku tries to backpedal, but he was too late. The knight hits Izuku's chest, sending him backward and upward, slamming into the wall, cracking the entire thing. Izuku couldn't recover before the knight jumped upwards and punches at his chest. Izuku crosses his arms in an attempt to block the attack. Izuku was able to slide away from the attack at the last second, making the knight crumble the wall. Izuku lands behind the knight again, panting. I guarded that hit, but it feels like I lost 500 health. Izuku's arm brushing and might have been broken. If I didn't have armor. Izuku lost his thoughts as the knight walks out of the kicked up dust. I won't come out alive if I keep taking direct hits. Izuku steels himself, knowing the knight was insanely strong even without his sword. How do I put up a decent fight against this monster? I still have my speed. Exclamation mark. Alarm. Skill. Sprint was activated. Movement speed will increase by 30%. -1 mana will be consumed every minute. Izuku rushes forward, aiming for a body shot. As he throws his fist forward, he saw the knight come down with its elbow hitting Izuku's forearm and knocking his fist away. Shit, both knight and Izuku square up and go punch for punch. Using strength and speed to beat the other. They break, but the knight follows through and hit Izuku hard, making him spin through the air. Exclamation mark. Alarm. As your health has dropped below 30%. Skill. Perseverance will activate. Damage taken will be reduced by 50%. As Izuku's body was spinning, he sticks his foot out, connecting with the knight's head. I can't give up. The knight's head moves slightly before its silver eye looks down at Izuku. No way. The knight grabs Izuku's ankle before using his free arm and batting Izuku across the throne room. Izuku's body slams against the wall above the throne, creating a crater above the throne. He falls off the wall, landing on the throne. Slumps over and both arms were broken. His hoodie was trashed and arms both turning black from being beaten on. Ha, ha, ha ha, Izuku pants and blood leaks from his mouth. Izuku's body was leaning forward as he stares at the floor. The knight opens his hand, calling on his sword. It flies across the throne room into its grasp. The knight swings his sword looking to decapitate Izuku. The sword comes down only to be stopped by Izuku's hand. A soft glow of the High Knight's gauntlet on Izuku's hand as he held the blade. A loud shockwave sends dust away from the fighters as Izuku glares upwards while still sitting on the throne. I haven't. A blue hue comes from Izuku's hand as he manifests his dagger. Lost yet. Izuku moves quickly, slamming the knife through the slits in the helmet, shoving the tip of the blade through the knight's eye. The knight stumbles backward, and Izuku moves. He wraps his arms around the knight's stomach before slamming the knight into the wall. The knight rips the blade out of its eye. I won't hand this item over to anyone else. Izuku glares and calls his dagger back. The knight didn't have a weapon anymore. Izuku calls it back to his own hand as he screams before driving the dagger upwards through the knight's neck. The blade didn't sink in all the way, making Izuku growl. It's shallow. A bit more. Izuku activates the same skill 4 times in a row to finish the knight off. Vital Strike, LV. 1. Vital Strike, LV. 1. Vital Strike, LV. 1. Vital Strike, LV. 1. Izuku shoves the blade through the knight's jaw as he was face to face with the knight's face, gritting his teeth and eyes burning blue. Die. The edge sinks deeper into the helmet, and Izuku watches the knight's eyes dull. The knight's eyes went dark, and the body slumps down. Izuku backs away, still in a defensive position, just in case as he watches the dead knight's armor. Exclamation mark. Alarm. You have slain. Blood Red Commander Igris. 19 Chapter 10. Job Change Part 2. Exclamation mark. Alarm. You leveled up. You leveled up. Izuku pants while squatting, still staring at the dead knight. Did I win? A small smile forms on his face. His entire body was shaking as he stands up. That was really close. He was stronger than me in every way. Izuku looks at the knight. That was pure luck that I won. Izuku was about to leave but turns back. Items. Red Knight's helmet. Dominator's touch, leather pouch. Hearthstone has been obtained. 4 at once. This reward is awesome. Izuku opens the leather pouch. You have received 1,500,000 gold. They doubled my gold in an instant. Izuku's eyes shine with excitement. Total gold, 3,115,629 G. Furthermore, an S-ranked item. Izuku smiles, looking at the helmet of the Red Knight. Item, Red Knight's helmet. Item class, S. Type, armor. Plus 15% physical damage reduction. Plus 20 stamina, plus 20 strength. Excluding the Demon Castle key, this is the first time getting my hand on S-ranked equipment. Izuku put it on as he watches the transparent glow of the helmet fall over his head before disappearing like it wasn't even there in the first place. The Sates are on another level. Strength, 128 plus 20 vitality, 87 plus 20. Agility, 127 intelligence, 66. Sense, 89. Physical damage reduction, 46% reduction, 46% plus 15% equipped. And a rune, Izuku holds up a red stone with glowing a running through it. Rune stone, Dominator's touch. Type, rune stone. A skill can be obtained by breaking the rune. Wonder what it will be, Izuku hums before looking at the second stone. And, of course, a hearthstone. Item, hearthstone. Type, consumable. A quest exclusive item. If you break the hearthstone, you will instantly leave the dungeon. If the job quest ends, the dungeon is automatically destroyed. Cannot be stored. Izuku stares at the information before his brain kicked into overdrive. Why was I giving a hearthstone? This was the boss's room, but does that mean the quest isn't over yet? Izuku looks around the room, waiting for something to happen. Suddenly 4 black portals open, making Izuku go on guard. The job change quest will begin. I knew it. Izuku glares at the portals waiting for enemies. There's no way that was the end. The longer you last, the more points you can collect that will place you into a higher tier job. 0 hours 0 minutes and 0 seconds. Points. Izuku stares at the message above him, the longer I last. Good luck. 0 hours 0 minutes and 1 second. Izuku scoffs at the message before the sounds of an army of knights step through the portals. Izuku's eyes turn blue. I can take these guys on, even with my current condition. Izuku lowers himself. If they were on the level of Igris, the first enemies would have been impossible to beat. Izuku looks up at the time. 0 hours 0 minutes and 14 seconds. So the chance of obtaining a hidden class goes up the longer the timer goes on, befitting for a job change quest. Izuku deadpans as he was slowly getting surrounded by knights. My remaining mana is 390. Stealth requires 200 mana on use. Izuku's presence gradually disappears as he activates the skill. I'll still have 190 mana left. 1 mana every second after that to maintain it. The knights go still. I can buy 3 minutes with stealth. The knights slowly look around. I even have enough HP and MP. I will try to last as long as possible. Magician is using skill, detection. A dark eye opens above the magician as it looks around before staring right at Izuku. It detected me through stealth. All knights turn their attention to Izuku as they swing at him. Izuku jumps away, getting away from the swords and shoving both knights' head through the floor before crashing down. Izuku turns around, glaring at any knight near him. Skill, Bloodlust, was activated. The knights affected stagger some. The target's stats will decrease by 50% for 1 minute. Bloodlust's mana consumption is 100. I only get 1 chance. Izuku jumps towards the next knight, ripping its head off and throwing it at another knight, sending both heads flying. I'll have to deal with as many as possible during the window. An army of knights rushes towards Izuku as he fights them back. Taking multiple knights out at once. Gah! Izuku felt a blade hit his back, making him stumble forward. HP, 1036 10,278. They come out of the gates faster than I can kill them. Izuku watches more knights flood into the room. Doomnit, I took this too lightly. Izuku grabs 2 axes ripping them away from the knights who were using them before throwing them back at them. Should I use the Hearthstone? I'm not sure what I gained from obtaining a job, but this is too difficult at my current level. Izuku eyes the time. 0 hours 5 minutes and 8 seconds. It's only been 5 minutes. Izuku grits his teeth and makes his choice. There's no way, I have to leave. Izuku gets ready to break the Hearthstone only to get hit with a hammer and losing the stone in the crowd of knights as he lays out on the floor. Izuku's body tenses up before he gets up in a flash. I wonder if monsters can get scared. Izuku glances at the knights before him. His eyes were no longer green anymore. I'm not ending this here. I need to become a hero so that I can shove it in everyone's face. I'm not weak anymore, Izuku screams before jumping where he saw the Hearthstone land. Quirkless Deku, Katsuki was standing next to him, grinning. Give it a rest, Deku. Izuku, rest now. No need to worry, Mama's here. Inko was rubbing his shoulder as Izuku glares past them, gritting his teeth. Wasn't that all your fault? Izuku froze at that. The voice was his, softer yet malicious. Why do you always move away from the safe road and dance with death on every occasion? Izuku's younger self had a nasty smirk on his face. Isn't it for a great fortune that a quirkless like you was able to grow this much? Izuku stares at himself. Isn't that right, Deku? Wow, is this me? Izuku's younger self circles him like a shark. I can't believe that we're the same person. Izuku felt like his mom's eyes were on him, but this time it was his own. You're taller, gained a lot of muscle, and look sharper. You look quite strong as well. But the only thing that changed was your appearance. Deku smirks while standing next to Izuku. You're still a weak little Deku. Deku hums. What's the difference between you and me? You got yourself in a situation where you're in front of death once more. Both Izuku and Deku look up, seeing three knights coming down with their swords. Izuku quickly strikes three of them, sending them backward. A weak Deku, in the end, that's all you are. Deku frowns while watching Izuku glaring at the floor. If you don't know how to control yourself, your courage becomes recklessness, Deku warns. Shut up, Izuku spits out. Izuku's fist slams against another chest piece, caving it in. Another knight was waiting, slamming his mace against Izuku's arm as another slam his back and sending him face first into the floor. You have a long way to go, Deku calls from behind all the knights. From now on, you have to kill more people and sacrifice or leave behind a lot of people. Including friends and family. Izuku would have laughed if it didn't hurt it. You will be the one to bring about your own demise. A knight stands over Izuku, ready to kill him as he brings the sword above its head. What? It's the same as back then. Izuku felt something in himself freeze. But what happened after that? Izuku's eyes crack open. I can't remember. Exclamation mark. Quest directions. Daily quest. Getting ready to become powerful. Push-ups 0 100s. Curl-ups 0 100s. Squats 0 100s. Running 0/10 of a kilometer. Warning, failing to complete this daily quest will bring a punishment associated with this quest. Izuku watches the clock turn red as it counts down. What? 8 seconds left. 7 seconds left. 6 seconds left. 5 seconds left. As the daily quest ending. Izuku blinks slowly. They say that luck is also a skill. His younger self was still there. It looks like leaving you to die here is too much of a waste for it. His younger self turns around, glaring at Izuku. See you. 0 seconds left. Izuku watches everything shift and move. Exclamation mark. Alarm. You failed to complete the daily quest. Izuku hears the sword coming down, aiming for his neck. In a few seconds, he would die. Exclamation mark. Alarm. You are being moved to the penalty zone. Izuku stares upwards at the sky, seeing a familiar hue and the sun burning down on his face. He opens his mouth and sits up. This is the penalty zone. Izuku saw sand as far as he could see. I left early and forgot to do my daily quest. What good timing. To think I would come out alive from that room. HP, 93 10,278. MP, 202 850. Fatigue, 91. Good luck. Izuku chuckles, thinking back to the message. Did it wish me good luck, or was it meant to encourage me to get a high amount of points? Luck, coincidence, call it whatever. Store, Izuku calls out as the blue screen pops up next to him. This reminds me of running from Ururaka's place. Man, I'm so tired, Izuku groans before buying a potion. Mythical Restoration Potion. 10.000G. Since I'm stacked with gold, I should just get the best potion. Your fatigue is being restored. Your fatigue is being restored. Your fatigue is being restored. Izuku finishes his third bottle. It looks like the only way to restore health is the natural way. I don't know about the job change quests dungeon zone, but maybe I'll be able to heal my HP through leveling up in here. Izuku watches as the sand shifts and starts to bubble in multiple areas. Even if I might die in one hit. Izuku cracks his neck. I've never felt better. Izuku rips the rest of the mangled hoodie sleeve off. The question is if the monsters will help me level up, but I shouldn't have worried about that. The centipedes all look down at Izuku as his blue eyes stare back. See you. Izuku thought about his younger self as the centipedes attack. Sure, if we can survive until the end. Izuku drives his dagger through the head of the first centipede. Exclamation mark. Alarm. Penalty quest. Survive. Goal. Survive until the time runs out. Time required. 4 hours. Remaining time. 4h 0 0 seconds. If the pain doesn't kill me, Izuku rips his dagger out of the dead centipede's head before attacking another one. It will only make me stronger. At Izuku's apartment, Inko sits at the table with the Bakugos next to her and Katsuki half asleep on the couch. He's not home, Inko tearing up. Ever since the accident, he stays out late or just doesn't come home. Inko turns to Mitsuki. Inko, he's 17. He probably got a girlfriend or something. Mitsuki tries to calm down her friend. Katsuki snorts softly while thinking. What girl would want to date that quirkle? He sits up. He's going to UA, so he's training his quirk. That damn nerd, Katsuki smiles. Auntie, do you know Izuku applied for UA? Katsuki asks, leaning over the couch. Oh yes, he said he was trying for general department, Inko states. No, he put in for hero course, Katsuki outs Izuku. He watches Inko tense up. But he's quirkless, they won't let him try, Inko states firmly. They got rid of that rule 2 years ago. Katsuki knew to keep Izuku's new quirk out of it if Izuku did not want Auntie to know there was a reason. So he's going to try. Inko's head was spinning, and she faints. Mitsuki glares at her brat before sighing. Let's get her to bed. Izuku is going to be an adult soon. She needs to learn it's his life. Mitsuki and Katsuki took Inko to her room. Katsuki notices something was off about Izuku's door when they passed. Do you know where he is? No, you hag. Katsuki walks towards Izuku's door once they put Inko to bed. I know he doesn't have a girlfriend though. Izuku opens the door that was missing the All Might nameplate. But I have a feeling something bigger is happening. Katsuki didn't know what to think. He saw a standard room instead of an All Might shrine that was Izuku's bedroom. Penalty quest. Survive. Goal. Survive until the time runs out. Time required. 4 hours. Time remaining. 0h15 min 22 sec. Izuku slices through a centipede using Vital Strike. Vital Strike. Skill has leveled up. You leveled up. Izuku look around the desert. You leveled up. He smirks, seeing the sands covered in dead centipedes. You leveled up. He stands in the middle, feeling relaxed again instead of panicked. You leveled up. As expected, penalty zones allow you to heal through leveling up since I can use the store as well. I can keep healing the rest with potions. Izuku drank another potion. Name, Midoriya Izuku. Level, 51. HP, 11,035. MP, 1022. Fatigue, 0. 3 minutes before I return to the job change quest, Izuku jumps over the dead centipedes. I still have some time to prepare. Risaka's fang isn't enough to pierce through the knight's armor. I'll have to do everything I can, but I need a stronger weapon. Store, Izuku calls out. A dagger suitable for piercing heavy armor. Store. Guardian Saber 890,000 G. Oracle Sword 1,300,000 G. Stone Axe 1,800,000 G. Night Killer 2,800,000 G. Found it, Izuku smirks. You have purchased, Night Killer. 2,800,000 gold. Izuku holds out his hand as blue electricity sparks from his palm. A bit expensive but, with this, it'll be different from last time. Izuku holds the handle of a long dagger with a jagged curved blade. The sun bounces off the red edges of the blade as Izuku holds it. Item, Night Killer. Item class, B. Type, dagger. Plus 75 attack. Effect, Night Slayer. If used against an opponent with heavy armor, your attacks deal 25% additional damage. Izuku buys bandages as he wraps them around his right hand and the dagger's handle. If I do this, then I won't drop the weapon like the Hearthstone. Izuku looks ahead, ready to go back. There's no other way, I have to try it out. Izuku looks down at his left hand, seeing the rune from the Blood Knight. Let's see this skill. Izuku crushes the runestone. Skill, Dominator's Touch, has been learned. Skill, Dominator's Touch LV.1. Active skill. No mana required. You can control objects without touching them. A skill that doesn't need mana. Effective. Izuku stops and smiles. It's what Igris used to call his sword back to him, isn't it? Izuku holds out his hand, trying to use the skill on one of the dead bodies. It did not move as your proficiency is too low. Guess I can't move objects that are too big, Izuku sighs. Penalty quest. Survive. Goal. Survive until the time runs out. Time required. 4 hours. Time remaining. 0h0 minute 4 sec. This is my last chance, Izuku thought to himself, seeing the time. Time remaining. 0h0 minute 3 sec. I guess this is the most I can prepare. Izuku closes his eyes, collecting himself. Time remaining. 0h0 minute 1 sec. I'll leave the next part to my luck, Izuku chuckles to himself as the desert fades away. Time remaining. 0h0 minute 0 sec. The penalty quest is concluding. Izuku stands in front of hundreds of knights. Your guys' numbers grew immensely within a few hours. 2 knights move first, ready to kill. Izuku didn't let them get to the second step as he dashed forward, slicing the knights in multiple places before landing behind them. The 2 knights fall apart and crash to the floor destroyed. Izuku breaths out as his eyes were back to their deep blue. He doesn't give any other knight in front of him time to attack as he was already on them. Night Killer's effect is definitely helpful. Izuku continues moving through the crowd of knights. It's so much more effective than just fighting with bare hands. Izuku stands in the middle with a graveyard of meal corpus behind him. He slowly gets surrounded again. This is discomforting in this dungeon. I don't feel my level rising at all. Even against all these knights, Izuku bites his lower lip, thinking carefully. In the penalty zone, I killed the centipedes and leveled up. Even that Commander Igris gave me experience. Izuku looks around the knights. The system said that the healing effect form leaving up would be restricted, not the leveling up itself. Izuku saw hoodied figures in the back. The magicians have been using incantations all this time. They haven't attacked me even once. Only the knights have been attacking. Izuku tightens his hand around the handle of the Night Killer. A debuff or some kind of curse magic. No, I can't feel anything like that on me, summoning magic. Izuku yells in his head. As time passes, knights appear from the gate and increase their numbers. No matter how many I kill, knights won't give me experience. The knights aren't normal monsters. Izuku lowers himself before jumping up, summoning his second dagger in his left hand. Magicians. Izuku screams before throwing his dagger into the face of the hooded figure. It's you assholes. You have slain a magician. Shadows disperse from the hood, as some knights drop into useless armor on the floor. Skill. Dagger throw, has been learned. It seems like the knights were being summoned through the gates by magicians. Izuku glares around. This isn't the end. I have to find the remaining magicians. Skill. Stealth LV.1. Active skill. 200 mana. Izuku disappears from the puppet knights, but the magicians begin to use their skills one by one. Magician is using skill, detection. Izuku hung from a torch holder grinning. You may have found my position, but thanks to that, I found yours as well. Izuku saw the eyes of detection above each magician. 5 magicians are remaining. Izuku jumps down to the closest one, cutting the magician until its robes ripped apart, and the magician died. You have slain a magician. 4 left. Izuku holds both his blades tightly while standing up. Izuku sprints through the crowds of knights targeting the magicians. Izuku let Risaka's blade disappear as he touches a knight's helmet and activating his new skill. Dominator's Touch LV. 1. Izuku's hand glow blue as he created a fist and pulled it close to his chest. The knight's helmet shreds and crushes apart. Izuku turns, seeing more knights start to gather. I'll slice you all to pieces. He stands on a mountain of broken armor while panting. More knights surrounded him. A sword goes through Izuku's back out the front, making Izuku grunt in pain. He quickly turns around, breaking the sword and cutting the knight's head off. Blood stained his hoodie as Izuku tries to maintain his pain. He kicks the bloody sword away from him before using Dominator's Touch to pull a magician towards him. How long are you going to hide behind your knights? Izuku screams as he grabs the magician's neck and cut the head off. You have slain a magician. 3 left. Izuku breaths out. The last 3 were close together, summoning something much bigger. Izuku watches as all the armor from already cut down, or alive knights come together, creating a colossal metal monster. A golem. Seriously. Izuku quickly jumps off its knee up to the golem's head. The golem swings, kicking up dust and dirt while wrecking the throne room. The numbers decreased in exchange for destructiveness. Izuku looks around, seeing fewer knights, but then he saw the magicians kneeling. Now's the time. Izuku rushes forward, wanting to end this fight. In a single dash, he slices through all 3 of them. You have slain a magician. You have slain a magician. You have slain a magician. As soon as they were dead, the golem couldn't hold itself together as armor falls away, and it drops. The knights quickly follow like puppets without strings. Phew, Izuku smiles, seeing the knights were down along with the golem. It would have taken more time if they weren't grouped up while summoning the big guy. Izuku looks upwards. Is it over now? 4 hours 29 minutes and 16 seconds. All the monsters in the room have been slain. The quest will now end. Izuku looks up doubtfully at the message still gripping onto his Night Killer. Or will something else appear? You will be able to choose a class based on the amount of points you have collected. It's over. I'll get a job now. Izuku relaxes some. Since I use a dagger, it's obvious that I should choose assassin. Izuku thought out loud now that he was alone. A job will be granted after the player's actions have been analyzed. Granted. I'm not allowed to choose. Izuku groans. I put all my stats in strength and agility. I'll probably get either warrior due to my high strength or assassin because of my agility. Izuku's mind was off to the races trying to analyze himself. Or perhaps a tank is possible with my high vitality stat. It'll be one of those 3. Izuku nods along with his decision. Either way, I'll become stronger. Wherever the player goes, the Reaper follows. The play's path is littered with corpses. And the smell of blood. What is this saying? Izuku's eyes widen while reading the messages. As the player possesses strength, he does not leave anything to his teammates. And overcomes everything with his own strength. From the text, it seems like a warrior. Izuku keeps his mouth shut. Your desire for strength burns strong. Enough to call those who wander the valley of death, and the army of the dead who follows. Your commands shall create a path where your tread will be the law, and you would never need another's help again. Izuku rereads the message a few times before it catches up with his brain. Army of the dead. Wait. Izuku swallows roughly as his mouth felt dry. This is my job. Your job is necromancer. I haven't even toughed the intelligence stat once. So why? Izuku pulls at his hair in frustration. Magic subclass. Necromancer. Izuku stares at the screen and sighs. In games, they are the type of class to leave most of the fighting to their minions. In the beginning, I was using daggers, so why not an assassin's class? Izuku mutters to himself. He pulled up his kill sheet. Skills. Passive skills. Unknown Perseverance LV. 1. Advanced Dagger Arts LV. 1. Active skills. Sprint LV. 2. Bloodlust LV. 1. Vital Strike LV. 2. Dagger Throw LV. 1. Stealth LV. 1. Class skills. Active skills. Shadow Extraction LV. 1. Save Shadow LV. 1. Okay, stay calm. If I had to pick out the pros of necromancers, probably the fact that you can make your own army as the quirk said, but such slaves cannot become stronger. It's possible that my stats might become useless. Izuku's head was splitting, trying to figure everything out. Stats. Strength. 132. Vitality. 91. Agility. 111. Intelligence. 70. Sense. 93. Exclamation mark. Alarm. Will you accept your job? Accept refuse. What, I have a choice? Izuku rubs his eyes. If I decline, I hope that I can still earn a job. Izuku sighs. I'll refuse. Necromancer is a hidden class. Do you still wish to refuse? Hidden class. Izuku cups his chin and closes his eyes. Right, magicians can be said to have used a similar ability to that of a necromancer's. It's as if somebody wanted to show me a sample of the skill. Izuku groans. I don't know who cared, but it's a fun plot, Izuku mumbles. I have fighting abilities as well, these magicians didn't. If they did and they could create armies, I can clear higher dungeons without help. I would never have to rely on someone to watch my back. Izuku breaths in. In this game, your ability is depending on skills, levels, and stats. That means that the summon can also become stronger. This isn't solo leveling anymore. Your job has been chosen. Shadows across the throne room come to life. Based on the amount of points you obtained, you will be given a chance to promote to a superior class. You have exceeded the expected playtime. Points will be added. You did not use a Hearthstone. Points will be added. Final health is above 50%. Points will be added. All enemies have been slain. Points have been added. The shadows massed together behind Izuku as he was reading the messages. He turns around, facing the massive wall of shadows as they move towards him. He grits his teeth expecting them to attack him but slow down before circling him. The total points have exceeded the feat limit. You will be promoted from Necromancer to Shadow Monarch. Izuku felt comfort in the shadows as he stares at the message. Shadow Monarch. You have learned a job exclusive skill. The shadows seep through Izuku's skin as he felt lighter. You have obtained bonus stats. You have obtained the title, the one who overcame adversity. An instant promotion, I probably gained the rights to promote because of the accumulated points. Izuku thought back to his research on RPGs. Knight to Swordmaster. Warrior to Berserker. Magician to Grand Magician. Izuku smiles. Necromancer to Shadow Monarch. Everything disperses around Izuku as he looks at his body. If I didn't obtain all those bonus points, I probably would have stayed a necromancer for a while. Izuku looks around, seeing shadows seeping from the knight's armor. I can hear screams of pain. Shadow extraction can be used on this target. Shadow extraction can be used on this target. Izuku looks around, seeing the same message on the bodies of knights. Of course, if a necromancer is a commander-type job. Please select your command phrase. For shadow extraction. Command phrase, Izuku thought for a second before his eyes turned blue. Arise. Shadows seep from the armor. Izuku watches in fascination as an army of shadows pulls themselves from their old armor before standing at full height in front of Izuku, waiting for a command. Just like Izuku's eyes, they each had blue eyes. This is pretty cool. Skill. Shadow Extraction LV. 1. Job-specific skill. No mana required. A shadow soldier is created from a body without life by taking its mana. The chance of failure increases, the higher the target's stats are, and the more time passed since the target's death. Shadows able to be extracted. 30/30ths. Skill. Save Shadow LV. 1. Job-specific skill. No mana required. You absorb created shadow soldiers and save them. Saved soldiers can be summoned and reabsorbed. Whenever and wherever the animator desires. Saved shadows. 0/20ths. Does that mean I can turn all the dead guys into summonable beings? Izuku looks at a regular knight seeing it just waiting as a name pop above its head. Shadow Infantry LV.1. Rank. Normal. Izuku looks towards a magician. The same thing. Shadow Magician LV. 1. Rank. Elite. 27 infantry and 3 magicians. I can create up to 30 shadow soldiers but only save 20 of them. Izuku crosses his arm while mumbling. You have reached the shadow extraction limit. Shadows able to be extracted. 30/30ths. What if I obtained the shadows of an A or S ranked monster? Izuku looks over where Igris was lying dead. My arsenal now contains 2 beings with A rank, or stronger skills. Izuku strolls over, seeing the message he wanted to see. Shadow extraction can be used on this target. If you want to use shadow extraction again, you must send 1 or more shadow soldiers to the world of nothingness through extraction cancel. I'll have to remove the weakest 11. Izuku walks over to the solid shadow and smiles softly. I'm sorry, even though I called you. Cancel extraction on 11 infantry units. Izuku watches as 11 knights drop into the floor and flicker out of existence. You cannot recall shadow soldiers that have been sent to nothingness. Izuku waits until the last shadow flickered out before turning to the red knight armor. Please work, Izuku prays. Blood Red Commander Igris, if I have this guy as my servant. Arise. Shadows slowly start to pour from the armor before slamming back inside the armor. You failed to extract the shadow. What? Izuku stares down at the red armor. You still have 2 chances remaining. It's not that easy, this guy is a high level plus he's been dead for over 4 hours. Izuku looks at the knight before kneeling in front of him. Izuku taps his cheek softly, looking around, seeing the throne. You don't want to leave the throne unprotected, once a knight always a knight, huh, but you can stop protecting the seat of someone who already left. Izuku stands tall, reaching his bandaged hand out. And try protecting me, who is right in front of you, arise. Shadows pour out of the knight's armor this time and explode upwards. Izuku grins as the shadow stands above his old armor. Blood red Igris, god, that's so edgy. Izuku pulls at his hoodie. Let's just stay simple, Igris. The shadow moves away from its old armor. You have upgraded the shadow. Shadow's level will be 7. Shadows higher than rank. Knight can be named. You are now, Igris. Izuku looks upward at the looming shadow in front of him. IGRISLV.7. Rank, Knight. Izuku watches Igris kneel and bow his head once he got his name. Izuku's hands twitch some as he saw the shadow kneel to him. He slowly turns and looks across the room full of shadows knights kneeling. Izuku's blue eyes light up with pure joy as his lips curve upwards. Take good care of me. Status. Name, Midoriya Izuku level, 51. Job, Shadow Monarch Fatigue, 0. Title, Wolf Slayer plus 1 more. HP, 11,035. MP, 1022. Strength, 132 Vitality, 91. Agility, 111 Intelligence, 70. Sense, 9319. Chapter 11, Family Problems and Exams. Izuku wakes up to his alarm going off. He rolls out of bed only to see Inko waiting at the door. Yes, Mom. Izuku kicks his destroyed hoodie under the bed, not realizing he still had his hand and arm wrapped tightly in bandages. Where were you out last night? She crosses her arms, giving a stern look. I had to call the Bakugos to see if you were at their place. Luckily Mitsuki kept me from calling the cops. Her tone was snappy and annoying to Izuku, but he just sighs. I lost track of time at the library. Fell asleep at the table. I have the exam coming up. Izuku lies flawlessly, at least what he thought. Hero course or General Izuku, wait, never mind, Katsuki told me you didn't sign up for general education, but the hero course. Inko ever, the soft woman had a mean streak when she wanted to. She glares at her son. Why are you lying? Why are you still trying to be a hero? Sorry, I wasn't clear when you were 5, Izuku, but you can't be a hero. You tried to be a hero 9 months ago and then spent 2 weeks in a hospital, Izuku. Also, did you get hurt again? Her eyes zeroes in on the bandaged arm. No, I'm not hurt, I'm training. And I don't tell you things because I knew you would get like this. Izuku groans while grabbing his jeans as wasn't going to stay half naked in front of his mother. You don't need to worry about me anymore, Mom. Izuku grabs his hoodie once he gets his jeans on. Also, I gave Katsuki enough time to breath when those heroes did nothing but watch as he choked on that slimeball. Izuku marches towards his mother. 1 more week, and the exam is here. There is nothing you or anyone can do to stop me from taking that exam. Izuku slips past his mother to get to the kitchen. She follows, still looking him over for any damage. I'm going kill Katsuki when I see him. He starts cooking breakfast, even if it was 2 p.m. Izuku, Izuku, Izuku. Yes. Izuku bit his tongue as he cracks the 6th egg into the pan, deciding to try an American breakfast he saw online. What happened to you? Where is my sweet little boy? Inko was standing farther away from him as she watches him cook. Mom, maybe I just realized I needed to start fighting back. Izuku states firmly before turning to her. The world is so set on breaking me, I'm tired of it. I'm tired of people telling me I can't do it. I'm tired of people betraying me. I'm tired of being overlooked. So, I'm done just being a timid little boy. I'm 17 years old. I'm finally living my life. Izuku turns back to finish cooking. I woke up, and the world isn't as beautiful and nice as you once said it would be. Izuku throws his eggs on a plate before turning off the stove. He saw the tears in his mother's eyes and felt slightly bad about it, but was the truth, I can't be your little boy forever. Izuku grabs a fork before going to his room. I have exams to study for Mom. Be safe going to work. Inko sat down at the table as Izuku left. I can't let him take that exam, she thought about him lying deathly still in the hospital bed. It scared her to death, and she couldn't handle going through that again. Day of the exam. Izuku just finishes his daily quest. He walks into the apartment, pulling his earbuds before pausing the music. He was about to walk past the kitchen when he came to a stop. He turns back, seeing his mom just finishing breakfast. Izuku was confused. I mean, we haven't really talked since last week, but maybe she finally taking my side. Izuku's darker side laughs at him. Mom, what are you doing? Cooking breakfast. If you really want to take the hero exam, I'll allow it, I won't try to stop you anymore. Inko places the food down. Thanks, Mom, I need to jump in the shower really quick. Izuku watches her nod, and he heads to his room. He grabs what he was planning on wearing for the exam since he didn't need to wear his uniform. That was more of a tradition to show pride of your high school. Yeah, right, Izuku would burn his old suit if he could. Izuku takes a shower before getting dressed in a black shirt and jeans before throwing his green jacket on. He brushes his hair some before just letting it be, never fixing that. Izuku chuckles while staring at himself in the mirror. He strolls out before sitting down at the table. Oh, you're not wearing your uniform. Inko was half done with her food when he sits down. Nope, that school did me no favors. Izuku starts to eat, and Inko just nods along. He picks up his tea and sips it slowly. Izuku already watched his mother tense up slightly every time he either looked at the cup or moves close to it. All the hope Izuku had towards his mother supporting him disappears. He keeps drinking it as a message came up, blocking his mother's face as he reads it. Exclamation mark. Alarm. A harmful substance has been detected. Buff. Cure poison's effect is healing you. Izuku felt his rage building in his chest, but his face stays neutral. Sleeping meds are a tranquilizer. Izuku acts normal as he finished his food. Does she seriously want me to be miserable for the rest of my life? I personally rather try and fail as someone who was quirkless than never try and never find out. Izuku closes his eyes, trying to rationalize why his mother would drug him. He couldn't find or make up a good excuse for her. Not anymore. 3, 2, 1. Cure poison has been completed. Izuku gets up, placing his cup and plate inside the sink. He takes a deep breath before looking into the window. His eyes flash blue before going back to green. Well, I'm off, Mom. Love you. Izuku grabs his bag before heading out the door, missing the confused look on Inko's face. Once the door was shut, he takes off, jumping off the banister before landing in the street. He runs from his house as fast as he could while gritting his teeth. He only stops outside the gates of Ua and presses his back against the massive walls they had for security. He slides down it before burying his face in his hands. Izuku was not out of breath or panicking. He was in between pissed off and broken. I can't go back home, not after that. Hey, you okay? A soft voice comes from the side of him. He sighs and looks up, seeing a familiar face. Oh, hey, Ururaka. Izuku tries to smile, but his mind was stuck on being pissed off. How are you? I'm good, slightly nervous, but good. She smiles, which helped Izuku relax some, since her personality was so bubbly. So, I see you made it home in one piece. Izuku gets up and whipping his cheek before laughing. Yeah, got home around 4 a.m., I think. I was too tired to do anything the next day. They both walk through the gates while talking. So, ready to take our first steps to become heroes? Izuku asks in a deeper voice since he was mimicking All Might. It gets a giggle from the girl next to him. Yeah, I studied really hard, but I'm nervous about the practical, though. Ururaka states, while pressing her fingers together. You have an awesome quirk, Izuku exclaims with a genuine smile. If you couldn't get in, then I am screwed, Izuku jokes. Ururaka seems to calm down. Let's get inside before we are late. Oh, right. Ururaka bounces forward some, full of excitement. I'm going to have to get her a gift for calming me down, Izuku thought before following Ururaka. They say a quick goodbye before finding their seats. Izuku plops down next to Katsuki, who side-eyed him. He opens his mouth to say something, but Izuku was saved by present Mike. Welcome to today's live performance. Mike yells, using quirk and all. Everybody say, hey. Mike turns his head waiting for someone to say anything. Izuku leans back in his chair while his brain was running through the information he had on present Mike. Mike starts to inform the hero hopefuls about the exam. Izuku reads through the information packet while listening carefully to anything that sounds like a hint. Izuku picks up his card, seeing he was B. Katsuki was in Site A. That's so kids from the same school can't help each other, yeah. Katsuki questions under his breath. Yeah, but you don't need help destroying some stupid robots, just watch for collateral Katsuki. Izuku rolls his neck, feeling it pop. Katsuki was about to talk back before actually thinking about it and just grunts. I'll crush 'em all. Katsuki and Izuku turn their attention back to Mike, who was talking about video games. Ha, I'm amazing at video games, I wonder if I could get a quest for this, who knows. Testing out Egres in the forest along with some other attacks if things get too hectic. This test should be easier than the job change quest, at least the robots won't be going for the kill. Izuku rubs his chin while thinking, as a student stands quickly. Attacking other examinees is prohibited. Mike continues only to get interrupted. May I ask a question? Many students look over at the robot of a man. There appear to be no fewer than 4 varieties of the faux villain on this handout. The square of a student points out on the packet. Does he not know how a presentation works or is it in his code to jump to conclusions? Izuku leans over to Katsuki, who snorts before turning away. And you, with the curly hair. You have been muttering this whole time and talking. It is distracting. If this is some sort of game to you, then please leave immediately. Izuku leans forward and yawns, acting like he was talking to someone else. Was I muttering? Izuku asks Katsuki, who shook his head. Maybe or I finally learned to block it out. Katsuki keeps his hands in his pockets. I've been trying to work on it, Izuku shrugs. Alright. Examinee 7111 nice catch. Mike continues his explanation even if he was rudely interrupted. Izuku tunes out the rest. Plus ultra. Break a leg everyone. Students get up, and Izuku waits for a little, so he didn't get caught in the bottleneck. Soon he and Katsuki get up in sync. Good luck, nerd. Katsuki walks off. Izuku raises an eyebrow. What a change of heart. Izuku walks to his bus while flipping up his hoodie. He sits at the back of the bus putting his music on while students got dressed. Soon enough everyone was on. Ururaka seems to be concentrating in the front of the bus while others were talking or doing the same. Soon the bus pulls up to the cityscape. Izuku exits after everyone. He quickly finds Ururaka trying to stay calm. He smirks and walks over, making sure to use people to block the robot boy from seeing him. I really hope no one confuses him with one of the faux villains. Izuku thought before tapping Ururaka on the shoulder, causing her to jump ready to punch whoever touched her. You know attacking other examinees is prohibited, right? Izuku smirks down at the girl. Midoriya. We got the same sight. She smiles and seems to completely forget her nervousness. Yep, oh. Something I learned from personal experience. Izuku watches the gates start to open. Just go as soon as you can. Izuku starts running. Start. Mike yells right as Izuku's foot crosses the threshold before disappearing in a blur of green and blue. What's wrong? Ururaka was already running after Izuku, grinning ear to ear. Her nerves were steeled after Izuku distracted her. Mike chastises the groups of people just standing around. He got faster, she thought, seeing a robot lying dead in the street. The test started. Run. Mike screams from the tower. Izuku, on the other hand, was already on his 18th robot, grabbing its head before throwing it through another one. God, this is boring. Izuku looks around, seeing the cameras on every corner of the city. Izuku only destroyed the robots that target him or cornering a different examinee. Izuku hasn't even used another skill since his first sprint at the gate. He tsked softly, dodging a robot's swing before jumping backward, almost getting blasted with a laser. Merci. I appreciate the assist. The blonde French guy runs past him. But I doubt we'll meet again. The blonde winks. Izuku grabs the scraps of metal before throwing it at a two-pointer that was behind the French blonde, ready to attack him. The blonde yelps. You're welcome. Izuku glares before walking away. Izuku observes his surroundings, seeing people's quirks in action. It was impressive, amazing even, students who have had their quirks their entire life using them to turn robots into scrap metal. Izuku just kept doing what he was doing, attacking robots that went after him or helped people out. He was waiting for the 0 pointers. Maybe that would be more fun since I didn't get a quest for this. Izuku sighs. Inside the observation tower, teachers watch the screens as they judge the actions of each examinee. Wow, every year, these students get better. Midnight smiles while watching the young men. Midnight, focus, please, 13 begs in a quiet voice. What? These young men and women getting all dirty. Midnight wiggles her eyebrows before getting slapped upside the head with a white cloth. She turns around only to get red eyes glaring at her instead. She turns back around and shuts up. Thank you, Aizawa. Nezu chirps from his seat. Now, back to the students. Intelligence gatherers, mobility experts, decision makers. Call them. Nezu messes with his tablet to keep tally of his teacher's observations. Mezzo Shoji, multiple arms. He's good for intelligence gathering, but his unique look would be difficult for underground work as he would get spotted easily. Vlad states in a deep yet soft voice. Tenya Iida, good at mobility like his brother. A little stiff, but we can work that out. Ectoplasm crosses his arms, watching as Iida kicks through a robot. Yuga Aoyama, flashy and needs to be more careful, but he makes good decisions for the most part. Samantha sighs while watching all the damage happen and the damage he must fix after the tests were done. Natural-born warriors, and natural-born heroes, All Might states, his set next to the principal. The blonde and green-haired students are walking around, destroying robots without care. The greenie was more helpful to his fellow examine, but the blonde did distract some robots with his explosive personality. All Might explains proudly. Bakugo and Midoriya, Aizawa's tired voice comes from the back of the room. Aizawa already having an eye on both of them from the beginning as they were the first two inside their respective testing area. Bakugo was relentless while Midoriya looks bored out of his mind. Aizawa wants to smack both. I want them in my class. Aizawa knew they had the points to pass already, but if they were going to carry those personalities over to heroics, maybe kick them out if they don't fix their personalities. Very good, all of you, Nezu smiles. The abilities needed to preserve peace in our cities. Now let the real test begin. Nezu slams his paw on the button as some cameras shut off as the 0 pointer destroys the buildings they were attached to. Izuku sits on the top of a building, watching people below. He felt the ground shake before hearing the ground breaking for the 0 pointers to come up. Finally, Izuku cheers and watches as the 0 pointer crushes the side of an 8-story building. Izuku watches as examinees run away as he pushes himself off the building, landing on the street. He took a little damage from the height but quickly shakes it off. He strolls past people running away. His sense was turned up high while his eyes search the ground for any stragglers just in case. OWW. Izuku spots Ururaka, who is stuck in rubble after helping people get away. Come out, Igris, shadows seep from Izuku's coat before the giant knight rising behind him. Go, Izuku runs forward as Igris manifests a black sword before running towards the giant robot. He passes Izuku in seconds with his speed while Izuku stays to help Ururaka. What are you doing here? The 0 point, Ururaka got cut off by the sound of metal being sliced, and then something being launched into the walls that surround the city. Don't worry, my friend got it. Izuku smiles softly to keep her calm. Izuku one-hands the concrete slab and throwing it off the brunette's ankle. Is your ankle okay? I think I broke it, she hisses when Izuku touches it. Possible. Would you mind if I picked you up? Izuku hears Igris walking back to him. You don't have to. She waves her hands frantically with a red face. It's the least I could do. Izuku reaches under her knees and behind her back before picking her up. He turns to find Igris kneeling with his head down, sword off to the side, and behind him, the robot's body was slumped over. Its head missing. You've done well. Izuku couldn't help the smile on his face as everyone was staring at the headless 0 pointer. The shadow fell back into the ground before finding its home in Izuku's skin. He's a lot stronger than me, Izuku thinks while looking at the headless 0 pointer. Wow, a soft voice comes from Ururaka, but she was looking at Izuku and not the 0 pointer. Izuku walks back to the gates as Present Might calls the exam to an end. Nothing. She squeaks and hides her face behind her hands. People quickly get out of Izuku's way while he walked. Iida stares at the boy he tried to call out earlier with his jaw slightly open. He was already walking towards the 0 pointer before she called out. Was he already planning on killing it? Well done. Good work. A much older voice comes from the gate. Recovery girl. Izuku lowers himself down, still holding Ururaka. She got trapped by the 0 pointer. Recovery girl inspects the bruise on Ururaka's ankle and kisses it softly. You will be fine, dearie. Just eat some candy before you leave. Recovery girl hands over some of her recovery candy as Izuku lets Ururaka up. Is anyone else hurt? Recovery girl looks around seeing no one else was injured. Interesting, guess I have to watch the tapes later, she thought and heads off to the other sites. Izuku and Ururaka walk back to the bus together. Thank you, by the way, Ururaka speaks softly. No problem. It wasn't your fault, plus you were helping people out before you got caught. Izuku sits down, and she sits next to him. Yeah, but you wasted your time on me. Ururaka does not whine, but she does pout. I had already headed that way to kill it. Izuku yawns as she looks shocked. Seriously? Yep. Izuku leans back and sighs, remembering he needed a place to stay. I wonder if a hotel is open, Izuku mumbles. You can stay at my place, she offers quickly, before backtracking. I mean if you want. I have a couch you can crash on, she promptly explains while looking away. Are you sure? Izuku asks. I wouldn't want to intrude. It's the least I can do. You practically saved my life. Ururaka smiles brightly, and Izuku smile back. Sure, thank you. Izuku watches people as they get on the bus. Some giving him side looks. Well, meet me at the front gate, and we will go once I get dressed. Ururaka explains. Sounds good. The bus pulls away from the testing site. Izuku stands at the gate with his eyes closed. His sense stat was useful as he could feel all the nervousness or relief from the students around him. He felt anger and pride walking towards him. Katsuki, Izuku opens his eyes, slowly letting the blue glow fade. Could you tell my mother, I'm staying with a friend until the start of UA if she calls. What? Why and who would friend a loser like you? Katsuki snarks but without the usual bite to it. Personal reasons and screw you, Izuku smirks at the blonde. So, how did it go? Well enough, it's fun to let loose finally, Katsuki admits. What about you? I found it kinda boring. The robots were easy. Izuku shrugs as Katsuki looks puzzled at Izuku's admission. We will see who gets first. Katsuki grins, thinking he might finally have a rival. Midoriya. The soft voice of Ururaka comes from behind Katsuki. He turns around and stares at a girl that was his height and has a very athletic body. Hey, Ururaka, ready to go. I know a good cafe that has mochi. Izuku points his thumb down the street as he swears he could see stars in her eyes. Guess she likes mochi. My treat, Izuku states before they walk away from Katsuki. What the fuck KKKK? Katsuki stares at Izuku's back as the pair chats happily while walking away. With the teachers. Well, this year was very. Nezu tries to find the words for what they all saw in testing site B. Interesting. All Might states. Insane. Vlad saw the 0 pointers, head embedded in the wall. Psychotic. Power Loader was tearing up after seeing one of his babies destroyed. Who the hell is that kid, and what did he do? Mike was white from seeing it from the tower. The rest of the teachers who were sitting in the tower didn't feel the pure unadulterated darkness like he did. Midoriya Izuku, Aizawa was looking at the tablet he had. His quirk came in a few months ago, forced manifestation. Teachers turned to the dark-haired underground hero. Wait, he just got his quirk and can do that. Midnight points at the screen. Apparently, no wonder he seemed bored with the robots. He wasn't even using his quirk till the zero-pointer showed up. Aizawa continues, the kid's strong. What's his quirk? All Might watches the replay of students moving around the site. He named it solo leveling. The only description is, like a video game character. That's it. Midoriya registered it 8 months ago. The report states he got it after the sludge villain attack, Nezu flicking through the files. All Might jerks and looks over the report. Is that the same kid? All Might feeling sweat roll down his cheek. To have a student with such a powerful quirk on top of that level of control in a short time. I have no doubt he will be a mighty hero in the future, Vlad rubs his neck. The teachers all look at Aizawa, who just brushes off the looks. Like I said before, I'll take him. 19 Chapter 12, Friendship and UA Letters. Ururaka yawns before stretching in her bed. The letters for you. Will be coming out in a week. She couldn't help but be nervous. She pulls off the mittens that kept her from floating away while she slept. Ochako heads into the living room. Ochako glances over at the couch, seeing it was empty. The blankets and pillow she gave to Izuku were folded and placed neatly on the sofa. He didn't stay long, she thought to herself before checking the fridge and sighing. I need to shop for food, she whines in her head, already trying to figure out the cheapest store to get breakfast from. The front door opens, knocking from her thoughts. The 6-foot greenie she met punched months ago and let him stay in her apartment for the foreseeable future, walks in with bags of food, and a duffel bag. Good morning, Ururaka, Izuku smiles brightly while placing the bags down. I hope you don't mind, I saw your fridge was empty and since you were letting me crash here. I thought I would pick up some food. Izuku places his duffel bag out of the way near the couch. Plus had to grab some stuff from my mom's place. Ah, no problem, you didn't have to go shopping for food. Ochako feels terrible that Izuku was spending his money. Oh, don't start, Izuku chuckles and starts organizing the fridge. You're letting me freeload enough. Let me at least cook or something. Seriously, thank you for letting me stay. My mom and I got into a fight before the exams, Izuku sighing tiredly. Also, cute look. Izuku teases lightly to distract from what he said. Ururaka looks down, seeing her 13 tank top and Mirko short shorts, that had a tail on the butt. I am going to go get dressed. She rushes away, forgetting about everything else. Izuku just smirks, watching her run down the hall. He shakes his head and starts cooking.
When Ururaka comes back, after calming down, she was dressed in sweatpants and a regular t-shirt. She found steamed rice, miso soup, and grilled fish waiting for her. She looks up, seeing Izuku already working on his dishes. Thanks, she sits down. Thanks for letting me crash on your couch. Izuku smiles while he cooked, looking at ease. Ururaka starts with rice and fish. Holy crap, he can cook, her mouth fills with flavor. Once she starts, she doesn't stop until her dishes were empty. Izuku smiles across from her before pointing his chopsticks behind him. There's more if you're still hungry.
How are you such a good cook? It's like unfair. She pouts, pushing out her cheeks some. My mother works at night as a nurse. So, she's usually too tired to cook when she gets home. I started cooking when I was 8, but I've been trying out new recipes lately. Izuku explains and watches as Ururaka goes to get more food. She just nods and sits back down. How are your parents, by the way? Those delinquents come back. Izuku knew that answer but wants to make sure no one else came looking. Oh, they actually finished the building, she smiles more. The delinquents just moved on, I guess. My dad looked relieved when they finished. They still lost some money since they missed the deadline, but they got it done. Ururaka bit her fish while glaring some. Easy, the fish isn't the delinquents, Izuku jokes softly. At least they are gone. Izuku grabs his plates and starts cleaning up. They still deserve to get caught, Ururaka huffs. They threatened my dad and destroyed equipment. Trust me, they will get what's coming, or it already got them, Izuku shrugs. Villains don't last long. He finishes cleaning the plates and everything he used before stretching. So, any plans today? Nope, I was going to relax and watch TV or something. Ururaka looks at what Izuku was wearing. He seems ready for a workout. Daily workout, but that's all for now. Izuku rubs his head. Daily quests are a pain, but I still haven't gotten a new dungeon key yet. Izuku thought to himself. I'll be back in an hour. My number is on the counter if you need me to grab anything. Izuku opens the front door after putting on his running shoes. Have fun. Ururaka watches him leave before falling on the couch. What am I doing? She questions no one. Halfway through his run, Izuku's phone rings. Probably mom. Izuku thought but answers it anyway. Hello. Hey Izuku, Mitsuki's voice comes from the other side, and Izuku almost faceplants into a wall. Hey, auntie, Izuku stops and pulls his phone out to make sure he wasn't going insane. It's been a while. Yeah, whose fault is that brat? Mitsuki snarks just like Katsuki would. Haha, yeah, guess that is my fault. What's up? Izuku stretches some while standing near a trashed beach. Inko has been calling me wondering where you have been since you're not answering your phone. Mitsuki sounds like she has been through this a million times. Ah, not surprising. I muted her number. Izuku wouldn't lie to Mitsuki, there was no reason to. Not surprising, I kinda wanted to do it, Mitsuki sighs, so where are you? At least that would put her to rest if she knew you were safe. Staying at a friend's, decided to get away from the apartment since she tried to stop me from taking the exam. By the way, it was easy. Izuku bounces softly, getting ready to resume his run. He hears Mitsuki laugh. Even my brat said it was easy, so I'm not surprised. So think you passed? She asks as if praying he did. Of course, I'm not a weak little boy auntie. Izuku starts jogging again. I mean, I've been training ever since I got out of the hospital. That's amazing news, now you can keep my brat in check, she laughs. I don't need his help you hag. Katsuki's voice comes from the background. I'll give it my best, auntie, but you did raise a demon. Izuku smirks as he hears screeching on the other side from Katsuki and laughter from Mitsuki. So, how long are you staying away? She comes back with a more serious tone. Until she apologizes for drugging my tea and realizes that I'm not a quirkless little boy anymore. Izuku could hear the household on the other side of the phone call go quiet. You did what? Mitsuki screams, and Izuku had to pull his earphones out. Guess she was paying them a visit, maybe auntie could talk some sense into her. Izuku groans, putting the headphones back in. I will call you later, Izuku. Stay safe. The phone call ends, and his music comes back on. Well, that went well. Izuku thought sarcastically. A week till results come out, Izuku breaths out and starting to pick up his pace. A week later, Izuku stopped by his house when his mother was out. He opens the door finding the envelope on the table where he used to sit. He grabs it and tucks it into his jacket before leaving the apartment again. At least she didn't destroy it. That's progress. He makes his way back to Ochako's place. The past week was fun, his first friend in years. She would go on runs with him, even if it was hard for her to keep up sometimes, she wouldn't complain. They also went around Musudafu, Izuku, as her guide showing her places, even people that lived nearby didn't know. All that running and planning around Katsuki was useful for something. He knew Musudafu like the back of his hand. As the week went on, they got closer. Ochako, you ready to open them? Izuku kicks his shoes off before placing them neatly by the door. Yep. Do you want to go first? She was bouncing with excitement. Ladies first, Izuku plops himself down next to Ochako. She rips her envelope open, and a disc falls out. This is a projection. All Might's loud voice comes from the device making the two teens jump in the air some. Foo. Izuku bit his cheek, not to scream. All Might. Ochako stares in disbelief while Izuku rolls his eyes and leans back. Haha, I've come to teach at UA. Ochako Ururaka, your studying paid off. You passed the written exam, and for the practical, you scored an impressive 28 points. But that is not the end of the story. During the exam, you risked your safety to help others get away from the zero-pointer. Then, risking your own spot by trying to give your points to Midoriya Izuku, All Might was grinning while Ochako was blushing madly. Izuku just looks at her like she was crazy. Of course, this exam wasn't just graded on villain points. We were watching for heroic actions, and you showed them. Congratulations, Ururaka. You earned an additional 45 points. Come now, Ururaka. This will be your Hero Academy. The message shut off, and Izuku was still staring at Ochako. She was looking away, still blushing. Izuku reaches over and pinches her cheek. Why would you risk your place like that? Izuku asks seriously before letting her cheek go. Because you deserved points for risking your life, she pouts while rubbing her cheek. It's your turn. She tries to distract him but fails as he just shakes his head. Thank you. Izuku opens the package before placing the disc down. It springs to life. Show All Might again. Haha, I've come to teach at UA. Neither teen jumped this time as they were expecting it. Izuku just wishes there was a skip button. Midoriya. You certainly smashed the exam out of the park. You placed second overall. That includes recommendation students. Izuku's jaw almost drops. Holy crap. All Might continues. For the practical, you kept a cool head and destroyed those fake villains without a single issue. You earned 54 villain points, but that is not all. Rescue points were also a factor in the exam. Instead of going for just villain points, you took your time to help your fellow examinees keep themselves from injury. Not a single person was injured in your test site. Then, of course, your big finale, the zero-pointer, has not been defeated since my time at UA. Even if people were close. Still, you did it while making sure Miss Ururaka was safe. Look here, young man. The screen shows Ururaka standing in front of Present Mike. Ururaka jumps up and tries to cover the screen as she decided to give away her points. Izuku just laughs at her attempt. Congratulations, young Midoriya. You earned 70 rescue points overall. With 124 total points, you took first place in the exam and broke my old record of 115. All Might laughs while standing proud. Welcome Izuku Midoriya. This will be your Hero Academy. The projection ended, and Izuku's mouth was open now. Ha 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 ha, I broke All Might's record. Izuku laughs and covers his eyes. Ochako was sitting again after hearing his points. You broke All Might's record. She cheers and turns to him. Holy crap, you're strong. Izuku's cheeks flush some from the compliment. Thanks, but still, I'm mad at you for trying to give up your points like that. Izuku tries to look disappointed, but the grin couldn't be wiped off his face. Take that, number 1 hero. Izuku leans back in sighs. Step 1 done. So many to come, Ochako smiles. Wanna get some mochi? Izuku turns and saw the same stars in her eyes whenever he asked. Yes. They both grab their jackets before heading out. Katsuki's house. That son of a bitch. Katsuki throws his disc against the wall. Rescue points. Katsuki growls, but under it, he was grinning. He's fucking strong, but I'll prove I'm stronger. Shut up, brat. His mom's voice travels through the door. Shut it, hag. He yells back. Moving day. Izuku and Ochako walk through the gates of UA with their bags and suitcases packed. It was move-in day for UA, you remembered which way it was? Ochako asks nervously. Yep. Izuku starts to walk as they saw different freshmen walking towards dorms specified by course. The giant 1A on the face of the building. Izuku lets Ochako go first as she was much more of a people person than he was. They walk in seeing different parents helping their kids move in or just embarrassing them. Thank God my mom isn't. Izuku. Izuku jumps and turns to the voice seeing blonde hair and red eyes. Auntie, don't yell like that. Izuku hides his face, as Ochako ever the loyal friend laughs. Oh, is this the friend you've been staying with? Mitsuki smirks with a mischievous grin. Some of the girls perk up with interest as two boys look jealous. Can we just not please? Izuku asks in a tight tone. Don't be like that, Izuku. It was a fun couple of weeks, Ochako teases as well. Izuku glares at her with faux heat. I wish I never meet you. She glares back with a grin. Hi, I'm Ochako Ururaka, and yes, I've been letting him crash on my couch, but he's been tight-lipped about what happened. Mitsuki's eyes light up once Ochako started teasing as well. Oh, trust me, sweetie, you don't want to jump into that pot of family drama unless you are planning on being family. If he keeps cooking the way he has been, I might. Ochako and Miduski kept going. Izuku just sighs loudly. I'm checking in, then going to kill myself. Nice knowing all of you. Izuku threw his hood over his head before walking over to the list seeing his name on an envelope and dorm number. He grabs it and leaves the common area quickly going up the stairs to the boys' side. Once he was on the second level, he found his room and unlocks the door. It was practically empty besides a bed, air conditioning, a private bathroom, and desks. Izuku places his bag on the desk and walks towards the bookshelves. He opens his inventory before pulling out 20 different notebooks filled with his analysis, so useful. He closes the inventory screen before sitting down. He spins around some. It's bigger than my room at home. I wonder if the gym's open. It is, nerd. Katsuki stands at the door with his arms crossed over his chest. What floor are you on, because if it's this one, I'm dropping out. Izuku jokes. Yeah, wouldn't that be great, and no. I'm on the 4th floor. Also, the hag and your girlfriend are still talking. Katsuki saw the defeat in Izuku's eyes and grins. Serves you right. Eat me, Katsuki. Izuku sighs before grabbing his laptop out of his bag, placing it on the desk. It's weird to see your room with All Might plastered everywhere. Izuku stops unpacking for a second, but Katsuki catches the pause. I grew up. Nothing more, nothing less. Izuku lies while putting his clothes away. Bullshit, but whatever, Katsuki grunts. You cooking tonight? You paying? Izuku raises an eyebrow. Already did, jackass, it's called tuition. They restock the food for us every couple of days. We just have to cook and no office, by the looks down there. I don't trust half of them to cook besides maybe the big lips dude. Katsuki moves away from the door. Fine, but don't go dousing my food in your mother's hot sauce. I'll make sure it's hot enough for your tastes. Izuku finishes unpacking since he honestly didn't have much. Fine. Katsuki walks off. Izuku made his bed before pulling out a comforter made of soft red fur. Once he was done, he locks his door and makes his way downstairs to check out the kitchen. He gets downstairs, seeing it was void of Mitsuki and Ochako. Thank God. Hey, you're the one that came in with that hot girl. A purple child runs over to him, a blonde with a lightning bolt through his bangs follows. Who lost their child? Izuku asks while looking around. Katsuki snorts from the kitchen. I'm not a child. I'm a man. The small man states. Sure, so what do you want? Izuku looks down. I could crush him with my foot if I wanted to. Who the hottie you walked in with? The blonde asks this time. A girl that could kick both your asses into the sun. Izuku still hasn't forgotten getting punched by her. Also, she's just a friend. Now excuse me. Izuku waits for their names. Denki Kaminari, the blonde smile with a million-volt smile. Minoru Mineta, the short one states. Cool, anyway. I came down here to check out the kitchen, so excuse me. Izuku quickly left the group noticing a purple-haired girl with Jax glaring at the two idiots. He'd rather not get involved with whatever that was. Once he enters the kitchen, he caught Katsuki snooping through the cabinets to memorize everything. He follows suit. Wow, it's like a restaurant kitchen in here, Izuku mumbles softly, seeing the pair of stoves, ovens, and sinks. Everything had been doubled, even the refrigerators. Well, it better because there's 20 of us. A large man with a mask walks into the kitchen. He had multiple arms, each the size of Izuku's head, and he was at least 8 feet tall. Yeah, that makes sense. I'm Izuku Midoriya. Izuku sticks out his hand as he introduces himself. Mezzo Shoji. Nice to meet you. Shoji shakes Izuku's hand, each squeezing tightly before letting go. He's strong, Izuku thought before going back to looking around. 20 young adults in one dorm. That should be fun. Izuku states with heavy sarcasm in his tone. Of course, it's fun. It's college. Ochako jumps on his back, grinning. It's also hero work and no roughhousing in the kitchen. I swear if I turn around and it's a blue-haired robot, I'm kicking him, Izuku states under his breath. Then, don't turn around. Ochako giggles before getting off Izuku. Hi, nice to meet you, I'm Ochako Ururaka. Ururaka turns the robot's attention to her. Pleasure to meet you as well. I am Tenya Iida. Izuku finally turns around, facing the robot boy. Ingenium's brother. Seriously. The robot was a younger copy of his brother beside the glasses and quirk. Oh, Midoriya. You perceived the true nature of that practical exam, while I did not. I misjudged you. Izuku just watches Iida's hands move. Robot. I didn't perceive anything. I just wanted to kill the zero-pointer. The commotion in the kitchen and common room comes to a stop. I was bored with beating the smaller ones. Saving Ochako was just coincidental. Even if she wasn't there I would have gone after it. Izuku admits. What's a zero-pointer? A refined girl asks someone close to her. How did you miss it? The thing was huge. A girl with pink hair squealed. Oh, she gets cut off by a boy with two-toned hair. She was a recommended student. So, we didn't have to take the regular exam. The boy answers for her from the corner of the room. What a cold voice, Izuku thought. Well, the zero-pointer was this massive robot that was supposed to be impossible to beat, Mineta yells. How did you beat it? I used an aspect of my quirk, Izuku deadpans. Anyways, I didn't perceive anything. I did what anyone should have done. We are at UA to be heroes. If you cannot figure out that being a hero requires saving people's lives, then what the hell are you doing here? The dorm was silenced by those words. Okay, that was manly. A redhead as tall as Izuku jumps up like a puppy, his shark tooth grin pulls everyone out of the silence. Some people talk to themselves as the redhead comes over to Izuku. I'm Eijiro Kirishima. The redhead grabs Izuku's hand and shakes it. Izuku Midoriya. Izuku was slightly confused about the manly part but didn't show it. Nice to meet you, Kirishima. So, you really took down that monster of a robot. Kirishima was grinning more. Yep, Ochako slams against Izuku's side, but he stood firm. That's so cool. The pink-haired girl slams into Kirishima just like Ochako did to him. Mina Ishido at your service. Ishido giggles. Ishido. Don't do that. Kirishima was fully hardened. Izuku eyes his skin, seeing it go from a rock to skin. Fine. Ishido smiles more. Izuku stares at the both. His mind trying to figure out their quirks. His quirk is a transformation type, but it's hardening his skin. Does that mean he can harden everywhere? The girl has a unique look, but with her energy, it fits. Sorry about him, he gets this way. Ochako taps Izuku on his arm, knocking him out of his muttering. Just give him a tap, and he stops. She smirks. I'm not cooking for you anymore. Izuku walks away. Wait, I'm sorry. Ochako runs after him. No running. 19 Chapter 13. First day of classes, first test. Izuku was the first one awake in the dorms. His sleep schedule was always messed up one way or another due to his quirk. He quickly gets dressed in shorts and a tank top before heading to the gym. He explored the campus a little during the weekend when he had time. He opens his daily quest and took a second to think about it. Wouldn't it be weird if I just disappeared in the middle of class one day? He sighs, rather not deal with the questions. He starts his workout. Music blares through his headset as the sun slowly rises, and people on campus wake up. The parents were officially kicked off campus Saturday night before UA put the defenses back up. Every student had cards encoded with their own numbers so they could get around or pay for lunch. It was an interesting system, and he heard Lunch Rush was in charge of the cafeteria. Hello, Midoriya, Iida's voice comes from behind him as he was stretching for his run. He turns, seeing Iida in the same jumpsuit from the entrance exam. Good morning, Iida. Izuku waves. How far will you be running this morning? Iida stretches some. The sputtering of his engine somewhat ruined the morning essence but can't really blame him for his quirk. About 10 kilometers, more if I have time, Izuku explains. Well then, enjoy your run. Izuku watches Iida take off going the opposite way. He was thankful for that as he rather enjoyed his morning runs by himself. Izuku smirks as he passes Iida halfway through his run, so he turns around and chases the engine quirk user down until they make it back to the dorms. They both were grinning at the quick race. You are a lot faster than you look, Midoriya. Iida opens the door as they walk in, seeing Katsuki already dressed in his uniform. Thanks, I'm surprised I could keep up. You and your brother are two of the fastest speed quirk users out there. Izuku takes off his shoes before waving at Katsuki. Already working out nerd. Katsuki sips his coffee. It's a daily thing, Katsuki. I rather not get penalized later. Izuku watches Iida walk upstairs. I'm going to shower. Don't drink all the coffee, please. I can do what I want. Katsuki yells, even if it was 7 a.m. in the morning. Rude, Izuku mutters and puts his shoes down once he enters his room before grabbing some boxers. Shower, cook for Ochako, or she will kill me. Izuku shivers as she tied a rope to his wrist and floated him till he promised to keep cooking for her yesterday. Demon girl. Izuku stands in the shower scrubbing his hair as he looks at his inventory, seeing different monster collectibles or dropped items. He remembered his mom trying to drug him and the message. If my quirk could keep me from being drugged or poisoned, Izuku quickly sees what he needs. He turns off the water and ties the towel around his waist. Item: Risaka's venom. Item class: A. Type: Potion. A pouch that contains Risaka's purified venom. Obtained by defeating Risaka. Unlikely drop rate. Drinking it will give you hardened skin but will weaken your strength. Effect: Risaka's steel scales, minus 20% physical damage taken. Debuff: Weakened muscles, minus 35 strength. Izuku holds the pouch in his hand. If status effects are automatically healed, won't this debuff be removed as well? Izuku opens the bag and pouring a blue liquid into his mouth. There's no reason to think. Izuku stops and waits for the messages. A harmful substance has been detected in your body. 3, 2, 1, cure poison has been completed. Izuku puts the pouch back into his inventory and smiles as he watches the message come up. Item: Risaka's venom, effect weakened muscles is fading. His stats stay the same, and he relaxes. It's just as I thought. Wait, I can't get drunk now. Izuku hums before shrugging it off. He gets dressed in his uniform and gives up on his tie halfway through tying it, so he shoves it into his inner pocket. He could hear everyone moving around the dorms and felt their auras. The man-child was sleeping next to him, so he had to learn to ignore the lust aura Mineta had. I swear I will have one of the infantry knights kill him. Izuku thought while walking downstairs. The girls' uniforms were similar to the males except for the skirts. The dress code allowed for personal shoes instead of dress shoes or something like shiketsu. The college to the west. It was more of a military-type school that teaches heroes. They only had one pro in the top 10, which would be Hawks, who was 9 as of now. He is definitely a quick-moving hero. Already 22 and projected to reach the top 5 in the coming months. Izuku sighs, feeling the energetic energy of Ochako coming down the stairs as he just finished their plates. As soon as she rounds the corner, he holds out her plate, and it was taken quickly. Thank you. She bounced away. He turns off the stove and cleans the pan he used before following with his own breakfast. The early risers were ready before other students. Iida was already out the door 15 minutes early. God, the guy needs to learn to relax, many people thought while watching him rush out. Izuku walks with Ochako to class as she talks about the girls. Apparently, they had an impromptu sleepover. Hey, they kept asking about you. Izuku raises an eyebrow. Why? You're interesting, in your own way. Like the 0-pointers, how we meet, she counts off on her fingers while she talks. You mean when you punched me in the face then floated me? Izuku smirks, knowing she hates when he brings it up. I already apologized for doing that. Why do you keep holding it over my head? Ochako pouts. Because your punches hurt like hell, Izuku answers honestly. They came to the class door and looks up. That is a big door. Ochako states. I've seen bigger. Izuku opens the door for her. I need to go back to the demon dungeon when I have time, Izuku sighs. I'm going to need an entire week to go, though. Izuku walks in behind Ochako before feeling the lust aura festering. He finds the purple child sitting in front of Yaoyorozu. That's not good. She was distracted while trying to talk to Todoroki, so she didn't see the man-child's phone under the desk trying to get a photo. Izuku taps Katsuki on the shoulder. Move a seat back. We are putting the pervert in front to keep an eye on him, Izuku states in a soft voice. Katsuki turns around, seeing the dwarf and growls. Katsuki moves to Izuku's assigned seat as Izuku grabs the purple child by his collar, lifting him out of the chair with one hand. Taking the phone with his free hand, he throws the midget to Katsuki, who slams him into his old seat. Katsuki's palms were heating up as a warning. Hey, give that back. Mineta yells and struggles, but Katsuki held him down. Stay seated unless you want me to blast you into grape juice, Katsuki growls. Izuku went through his phone and internally gags. So much porn. Izuku cleans out the phone of any photos that seem to be taken by the pervert before slamming the phone down on the desk. I will give you one warning, Mineta. If I or anyone catches you doing something like that again, I will hurt you, Izuku warns in a low but dangerous voice as shadows seem to leak through his skin. Understand. The pervert quickly nods as Izuku takes the seat in front of Yaoyorozu. Good. Izuku wants to cut his hand off after touching the phone and then bleach his eyes. Well, that was interesting, a tired voice comes from the door. I won't question the switch in seats. The class fell silent, seeing a yellow sleeping bag at the door. Where did he? Izuku starts going through his head for information. Dark hair, scarf, dark jumpsuit. I know him, but who? It took 8 seconds for you to quiet down. Izuku feels the faint aura around his teacher as the class watches him come out of the sleeping bag, tossing a juice pouch into the trash without looking. Time is a precious resource. You lot aren't very rational, are you? That struck a nerve in a few students. I am your professor, Shota Aizawa. Pleased to meet you. Everyone had one thought while looking at the hobo-looking teacher. He's our teacher. Quickly, change into your gym clothes and head out to the training field. Aizawa holds out a UA gym jumpsuit. Every student quickly got up and left. Izuku and Katsuki could feel the eyes of their teacher on them. They both turned before leaving the door as their professor was looking at both. Izuku and Katsuki hardened their stares. We are going to be watched closely, they thought. Better hurry up. Aizawa talks in the same bored tone. The boys left the class glaring ahead with fists clenched. Once everyone was dressed, and outside, they saw Aizawa waiting for them. We will have a physical test, quirks allowed. What about the entrance ceremony? Or the guidance sessions? Ochako asks while standing next to Izuku. Izuku, on the other hand, smiles some. I can see how much my stats actually boost my physical strength. It could be useful information. Don't use any skills. Izuku mumbles to himself. Aizawa was still talking before calling Bakugo up. You got the most villain points. How far could you throw in high school? 80 meters, Katsuki answers before catching the softball thrown at him. Great, throw it with your quirk this time. Aizawa stands back. Don't leave the circle, give it all you've got. Awesome, Katsuki stretches out some. A bit of boom to this bitch. Katsuki steps back before pitching the ball. A second later. Die. The explosion that rockets the ball into the sky also dislodges the dirt around him. He smirks while clenching his hand. Die Katsuki, really? Izuku thought before remembering killing the Risaka and Igris the first time. Never mind. I get it. Izuku looks towards Aizawa, who turns his phone for the class to see. 805.2 meters. It's important for us to know our limits. That's the first rational step to figuring out what kind of hero you'll be. Aizawa was interrupted by the cheers from the class. 805 meters. Seriously. Ishido blanches some. Jiro was covering her ears with tears in her eyes and glaring at the blonde. Should have given her a warning. Izuku cringes softly. Whoa. This is awesome. Kirishima states with a grin, but it fell as well as the class's mood. Izuku's gaze falls on the dark aura he felt coming from Aizawa. Awesome, you say. Aizawa pushes his hair back some. You're hoping to become heroes after 3 years here, and you think it'll be all fun and games. The dead look in Aizawa's eyes freaks some students out. Right. The one with the lowest score across all 8 events will be judged hopeless and will be expelled. What? The class yells, besides a few. Izuku covers Ochako's mouth as she was about to say something stupid. Don't, he whispers. You know life's not fair, Ochako. That's why we are becoming heroes to make it fair. He warns her. She nods softly, neither of them noticing Aizawa saw and heard it. Ururaka. What were you about to say? Aizawa thought it would be necessary for the class to hear it as well. Nothing sensei. She looks away. It's important, so just say it. Aizawa glares. Yes, sir. I was going to say it's only the first day, it's unfair, she swallows softly. Okay, Midoriya. Your turn. What did you say? Aizawa turns to the boy. Izuku crosses his arms as the class watches. I told her she already knew life wasn't fair, that's why we are at UA. We are becoming heroes to try to make it as fair as possible for civilians. Aizawa looks like he wants more of an explanation, so did the class. Fine, Izuku sighs. Natural disasters, accidents, and villains rampaging all over the world happen every day. Heroes are the ones who correct all that unfairness. We aren't going to have it easy if we choose to follow this path to be a hero. Izuku breaths out. Correct, the world's never fair. So use your strength to overcome it all. Aizawa turns around. The demonstration is over. Let's begin. Event 150 meter dash. Izuku pulls his current notebook out of his inventory and starts taking notes. Tenya Iida. Quirk. Engine. 3 seconds flat on a 50 meter dash. Not his fastest. Suyu Asui. Quirk. Frog. 5.5 seconds on 50 meter dash. Ochako Ururaka. Quirk. Zero gravity. 6.5 seconds. Yuga Aoyama. Annoying French blonde from exam. Quirk. Naval laser. 5 seconds. Weakness firing his laser for too long will make his stomach explode. Look for openings between shots. Midoriya, Bakugo, you're up, Aizawa calls out. Both boys line up. Katsuki crosses his arms with palms open. Try not to blast me, Katsuki. Izuku digs his foot down into the dirt. Try not to get in the way then, Katsuki smirks. The boys glared at each other. Go. The robot calls out. Izuku dashes forward as Katsuki yells out his move. 2 seconds. A few seconds later. 3.8 seconds. Izuku smirks, looking at the blonde. What was that, Katsuki? Don't get in the way. What? Katsuki growls but didn't attack. I didn't even use my sprint skill. Izuku walks back to the group as Katsuki stomps back. Aizawa stares at Izuku as he pulls his notebook back out. The kid was faster entering the testing site. Is he holding back? The rest of the students go before moving to the next test. Event 2. Grip Strength. Momo Yaoyorozu. Quirk. Creation. She created an industrial clam getting 700 kg. Mezzo Shoji. Quirk. Dupli arms. He used 3 arms to get 540 kg. Izuku finishes his entry before picking up his and squeezing the machine. A resounding crack made him stop. He looks down, seeing an error on the screen. Well, I mean I crush and destroy metal helmets in my free time. Izuku jokes. Sorry, Aizawa-sensei. Aizawa stares at the broken machine before waving it off. It's fine, he marks down the highest mark for the grip strength. The machine can handle most strength quirks. What the hell? Aizawa finishes marking the tests before moving to the next. The standing long jump was easy. Izuku, Aoyama, Katsuki, and Ochako clear the pit. By the time they got to the last event, Izuku was bored again, but he had the necessary information. The stats improved his body tenfold from high school. Taking first place in almost every event besides one or two, he tied or got second. Mineta has a useful quirk but needs to get his ass beaten into being a regular person instead of a pervert. Midoriya, your turn to do the ball throw. Izuku looks up from his notebook as Aizawa was looking at him. Wait, I have to go after Ochako. Izuku looks, overseeing her grin. That's so, Izuku stops himself with a sigh. What Izuku? Ochako giggles as he grabs the ball. Were you about to say unfair? She grins more. Yeah, Infinity Girl. What did you do this time? Thrown it into the sun. Izuku steps into the circle while rolling up his sleeve some he steps back. I threw a broken sword into the face of a giant, and I was around level 20. Izuku threw the ball, and the blowback was a lot more significant this time. The dirt kicks up around him, and he falls on his ass, staring as the ball disappears through a cloud. Okay, wow. Izuku slowly looks towards Aizawa, who is glaring at him with red eyes. Are you even taking this seriously? Aizawa's voice held a no bullshit tone. Yes, I am, why? Izuku gets up and faces his teacher. Because you haven't even broken a sweat all day. You're not out of breath, and you're not even using what I saw in the exam. Aizawa continues to scold him. My quirk is always on, Izuku explains. I said my quirk is like a video game character. I have stats I can increase. I have skills I can use. Like. Skill. Sprint activated. Izuku disappears from his spot in a blue blur before ending up right in Aizawa's face. In less than a second, Izuku covers 30 meters. Izuku's cold blue eyes were burning into glowing red eyes. Eraser head, you can't expect me to get fatigued by these little tests. I once ran from Mie Prefecture all the way to Musudafu. In 9 hours. I could probably do it again in a shorter time now. Izuku lets his skill go, so he would not waste mana and steps back. His eyes lose their glow while walking away. Also, it looks like you can't erase my quirk. That's good to know. Izuku ends next to Ochako, who side-eyes him. I thought you were kidding when you said you would run back home, she hisses softly. Wait, you actually did that? Ishido and most of the class yells. Yes. I slept the entire day once I got home. Izuku answers offhandedly. Sato, the big muscle-bound guy, was holding his phone. That's 373.4 kilometers from here. What the hell? Why did you go all the way to Mie Prefecture? Bakugo questions, clearly wanting answers. None of your business. Izuku crosses his arms. Time for the results, Aizawa states, pulling the class's attention back to him. He tilts his phone, showing a holographic list. Also, I was lying about expelling someone. The class would have glared at Aizawa if it weren't for his intimidating look. That was a rational deception meant to bring out the best in all of you. Aizawa starts smiling. Izuku shakes his head as some classmates yell. Aizawa watches Izuku, not sure what to do with the kid as of right now. Izuku was at the top of the list, where Mineta sits at the bottom. Katsuki was in 4th place and looks pissed. Anyway, we're done here. Your documents about the curriculum are in the classroom. Take a look when you get changed. Aizawa walks away, leaving the class to its devices. 19 Chapter 14, Battle Training. The following day was as typical as being taught by pro heroes could be. English was taught by Mike. It still amazes Izuku that Mike holds and maintains 3 jobs. He was a radio show host that he does on top of being a hero and teacher. Smintos was modern literature, Ectoplasm was a math teacher, and Midnight. Good lord, Izuku looks at her hero costume. The contemporary hero art history teacher, at least she could grab people's attention. The last class of the day was the Hero Basics class. Many people were trying to guess the next hero to walk through those doors. Izuku already knew, and to be honest, Izuku rather skips out on the whole class, that All Might would be teaching, but he hasn't recognized him yet. He saw Jiro perk up first before feeling the heavy steps coming to the door. I have. A big blonde in All Might's Silver Age costume throws the door open, coming inside like an idiot. Come through the door, like normal. All Might walks to the center of the room as the excitement in the classroom reaches a new peak. It's All Might. He's really teaching us. That's his Silver Age costume. Izuku, on the other hand, stares at 7 figures hanging off the blonde's shoulder, smiling down at the class. Izuku's eyes widen and grips his desk. They weren't screaming but seemed to be at peace. What the hell? Izuku tears his eyes away from All Might when the wall opens, filled with cases with numbers on them. Izuku glances back at All Might, seeing the shadows gone. Is my head messing with me? Izuku asks himself as he snatches his case and goes to get changed. His hero costume has lightweight armor and comfortable shoes. He pulls on the jacket he had made. It added the extra armor, then his black combat pants with extra pockets that carry small medkits. He had the items he could equip as well. He put on the same things he used after killing Igris as they added to his stats. The soft blue hue shows up once he equips the extra armor before heading out with the guys who were already dressed. Katsuki looks like a walking bomb that fits his quirk. Those gauntlets, though, needs a revision. Too bulky and got in the way if he ever needed to reach into a small area. Izuku almost has an aneurysm when he saw the girls' costumes. I have no words. His eyes analyzes every outfit carefully picking them apart. Good and bad. He ignores All Might as he talks. Yaoyorozu's costume gave little to no protection and left nothing to the imagination. Izuku threw his hood up so people couldn't follow his eyesight as All Might explains the exercise. Izuku looks at Ururaka. At least she has eye protection. Izuku sighs. Ah, Izuku. I like the jacket, it's a lot better than your hoodies. Ochako smiles and blushes lightly. I wish I was more specific on my request form. Izuku looks down her skin-tight bodysuit. At least someone can't easily grab your costume. Also, what's wrong with my hoodies? Izuku rolls his neck, trying not to stare anymore. Nothing, but you do look like a delinquent sometimes. The jacket makes you look more professional, I guess. Ochako explains quickly. Izuku holds his heart, acting hurt before overhearing Mineta. Being in the hero course is the best. Mineta looks like he was in a diaper. The man-child was staring at the girls with a creepy grin on his face. I'll kill him, Izuku thinks while glaring. Maybe I can drag him into a dungeon. All Might pulls out a script as he continues to explain the situation. The heroes have a limited amount of time to either capture the villains or secure the weapon. The villains must protect the weapon until the time is up. How do we proceed to divide ourselves into teams? A knight asks, must be Iida. Izuku smiles. It definitely adds protection, but his shoulders and neck are open for attack. I could easily slip a blade between the gaps. Drawing lots. All Might grins. Is that really the best way? Iida asks. Pros often have to team up with heroes from other agencies on the spot during emergencies, All Might explains. Wow, he might be a good teacher. Eventually, Izuku jokes to himself. I see, I apologize for getting ahead of myself. My mistake. Iida bows. Soon the teams were split up, and Izuku thanks whatever god there was he got Ochako. Thank God, Izuku states as he walking over to Ochako. Let's do this. She pumps her fist into the air. Moving on, first up are Team A is heroes, Team D is villains. All Might holds up two different balls with the letters on them. Izuku looks over, seeing Iida and Katsuki step forwards. Never mind God, I take it back. Go screw yourself. The villain team goes in first. The timer starts in 5 minutes when the hero team sneaks in. The rest of us will watch via CCTV. All Might walks over to the teams. Iida, Bakugo. You boys need to adopt a villain mindset. This is a practical experience, so go all out. Don't hold back. I will stop you if you take things too far. Good luck. All Might quickly leaves with the class as Iida and Bakugo go inside the building. What do you know about the nerds, quirk? Katsuki questions Iida, who is checking out the fake bomb. He used a shadow to kill the zero-pointer. I did not get a good look at what it was. I just know he has enormous strength. I ask you not to charge straight at Midoriya. Iida advises sternly. The longer we wait, the more time he can plan. I will hunt the nerd down so he can't create some crazy plan to win, just watch out for Angel Face. Katsuki stomps off, not waiting for a response. Outside with the hero team. So, what do you want to do? Izuku asks his teammate. Well, there is no pressure for failure, but I don't want to lose to them. I can get us to the 3rd floor with my quirk, but I don't really have much. Ochako answers lowly. What are their quirks? Izuku continues to question, already knowing the answer but wants her to come up with a plan. He could probably end it quickly by scaling the building, but this was a team exercise. Well, Iida has engines in his legs, so he's fast, and Bakugo seems like an angry bomb. Right, Katsuki is really strong. He is great at anything he picks up and has a mind for battle. He will be looking for me since we have a lot of history. Iida, on the other hand, comes from a hero family, so he's been raised for heroics since he got his quirk. He probably already figured out a way to stop you from getting items to use with your quirk. The boy stretches out, getting ready for the start. So, you're saying, you want to go after Bakugo? She raises an eyebrow. Yep, but he will be coming to us. When he inevitably tries to blow my head off my shoulders, grab some rubble and take it with you before going after Iida. Stay quiet and treat this like a real situation. Izuku advises. Ochako nods. Indoor anti-personnel battle training, start. All Might calls from the speakers in the building. Ochako taps Izuku's back and then hers as they kick off the floor, getting to the 3rd-story building. Izuku manifests one of his blades and breaks the latch on the window. He slides it open, letting Ochako go in first. Oh, when we get back, we are fixing your boots, Izuku smiles. What's wrong with my boots? Ochako hisses softly. You are wearing heels, are you serious? Izuku shot back and watches her glare. Midnight wears heels. She stays close to the wall, and so does Izuku. Because she is a mid-range fighter. You are a close-range fighter. You will snap an ankle if you fight in heels, Izuku informs but pushes Ochako back before tilting his head. Bakugo's hand explodes next to it as he destroys the wall. See what I was saying? Izuku didn't mind Bakugo as his palm strikes the blonde in the chest, sending down the hallway. Get the rubble and go. His eyes are on me. Izuku moves away from Ochako as she snags a few rocks and runs off. Nice dodging, Deku. Izuku rolls his eyes at that. I didn't even really dodge Kachan. Well, come on, puppy. Let's fight. Izuku raises his hands, keeping his hands open and ready. Katsuki rushes forward and throws the usual right punch. Izuku notices the window behind him. So, he does the rational thing. Izuku steps into the punch, grabbing Katsuki's gauntlet and under his armpit. Izuku pivots and throwing the blonde through the window, out into the street. Izuku hears the pops from Bakugo explosions before he peeks outside, seeing Katsuki on the road. Stop throwing the same stupid right haymaker, idiot. Fuck you. Katsuki screeches from below. Izuku could see Katsuki was bleeding from the glass. Ochako, Katsuki is outside right now. It will take a few minutes to get back upstairs. Where are you? Izuku speaks calmly into earpiece All Might gave them. I found Iida, she almost starts giggling. He's doing an amazing impression of a villain, 5th floor. Right in the center. Are there windows into the room? And do you think you could get the weapon without my help? Izuku keeps talking while walking towards a different window. West side. He's facing them right now, so if you are thinking of entering that way, I would have to be the distraction. Ochako informs quietly. Izuku could feel the rage from under him. Guess Katsuki hasn't figured out prolonged flight yet. Try to get the bomb, if not then keep Iida distracted, but don't rush him. I'll be the backup plan if anything. You got this, Ochako. Izuku threw the window open before poking his head out, looking up. 2 floors, Izuku saw the windows she was talking about and manifests his blades. He stabs the dagger into the concrete and cringes softly. I really hope this doesn't ruin the blades. Izuku starts climbing before reaching the 5th floor and investigates the room. Ururaka was floating above Iida's view, but he was about to look up, so Izuku did what he needs to do. He knocks on the window. Hey, Iida, help. Izuku cries out in faux panic. I'm scared of heights. Midoriya. What are you doing? Iida rushes over as Ochako drops onto the bomb, grabbing it just as Iida opens the window for Izuku to crawl in. Heroes win. All Might yells, making Iida whips around, seeing Ochako hugging the bomb like a koala bear. PFFFFF, she falls off laughing. Izuku, why you looked ridiculous, popping up like that from outside. She giggles on the floor as Izuku pushes off his hood. Iida just looks completely lost at what happened. When did you get in here, Ururaka? When you were distracted with your acting skills, she admits. By the way, plus A for improve. She threw him thumbs up. Izuku rolls his eyes before Bakugo stormed in. You read my moves then threw me out the fucking window. Katsuki yells while palms popping with explosions. Language Bakugo and Midoriya, that's not heroic to throw someone out of a window. Iida starts to chastise both of them, but Izuku ignores the robot. I watched you my entire life, Katsuki, you always start off with your right. Fix it before it gets you killed. Izuku stands up before looking out the window seeing the broken concrete. Note to self. Check daggers later. Please come back to the observation deck to review. All Might calls through the speakers. The walks back into the observation room as Katsuki was picking glass out of his hair, still growling to himself. Good job, heroes now who can tell me what went right and wrong with the villain team. All Might asks the group that was watching. Iida did well to prepare for Ururaka by removing the items inside the room but didn't pay close enough attention and got distracted. From what I saw, Bakugo's every action was motivated by a personal grudge. Momo starts only to get cut off. That's kinda wrong, Izuku speaks up. About the Bakugo thing, he quickly clarifies. We have history, but that isn't important right now. Katsuki want to explain. Katsuki huffs out and throws more glass into the trash. The nerd watches everything. Did any of you see him writing in a notebook yesterday? Most of the class nods. He's watching you and your quirk. That got the class to freeze up some. He's a nerd when it comes to quirks and how to use them. He is the one that came up with using my explosions for flight. If you give him too much time to plan, you won't be giving a chance to win. Katsuki bites back a growl. Anyways, continue Yaoyorozu. Sorry I interrupted. Izuku waves some. He wants her to continue since she makes good points about Iida. Oh of course, Yaoyorozu seems to shrink into herself some. Ururaka was able to stay quiet and use her quirk to stay above Iida's field of view, which was a strategic move. She was only saved by Midoriya. I'm sorry, how did you climb the outside of the building? No cameras were watching the outside. She turns to Izuku, who pulls his dagger out of his jacket pocket. With this, the blue blade was still in pristine condition, which Izuku felt relieved that he didn't cause permanent damage. Where did you even get that? Kiminari asks while stepping away from Izuku. Mineta was hiding behind Shoji. Magic, Izuku let the blade go, and it vanishes. Anyways, please continue. I enjoy your analysis, Yaoyorozu. Izuku leans against the wall. Well, even if you didn't use your quirk or very little of it. You read Bakugo's movement before putting him away from the battle while keeping the building's stability intact and being a distraction when Ururaka was about to be found out. The heroes acted like a team while the villains failed. Yaoyorozu finishes, and All Might's jaw was slightly open. I was not expecting her to say that much. All Might quickly pulls himself together as the class was looking at him. Correct. Now, who is the MVP of the match? A few students look between the hero team since they really didn't know who should get it. Ururaka, Izuku states. She kept a cool head and did most of the work. Without her, we wouldn't have found the bomb or even captured it. Good job, Midoriya. Now on to the next match. All Might pulls out another pair of balls, and the teams left to a different building. Shoji and Todoroki versus Ojiro and Hagakure. I really hope she isn't naked, Izuku mumbles as Ochako stands next to him. Why? Ochako questions, knowing that she was but didn't say anything to embarrass her new friend. Todoroki isn't a team player. He's going to freeze the building, and she's going to get cold very quickly. Izuku saw Yaoyorozu nodding at his statement. What do you think they should do to get out of the situation, Yaoyorozu? The tall girl turns to him, slightly surprised, he asks. Between the both of them. The only way to get away from Todoroki's ice would be to use each other. Have Ojiro hold Hagakure up until he stops his attack, using her shoes as a distraction before ambushing him. She offers. Also, call me Momo. It's much easier than my last name. Call me Izuku then, and I agree. Todoroki is strong but once again. This is a team exercise meant to teach not to show off. Izuku frowns as the entire building was encased in ice trapping both villains. Shoji stands outside with his arms crossed and body language, saying he was pissed, but he hid it well. Some people inside the observation room were shivering. Todoroki tags the bomb after saying something to the villains, then everything melts when he raises his left side. Dual quirk. And Aizawa got on my ass for slacking off. Izuku glares at the screen. The teams came back, and the MVP was Todoroki. I would have given it to Shoji for having to deal with the asshole, Izuku whispers just low enough for Shoji to smile under his mask and Jiro to snicker. Momo and Izuku sat back while watching each match. They went back and forth with an analysis of what each team should have done to win. It was honestly fun for both to have someone they could relate to their skills. Soon enough, it was Momo's turn, and Izuku knows that her team would win. Even if she was stuck with the pervert, Izuku made sure to manifest his blade while showing it off for Mineta before leaving. Every match was complete. Izuku saw blood running down All Might's chin and remembers the injury. He's going to have to leave soon. Excuse me, All Might, Izuku holds up a white cloth. You have some blood on your chin, Izuku whispers softly. All Might shoots him a thankful look before cleaning his chin. Well done, everyone. No serious injuries, but please, if you are hurt, go get checked out by recovery, girl. That means you, Bakugo. I know you are still bleeding from your match. All Might stands proudly in front of the class. Change out of those costumes and head back to the classroom. All Might speeds off down the hall, and Izuku shook his head. Not bad for a first exercise, even if we should have started with the basics, but his class not mine. Izuku stretches out while walking back to the locker rooms. Kirishima forces Bakugo to go to recovery girl to make sure he gets healed. Everyone gets to the classroom, talking about the matches. When Aizawa comes in, he ends the class early and telling them to go back to the dorms, so they don't disrupt other classes. Izuku goes back to his room and pulls his daggers out, checking them more thoroughly for damage now that he was alone. Once he was satisfied, he places them back into his inventory. His school jacket hangs off the back of the chair and pulls out the homework they got. Yo, nerd, Katsuki calls from the door. It's open, Katsuki. Izuku places his pencil down, turning towards the door as Katsuki walks in dressed in shorts and a tank top. What do you need? I lost to you, and as if that weren't enough, that icy bastard and ponytail girl, I can't measure up to them just yet, but just you wait. From here on, I'm going to beat you all. Katsuki storms out of the room, slamming the door. I wish you luck, Katsuki. Izuku smiles before spinning around, but I'm getting stronger too. On Izuku's morning run, he sees the front gate slowly get more populated by the news. Did they already find out All Might is teaching? Izuku shakes his head before heading back to the dorms. He advises everyone not to leave campus unless they want to get mauled by news teams and reporters. Everyone enters the back of the school, away from the gates, so the reporters didn't catch them. Aizawa strolls into class, looking devoid of sleep. Underground hero by night, a teacher by day. What a man. Izuku chuckles. Good work with yesterday's battle training. Aizawa places a stack of evaluations down on the podium. I looked over your grades and evaluations. Bakugo. Katsuki perks up slightly from his usual slumped position. Next time, try to work with your teammate. You're in UA now, grow up. You got talent, kid. Aizawa waits for a response. Got it, Katsuki slumps back. Midoriya, Yaoyorozu. All Might stated you both gave good analyses of your classmates. Keep working on those skills, they are important when working as a hero. The two called out nod in understanding. Todoroki, it was a team exercise. Sure, your approach to the issue would have worked in an abandoned building with only villains inside it, but what about if it was a hostage situation? Remember, sometimes you have to work with someone else to get the job done. Aizawa sighs as Todoroki just nods as well. Now, onto homeroom business. You'll be picking a class president. I don't care how or who, just get it done before English. Aizawa finds his sleeping bag and gets into it. Once he was in his sleeping bag, the class stays calm. Yeah, right. The class explodes with people scrambling for the position. Luckily, Iida collects everyone. Quiet down, everyone. Leading the many is a task of heavy responsibilities. Still, ambition does not equate to ability. Iida stands up proudly at his desk. The sacred office demands the trust of its constituents. If this is to be a democracy, then I put forward the motion. He raises his hand the highest. That our leader must be chosen by election. But Iida, we haven't known each other enough to build any trust. Asui taps her chin softly. And everyone will vote for themselves. Kirishima waves his hands around. We have spent about 4 days together. Inside a dorm and we fought each other the other day. Izuku speaks up. I think depending on who earns multiple votes would be suited for the office. If they don't think they can handle the paperwork, Izuku watches a few students realize being the president wasn't all fun and games. They can bow out and hand it over. Precisely, Midoriya. Sensei, would you allow this? Iida asks the caterpillar in the corner who just cracks his eyes open enough. Like I said, I don't care. Just get it done. Aizawa closes his eyes, and everyone quickly shuts up. Yes, Sensei. Iida was the only brave one. The votes were counted, and Izuku sighs. Do I have enough time to do this? Also, what the hell? Who voted for the shitty nerd? Katsuki stands up and yells. Izuku and Momo were chosen. Fine, so your president's Midoriya and vice president is Yaoyorozu. They stand in front of the class. Izuku feels slightly bad for Iida as he had his head down. It will be fun working with you, Momo. Izuku holds out his hand. Same to you, Izuku, she smiles and shakes his hand. Lunch. Izuku was joined by Ochako, Iida, Momo, and Jiro. The rest of the A1 was spread out. So many people, Izuku groans wishing he could put in his music, but it would have been rude to the people at his table. Besides the hero course, there are also students from support and business course. We all come here for lunch. Iida informs while eating. This rice is so good. Ochako munches on her food while Izuku was already running through the different responsibilities of his new position. I don't know if I will have time, Izuku mumbles softly while eating his lunch. You can do it, Izuku. Ochako smiles across from him. Plus, you do have Yaoyorozu, you can rely on. Iida points to said girl who nods. I will help in any way. Momo picks at her food. Thank you for trusting me. I just never got voted for much in high school or anything, really. Izuku sighs. Didn't you want to be president too, Iida? Ochako turns to him, having some rice on her lip before cleaning it off. Again, ambition and suitability are different matters, Iida states firmly, but Izuku just laughs. Iida, honestly, you probably have more experience for the presidency than I do. So it's not suitability, that is the problem. Izuku finishes his meal first but didn't get up to leave. I guess I can see your point, but your grit, intelligence, and analyzing skills will help our class in multiple ways. That also goes without saying. You and Yaoyorozu will be a powerhouse in the office. Iida concludes. Yeah, I mean, you did get second overall in the written exams, Ochako blurts out. Izuku just glares at her, not wanting that to be known. Oh, Momo got first, Jiro states offhandedly. The two presidents just nod to each other, but their eyes hint at a challenge. Midterms will be different, Izuku states. No, they won't, Momo shot back. Izuku was broken out of his heated staring contest with Momo by a chill going down his back. Momo, can I trust you to take care of people here? I need to go check on something. Izuku got up quickly, taking his plates without waiting for a response. What does he mean by that? Ochako asks before jumping as an alarm deafens anyone inside. Security level 3 has been broken. All students please evacuate in an orderly fashion. The speakers ring out. What's security level 3? Iida asks a third-year student running by the table. It means someone's infiltrated the building. Hasn't happened in my 3 years. The third year kept running. Anyway, hurry up and get out of here. People are panicking, Momo states, keeping a hold on the table while watching people bottleneck the exits. Did Izuku know this was going to happen? She quickly made a microphone as Iida checks the outside. Izuku runs towards the decaying aura he feels near the teacher's lounge. He throws the door open, finding a figure going through a desk. Who are you? Izuku manifests Risaka's blade, ready to fight. Oh, an NPC has found me. The figure tucks some paper into his hoodie jacket. Or are you more than an NPC? Get away from the desk and drop whatever you took. Izuku steps forward, watching the target. See you soon. The man got enveloped with a purple cloud before vanishing. Izuku feels the aura disappear with the man, and he puts his dagger away. That's not good. 19 Chapter 15. Lost Trust and Gained Shadow. Izuku was pissed. He was sitting on the bus with his hood up. His gut, screaming at him to get ready for a fight. Ochako couldn't get him to relax ever since he got back to the dorms. He informed Aizawa and Nezu. They both brushed him off, saying they would investigate, but they didn't look worried. The rat was smiling like it was any other day. Guess all teachers are the same. Can't trust them. Izuku could see the dome to the USJ as they get closer. Why does it feel like I'm walking into a trap? The guy said, see you soon. If I was a villain and going to attack UA, I would have done the exact same thing he did. Cause a distraction steal info, but who attacks a day after it happens? Does he already have troops ready? Izuku gives up worrying and just gets ready to fight. Whatever happens is on their heads for not listening. Izuku, are you okay? Ochako pokes his side some. No, I'm not. Izuku turns his eye towards his teacher, who was pretending to sleep. Yeah, figured out Uora-sensei. I know you're faking. Before Ochako could ask what's wrong, the bus pulls up to the front of the USJ. Aizawa got up. We're here. Look sharp. Now, Aizawa glances at Izuku, who keeps his hood up and head down, but the cold blue from his eyes was seeping out of the shadows the hood creates. Kid, we didn't dismiss what you told us. Don't take it the wrong way. Aizawa signs internally, we just didn't want to cause panic. Izuku steps off the bus while standing at the back of the class when they enter the dome. 13 was there like Aizawa stated earlier. All Might was missing. Izuku watches 13 holds up 3 fingers. He ran out of time. Seriously. Ochako was currently fangirling over the rescue hero. The rescue hero begins their speech about how the class was going to learn how to save lives with their quirks. Izuku honestly couldn't pay attention as he feels uncomfortable in this situation. They were miles away from the school, with no backup if something happens. 13 had a strong quirk, but they don't use it against humans since they can rip someone apart. Plus, they were a rescue hero, not a fighter. Aizawa was an ambush-type fighter. He could take on groups, but he couldn't keep it up for long. The lights flicker in the dome. Izuku looks up, seeing the same purple mist from the day before, opening in the middle of the dome near a fountain. Izuku watches a hand come out, then another hand covering a villain's face. He's the same guy. The same decayed aura. Izuku starts to get closer to the edge, only paying attention to the villains as they pour out of the warp. He couldn't keep track as multiple villains come out, but his eyes stay on the main 3 that hold a powerful aura around them. What the heck's that? More battle robots. Like during the entrance exam. Kirishima asks while peering over Aizawa's shoulder some. Don't move. Those are villains. Aizawa already put on his goggles ready to jump into the fray. 13, and erase her head, is it? The mist speaks. According to the staff schedule, we stole the other day. All Might is supposed to be here. Of course. That whole incident was this scum's doing. Aizawa growls. Izuku just glares at his teacher. Where is he? A dry and voice that would make people cringe came from the handy guy. We've come all this way and brought so many playmates. All Might, the symbol of peace, is he here? The hand villain sways in his spot, giving off creepy vibes. Izuku feels a spike of killing intent. Don't say it, please don't. I wonder if some dead brats will bring him here. Izuku finally gets a quest after weeks of just daily quests. Exclamation mark. Quest directions. An emergency quest has activated. There are players who have killing intent towards you in the area. Slay them or push them back to ensure your safety. If this quest is not completed, there will be a penalty. Numbers of players to kill push back, 68. Numbers of players killed retreated, 0. At least it's allowing me to push them back instead of just straight up killing them. Maybe I can talk them out of it. Izuku looks around, seeing most of his classmates looking fearful. Katsuki looks like he was going to do something stupid if given a chance. Fuck it. Excuse me. Izuku yells, raising his hand. Can we talk this out really quick? All Might's not here right now, so we have some time, right? Izuku continues as he pulls back his hood, some letting the villain see his face. I mean, we did meet yesterday, but we didn't get to talk that much. Oh, you're that NPC from the teacher's lounge. The villain scratches his neck as other villains wait for an order. Izuku could see the bird brain villain next to the mist didn't move a muscle since walking through the warp. That thing is not normal. Izuku notes quickly. What are you doing? Aizawa grabs Izuku's shoulder, but since the teacher didn't listen to him yesterday. Izuku returns the favor. He shrugs off Aizawa's hand and walks down the stairs, only making it halfway before stopping. You like video games, right? Izuku smiles politely while keeping his hands behind his back as he materializes his Night Killer dagger. You keep calling me an NPC, so let's have some dialogue. How do you plan on killing the almighty symbol of peace? Maybe we can test it out first. Izuku was ready to call Igris out if needed. Igris could kill All Might easily, so whatever they got, he can handle it. Can't we just shoot this stupid kid and get this started? One smaller time villain asks. Shut it, the hand villain growls. His attention to the NPC he met earlier. What's your name NPC? Izuku. Yours. Izuku feels the shadows crawling under his jacket, raring to go. Shigaraki. Shigaraki introduces himself to Izuku while staring through the fingers of his hand mask. Well, Shigaraki, how do you plan to defeat the symbol of peace? No offense, these small-time thugs you gathered wouldn't even get a hit on him. Izuku spins the dagger between his fingers to keep his hands occupied while trying to dig for information. Get them out of here, 13. Quickly and quietly. Aizawa hisses as Izuku distracts the villains. I'll get Midoriya. The rescue hero nods gently and starts backing the class to the doors. Katsuki wants to argue but bites his tongue along with Ochako as the class slips towards the doors unnoticed. With the anti-symbol of peace. The bioengineered Nomu. Shigersaki motions to the bird brain next to him like it was the best gift he was ever given. He's stronger and faster than All Might. So what's with the small flies? Izuku motions to the low-leveled villains with his dagger-free hand. They are to keep your class busy and out of the way. Or kill them if they want. Shigaraki offhandedly motions while starting to look back up the stairs to the class that was halfway out the door. How about a duel? 1v1? Izuku asks, bringing the attention back onto him. Shigaraki laughs manically. You verse my Nomu. Are you suicidal? Shigaraki keeps laughing. Oh, no. Kinda like you, I have my own personal guard. Izuku smiles while he pulling his hood back over his head before his eyes light up a dark blue. Your Nomu versus Igris. The villains watch as a shadow grows behind Izuku. The black sword was being held with the tip of the sword in the concrete steps. Igris's one hand cups the top of the handle with the second near the hilt of his sword. Igris was in a relaxed state as he waits for an order from his monarch. Igris and the Nomu were the same sizes. The Nomu looks like a bodybuilder where Igris was agile and had his own mind when it came to fighting, unlike the brain-dead puppet. So what do you say? 1 versus 1. No interference, just us. Send your little goons back to whatever rock you pulled them from. Izuku shrugs because of either way. It would become a 1 versus 1. He didn't care how it happened, just that it did. Hey! A villain yells. You brat. Others scream. Who the hell does this kid think he is? More villains start shouting and closing in towards the stairs. Or we can go to war. Either way, you will have to face him before All Might. Izuku jabs his thumb back at Igris. War. Ha! You and what army brat? A smug villain with multiple arms asks cockily, getting to the base of the stairs. Izuku turns around, peeking past Igris seeing only Aizawa at the top. His teacher looks pissed and slightly worried. Izuku turns back around, smiling. My army. Come out. Shadows explode from under Izuku's jacket before going up the steps. One by one, the Shadow Knights stand up with magicians at the top of the stairs in front of Aizawa. You guys know it's your first mission, right? Izuku talks to his shadows, not to Igris. The villains back away from the stairs, slowly. Shigaraki watches in fascination. You're a true necromancer, aren't you? Why not join my team? You could be useful. Shigaraki grins under his mask. Sorry, Shigaraki, but time's up. Izuku smiles sadly. You never gave me an answer to the 1 versus 1. Plus, I don't like bullies. Go! Izuku's army charges forward, but Igris stays behind Izuku, ready to protect him. Shigaraki and Aizawa watch the battlefield in horror as the Shadow Knights do not hold back. The small-time villains were cut down one after another, leaving a vast land of bodies. The USJ Central Plaza was their final act of villainy. Izuku, Aizawa, Shigaraki, the mist villain, and the Nomu were the last living things in the USJ. It only took 8 minutes for quiet to fall onto the remaining people. Aizawa had to swallow some vomit that was climbing up his throat as Izuku looked indifferent to the massacre. As I said, the small flies couldn't even take down one of my knights. The knights were making their way back to Izuku only to stop at the base of the stairs, making a barrier. So does your Nomu want to try? Shigaraki scratches his neck till it was raw. I wasn't expecting someone so strong. You are a mini-boss, and if the Nomu can kill you, surely he can kill All Might. Nomu. The Nomu screeches before rushing forwards only to be met in the center of the field by Igris. Who cut the Nomu's head off in one swing? Ha, that almost happened to me a few months ago. Wait, why doesn't he look worried? Shigaraki was just standing there as he saw the Nomu get up and reattacks its head. Regeneration quirk. But he has incredible speed and strength. Izuku calls out the differences. He's got shock absorption, but since your great Shadow Knight has a sword, it's useless. Good thing that's not the only quirk Nomu has. Shigaraki laughs. Shigaraki, we shouldn't tell the man anymore. His classmates have already escaped while distracting us. He holds the high ground. We should retreat. The mist speaks softly, but in all the silence, Izuku heard it clearly. Igris was standing with his sword at the ready. The Nomu hasn't moved yet either. Shut up, Kurogiri. The Nomu's hyper-regeneration did its job. Shigaraki points out to the Nomu. Multiple quirks, I knew that thing wasn't normal. Izuku frowns while looking at his mana. Magicians, light the monster up. The Nomu suddenly gets hit with 3 giant fireballs that burn its flesh. Igris, make sure he doesn't get up again. Igris finds new speed and slices the Nomu in its ligaments so it couldn't get up as he attacks relentlessly, not giving the Nomu time to regenerate. Izuku watches as Igris had the monster on its knees before shoving the sword through its brain and down its spine, pinning it to the floor. Igris holds the blade down, making sure the Nomu couldn't heal again. Magicians again, Izuku watches the Nomu, and Igris get blasted with high-leveled firepower. While the screeching from the Nomu falls silent, Igris was utterly untouched by the magician's fire attack. MP. 1700-1860. Izuku finally notices that Kurogiri disappeared with Shigaraki halfway through the final firestorm. Exclamation mark. Quest directions. An emergency quest has activated. There are players who have killing intent towards you in the area. Slay them or push them back to ensure your safety. If this quest is not completed, there will be a penalty. Numbers of players to kill push back, 0. Numbers of players killed, 66. Number of players retreated, 2. Quest complete. You have completed. Emergency quest. Quest rewards. Reward number 1, stat points. +8. Will you accept your rewards? Accept refuse. Izuku makes sure the magicians blocked Aizawa's view as he made his way over to Igris. He could see the shadows seeping from the charred body of the Nomu. He looks up at Nomu and sighs sadly. You will be much more useful on my side. Izuku holds out his hand. Arise, the shadows seep out of the monster's body before standing tall next to Igris. Instead of the bird brain, the Nomu was. This shadow looked human. Plus, he had a shield and a broad axe. Izuku starts to question how the Nomus were created. If the Nomu was an actual human before being turned into a monster. The shadow kneels with his head bowed. Jesus, those villains were sick if they turned you into that monster. Izuku looks around the shadow. Its blue and black armor looked familiar to Izuku, but he couldn't place it. You were once a hero from America. Izuku yells out before turning to its dead body. What did they do to you? Your name was Iron. He used a massive shield to protect citizens during villain attacks. Holy shit. Izuku stops freaking out when he saw the knight look up at him. Please choose a name for the soldier. I'll keep your old hero name. You will protect the innocent and punish the evil once again. Iron. Izuku smiles. Iron LV. 1. Rank. Knight. Iron rises and stands next to Igris before letting out a roar. Take it easy, Iron. The battle is over. Izuku points up at Iron. Glad to have you on the team. Izuku walks back up the stairs. Igris and Iron look at each other. Igris had to look up some before the Shadow Knight breathes out. Igris pulls the sword from the Nomu and following his leader. Iron turns to the smaller knights before raising his fists and roaring again. The lower knights quickly follow Iron's example. I worry about the future. Izuku looks to his right, seeing Igris nodding. Okay, boys. Let's go back. The shadows drop to the floor, blanketing the bloody mess in black shadows. They swarm around Izuku before disappearing. What did you just do? Aizawa's left hand was shaking some as Izuku makes his way up to the top of the stairs. Completed a quest. Izuku was the same height as Aizawa, so they look at each eye to eye. By the way, the two that got away were named Kurogiri and Shigaraki. As you so spectacularly stated at the beginning. They broke into UA yesterday and they are the leaders. Let me know when all Mig. I am here. The doors broke inward as the two that were interrupted glares at the symbol of peace. I am late. That thing would have killed you or him. Izuku shoves his thumb towards All Might. If it was given a chance. You're welcome, senseis. Izuku walks outside as the class was evacuated halfway down the road. Izuku walks towards his class as he pulls his hoodie off, letting his green hair free. Izuku. Ochako jumps at him, and he catches her before getting squeezed in a tight hug. Midoriya. Deku. The class yells once they saw him. He shakes his head, some holding Ochako up. Hey, guys. Glad you got out of there quickly. Only thanks to you Greenie. Jiro states, and many agree. So, what happened? Kirishima asks while Aizawa and All Might come back looking green. Nothing important. Izuku answers before putting Ochako down. The main villains got away. They probably will be back sooner or later. All we can do is be ready for the next time it happens. The class nods. Soon the police and teachers finally show up. How did you let those two idiots get away, nerd? Katsuki growls, but he did want to know what really happened after they left. He and Aizawa came out of the USJ without a scratch on them. Did the nerd really negotiate with villains? Midoriya, you are going to have to come with us, while your class heads back to the dorms. All Might swallows roughly. The USJ was a mass grave for 66 villains. Izuku doesn't even look at him but just nods. Sure. All Might. Let's talk. Izuku turns his head just enough so All Might catches the blue glint in Izuku's eye. 19 Chapter 16. Hero Committee and Talking. Izuku sits at a conference table, Aizawa sitting next to him as they wait in silence for others to join. Midoriya, Aizawa starts as he turns to his student who was still in his hero costume since he wasn't given a chance to change yet. I don't know why you ignored me at the USJ, but you need to trust your teachers. We are here to protect you. Aizawa saw the green eyes stare at him while Izuku's face stays neutral. Only fools trust blindly. I am not a fool. Izuku turns away from Aizawa as Nezu, Yagi, and a new face enters the conference room. Aizawa himself was putting together the puzzle that he named, Izuku Midoriya. Right next to the many other young men and women he teaches. Izuku Midoriya, the man in the trench coat begins while taking his hat off, sitting to the left of Nezu. Yagi sat to the principal's right. My name is Naomasa Tsukauchi. I am a detective from the police force, and I have worked a few times with your teachers. The detective pulls out his phone. Once we start talking about today's events, I will be recording what is said. Izuku nods as his hands were in his lap. Yagi kept staring at Izuku, so it was getting on his nerve. Do you need something, sir? Izuku asks, pretending as if he didn't know it was All Might. Young Midoriya, do you remember me? Yagi asks. That got the attention of everyone at the table. Of course, we meet at Sir Night Eye's agency. When I was selling my collection of All Might figures. Izuku smiled sweetly, but it slowly fell. Or are you talking about when you saved me from the sludge villain a year ago? Then left me on a rooftop after telling me, my quirklessness made me completely useless. Izuku was keeping his emotions in check. So, All Might, how's your injury? Naomasa chokes on his spit as Nezu's usual smile falls. Aizawa himself just looks at Yagi like he was an idiot. One by one, the three adults turn to Yagi, wanting an answer. Young Midoriya, I did not say that. Yagi quickly corrects, feeling 4 sets of eyes burning into him. No, not those exact words but pretty close if I say so myself. Izuku sits straighter with his shoulders back. It's not wrong to dream. Izuku begins and revels in the fact that Yagi flinches, hearing Izuku's impression on him. It was very close to his real voice. However, you need to be realistic, kid. Izuku's hands turn into fists under the table as he recalls the worst day of his life. Well, All Might, I guess I finally got a quirk. Only took me an explosion and 3 days in a coma to get it. Izuku laughs at his dark joke. Also, you're welcome for stopping your assassination plot. The 3 others quickly unpack everything Izuku just told them. Is everything he just said the truth, Yagi? Aizawa asks while completing one section of the puzzle that gave Aizawa headaches since the beginning of the school year. If Midoriya was quirkless for 13 years, then suddenly manifests a very powerful quirk. He has every reason to turn to villainy. Statistically, only 20% of the population is quirkless, but most of the quirkless population is an older generation. So cut that percentage down to 3% of kids are quirkless worldwide. Kids are cruel and adults more so if they wanted to be. And if the number 1 hero was that cruel with his words. What type of verbal abuse has Midoriya dealt with? Aizawa still waits for Yagi's response. Yes, but please understand I was trying to keep you safe, Midoriya. Being a hero is a dangerous job. Yagi tries to talk, but Izuku let his anger out. Izuku's fist slams against the conference table, causing a deep spiderweb of cracks to spread from the impact point. I do not need your protection, Izuku growls while his eyes flash blue. I believe today proved that. Even without my quirk, I have skills that could be useful towards heroics. My teacher fights quirkless. Are you saying he is useless as well? Aizawa wasn't expecting that type of outburst as he moves back. Nezu just watches Midoriya's every move. He was creating a profile of the young man in front of him. Distrust of teachers, his social skills are spectacular for someone that was an outcast. Miss Ururaka must be the cause of that. A first friend since he was 4. The 2 of them are very close. Nezu's mind races as he kept adding information. Put down by his hero and wants to prove his strength to those who put him down. Bakugo may be someone to talk to about Midoriya. Nezu's brain came to a halt when Izuku speaks again. I have spent 13 years watching heroes come and go from the rankings. I have crafted my analysis in a way that any quirkless person could defeat some of the top heroes. Every stomach drops at that bit of information. This young man could destroy any hero he pleased or sold the information for money. Billions would pay millions for that type of information. Those thoughts were shot down as Izuku continues. Never did I once think, how much would a villain pay for this type of information? Never. Even after you smashed my dreams. I kept your secret that you are nothing more than a washed-up hero waiting to keel over any moment. Izuku was gripping the table's edge before he relaxes. I want to say thank you. That confuses the group of adults. Really, thank you, All Might, because that was the last day I would ever be that weak, timid little boy that everyone saw me as. I'm done being treated like a child that needs to be protected, especially when no one ever protected me before. Izuku's grip on the table snaps the edge and making the piece of the metal ball up in his fist. I don't need protection, I never needed it. I can protect myself. The heroes and detective watch as Izuku finally realize he was crying. They stay silent while the young man reaches touching his wet cheek before quickly wiping it dry. Izuku sits back in his chair, throwing the metal ball that once was the table onto the table. Let's get this interview over with please, detective. Izuku closes his eyes while collecting himself. Just need your account on the event that happened in. The detective was cut off by a knock on the door. Present Mike enters, looking scared. Yes, Yamada. Nezu asks in a strained voice. The hero commission is here. Mike flinches as Nezu turns to him quickly. No smile on the principal's face. Why? Nezu asks while frowning. They said they wanted to speak with Midoriya. Mike coughs while looking away and pointing right outside the door before he was not so gently moved away from it. 2 men walk in, both dressed in suits, one older than the second man. Izuku sits straighter, looking at the older man. He had scars across his temple up to his hairline. One was across the back of his neck. Whoever this man is, he's powerful. Izuku thought. Chairman Gunhee, may I ask what you are doing here? Nezu asks. Gunhee smiles politely down at the principal but saw the condition of the table and grins. Nezu, once again, I commend you on finding another promising underground hero. The chairman keeps his calm smile while looking over to Izuku. Izuku, on the other hand, feels Aizawa tense next to him. He is still a first year. Not even done with his first week. Nezu stresses. Yet he already has a body count higher than Eraserhead. The chairman motions. Don't worry, I am not poaching him from your school. Just here to talk. The chairman sits down with his second hovering next to him. Izuku studies the second man. He had slicked back orange hair and some strands hanging over his forehead. He still has not taken off the sunglasses. Please clear out until we are finished speaking. Eraserhead, you are free to stay if you would like. Yagi, the detective, and Nezu left. Eraserhead turns to Izuku, looking at him. Points-eared Aizawa. Izuku nods. You can stay. You know the man more than me. Izuku answers softly. Aizawa stays seated. Izuku Midoriya, nice to meet you. My name is Go Gunhee. The older man holds his hand out. Izuku reaches across the table, shaking his hand. Are you Korean? Izuku asks since the name was not a typical Japanese name. Sharp, I like that in potential underground heroes, and yes, my mother was Korean before moving to Japan. Gunhee sits back, and Izuku follows. He's older than 80, but his build reminds me of retired wrestlers. Not to mention, he's stronger than me. Izuku observes. For now. I would like to congratulate you on catching my attention. It's not an easy thing to do so. Just ask your teacher. Gunhee looks over to Aizawa, who had his arms crossed but nods. There are a few more years of growth before the committee can offer you anything of worth, but we can help you go down a different path. The chairman's posture was relaxed while he continues, but Izuku could feel the calculating eyes and tone. Izuku looks over to Aizawa, who is listening and watching Izuku. You mean underground, correct? Izuku asks. Yes, we can help. This country is currently not being run by the government, but rather the heroes. Who protects the citizens from villains? The ones above them are the Hero Committee. Aizawa once stood in our ranks before taking a job with UA. The Hero Committee targets specific villains. Such villains hide in the shadows. The ones you never see daylight heroes fight are on the news. The balance of this country is currently barely held together, as you know. All Might is losing power and doesn't have a successor yet. So, the Hero Committee must pick up the slack, so the system doesn't crumble when he inevitably retires. Soon more villains will be coming. Gunhee speaks firmly, and with authority, Izuku couldn't ignore. I watched the USJ footage. I must say you handled yourself well while bagging 4 top 50 targets we were currently hunting. Each with a bounty of 200,000 yen ahead. So, you are trying to hire me to be an assassin? Izuku questions while paying attention to his sensei's aura, which Aizawa wasn't much help since he was calm. Assassin is a word for it, but rather think of it as a bounty hunter. Dead or alive. Some villains are needed alive for the information they hold, but others need to be eliminated for the public's safety. The only difference is you do not get public recognition if you bring a villain alive. Then there is the law and the system. Normal government authority isn't powerful enough to keep heroes in check as well as smarter villains that know how to hide. That's why the Hero Committee is needed. Once again, I can't hire you until your 3rd year, but I can offer you something. Gunhee stands before placing a card down on the table. This will keep you out of legal trouble if you ever need to bring a villain to justice in an emergency. Izuku looks down at the card, seeing it was a temporary hero license without a hero name in the slot. It did have a black shield stamped on the corner of it. He's seen hero licenses before, never seen a mark like that. All you have to do is fill in the name. We at the Hero Commotion will be keeping a close eye on you, Midoriya, as you and your skills grow. My number is on the back if you wish to speak more. Please try to stay clean while at UA. We can only cover up so many bodies. Show restraint for now. Gunhee bows. Good to see you again, Aizawa. Have a good day. The 2 men left, leaving Aizawa and Midoriya alone. Midoriya, if you go down that path, just be ready to take out heroes as well. If you wish to talk about it, please don't hesitate to ask me. It's your choice, but you will want the full scope of what an underground hero does, let me know. Aizawa stands up and leaves the room after the committee. This is not an opportunity that comes by every day, Izuku thinks to himself, but I have 3 years to decide. Izuku places the card into his wallet as he sits alone in the conference room. The detective comes into the room, swallowing softly. Midoriya, I will not be recording you anymore, but for the investigation, do you have any information that may be helpful? The detective pulls out his pen and paper. Izuku nods, and they spend an hour talking about the Nomu and the villains. As they were coming to an end, Izuku sighs and decides it would be for the best if the detective knew about Iron. Sir, the Nomu was created from an American hero that went missing around 6 years ago. The hero's name was Iron. He used a shield and axe to protect civilians while beating back villains. His quirk was a type of taunting scream. Shigaraki stated that the Nomu had multiple quirks. Izuku admitted. How do you know that? The detective looks up from his notepad. It's an aspect of my quirk. After Igras and magicians killed the Nomu. I recognized the shadows the Nomu created. It was iron. Izuku stands up after an hour or two of sitting was finally getting to him. That's all I have for you. If I find out more, should I contact you or tell the teachers? Izuku was close to falling asleep on his feet. Today has been long for the Monarch. Here is my card. Please let me know if you do find something else out. Thank you again, Midoriya. The detective hands over his business card with his number and email on it. Izuku nods and bows towards the detective before taking his leave. He found the hallways empty. He strolls back to the dorms. When he opens the door, he smells pizza, which made his stomach growl. Guess it's been a while since lunch. Izuku looked over at the clock, seeing it was 6 p.m. Izuku. Ochako calls from the couch. Most of the class gathered while watching some cheesy action movie. Hey, Ochako. What, nobody wanted to cook? Izuku jokes as he grabs a few slices out of the bowl box before throwing it on a plate. Yeah, we were too lazy. Ochako smiles while seeing Izuku was still in his hero costume. You going to get changed? After I eat. I'm starving after that interview. Izuku sat down at the table and finally got hushed as they turned back to the movie. Izuku finishes eating while thinking about his meeting with the chairman. I'll have to talk to Aizawa about it. Izuku finishes his plate before cleaning it and disappearing upstairs. The classes continued the next day like nothing happened. The USJ shut down until it could be cleaned. The teachers explained to the student body that the emergency was a false alarm and apologized for ending classes the day earlier. Overall, everything was back to normal. Aizawa walked into the room, still tired from the events that occurred yesterday. You decided to keep the villain attack quiet due to the actions of your classmate. Aizawa begins. The Hero Commission agreed with the decision, so do not speak about it to other students or the public. You will all be busy because the UA Sports Festival is fast approaching. The comment about the USJ quickly forgotten at the mention of the sports festival. The class gets excited. Is that wise, sensei? Momo questioned from the back. With what just happened at the USJ, wouldn't they try to attack again? A must go about its business like it never happened, but there will be 5 times the police presence. Anyhow, our sports festival is the greatest opportunity you'll get. It's not an event that can be cancelled over a few villains. Aizawa drones on. The nation's top heroes will all be watching, they'll be there as scouts, Momo commented. They'll be looking to hire us as sidekicks after we graduate. That's how it's done. Kaminari smiled over at Jiro. And a lot of those sidekicks never manage to go solo. They're sidekicks forever. Jiro pointed the comment right at Kaminari. Izuku could see the arrow drive through the blonde's chest as he looked down in pain. This happens once a year, so you've got 3 chances. If you are hoping to become a hero, this is an event you can't miss. Aizawa finished as Mike walks into the class. The 4th period ends, and it was lunchtime. Izuku gets up after kicking his bag under his desk so that it wouldn't be in the way. At least the committee and UA covered up the USJ. I guess I should have held back, but I got 800,000 yen in my account. Creepy, they just put the cash in for the villains I took down. This has got me so freaking pumped. Kirishima knocked Izuku out of his head. If we show our stuff here, that's one big step towards going pro. Everyone's excited, Izuku mumbles, not realizing Iida was right next to him. And you aren't. Iida looked towards him. Izuku just shrugged. It happens every year. I guess I am excited about seeing how everyone uses their quirks, but it's the same 3 events usually. One big elimination to test mobility and quick thinking. The second event is usually a team exercise and then the last one. 1 versus 1 fights. Izuku offhandedly analyzed the past 13 years of watching the sports festival into those 3 sentences. Yeah, but we get to participate this time. Kirishima grinned and raised his fist energetically. Izuku smiled softly and nodded. Yeah, you're right, Kirishima. Izuku felt a dark aura behind him. Iida, Izuku, the boys turned towards the dark voice filled with conviction. At this sports festival, let's do our best. Ochako had a devil's grin painted on her face. What happened to your face, Ururaka? Iida chopped some. There's the little devil, Izuku smirked. I pray to God, I don't go against her. She would be a mean opponent. Maybe it's that Tsuyu slaps Mineta before he could finish. Everyone, I'm gonna crush this. Ururaka pumped her fist up. Yeah, talk about inconsistent characterization. Kirishima joked while his sweat dropped. Izuku pulls up his inventory seeing a new key. He quickly materialized it. The ice key was cold to the touch like it was created from real ice that never melted. I should probably dress warmly for this dungeon. Izuku places the key away and rubbed his neck. I'll use it as training for the sports festival. Izuku smiled as the class heads out for lunch. He catches up to Ochako and Iida, both were waiting for H19 Chapter 17, Cold Dungeons and Uninvited Guest. Izuku put in a request to leave campus, to visit his mother. It was more or less a lie. He needs to go to a beach near his mother's apartment. The ice key that he still hasn't found out how it got in his inventory was instructing him to go. He leaves the gates of UA without noticing another UA student following him. Izuku rolls his neck slowly once his feet hit the sand. Well, then, let's go. Izuku manifests the key before opening a portal. The blue sparks begin on the dark beach as the sun already fell. A blue blur shoots past Izuku going inside the portal. Hey! Izuku runs through the portal. From the world's side, the portal turns red before disappearing, not to draw attention. From inside the dungeon, it was a winter wonderland. The snow was untouched as Izuku, and his uninvited guest stands in the opening surrounded by snow-covered trees. Wow, so this is your quirk. You know everyone's had their eyes on you since you cut down the zero-pointer. Tagata said Sir Knight I already met you a few months back. Hey, where is the portal? Where are we? Why is it snowing? The blue-haired girl was floating around with golden energy coming from her hands. Stop. Izuku glares at the girl while watching the tree line. Who are you, and what are you doing here? Oh, I'm Najire Hado. Third year you a student and assigned to watch over you during your trip to your mother's. Hado lands next to Izuku while smiling. Izuku keeps glaring towards the third year. Hado. What you just did was put your life in danger. Izuku's hand went out and snatches an ice arrow out of the air before hitting Hado in the face. She jumps back and gets into a fighting stance. On the trees. Hado was a lot calmer than Izuku expected. Then again, she is a third year. Izuku turns to the tree line seeing figures standing on the branches. Ice blue eyes were watching the two humans in the dungeon. Ice elves. Izuku felt the ice digging into his skin, but it was easy to ignore. Their eyes are sharp. They managed to single out the weaker of the two of us. Izuku hears a sound of protest from Hado, but he didn't pay attention. His eyes were on the cocky elf. If this were a few months ago, that arrow would have been aimed at me. Izuku feels the vein in his head pulse while the elf motions his thumb across his throat. Oh. Izuku crushes the ice arrow, and the ice once on his hand explodes off the skin. The elves jump deeper into the forest. I don't think they're welcoming us. Hado crosses her arms while rubbing her cold skin. We're stranded until we kill the boss, Izuku informs Hado while throwing a small winter coat at her. This is my world, so you listen to me. Got it. Hado pulls on the warm layer. Where did you get this? She questions while staying behind Izuku. They walk into the woods to the west. Izuku saw deep claw marks in the trees that remind him of bear marks. If there are bears, then the elves will stay away, for now. I have an inventory system for my quirk. Also, stop asking questions. I'm the one that is supposed to ask questions like, why did you go through a portal? Are you crazy? Izuku turns towards the girl who was currently burying herself in the winter coat. She was at least a head shorter than him, so he needs to look down at her. I was curious. Like I said, everyone's been mentioning you since the beginning of school. She shrugs. At least you are calm. Izuku sighs tiredly. Well, even if I'm curious, I'm not stupid. I jump into an unknown portal that you created out of a key. I expected the unexpected. Also, we shouldn't go further. Hado points out towards the trees. The area is covered with bear territory markings. I saw a documentary. She said proudly. So you're saying this area is full of bears? Izuku keeps a straight face. Hado stares up the boy. What, did I say something wrong? Yes. So we should turn back. Hado crosses her arms over her chest. That's why we're moving into the forest. Izuku strolls forwards with his hands in his pockets. Huh, did you not hear me? Hado yells. If this is the bears' territory, we only have to worry about bears while in the forest. Izuku turns his head so he could look at his senpai. Bears are more reasonable than ice elves. Izuku states. Hado's brain caught up, and her mouth opens to retort before shutting. Ah, if there are a lot of bears in the area, meaning there are no stronger predators here. We won't encounter any stronger monster. She looks down at the snow. Why did I not think of that? Because this is your first time in a dungeon. This is different from villains you may have fought. These will always go for the kill instead of escape. Izuku's eyes dart around, some making sure there was no one following them. Who are you, really? Hado asks while sinking into the winter coat more since it was frigid in the dungeon. She wasn't inappropriate clothing for winter. Since this is my quirk, it's my reasonability to protect you. However, don't ask me anything. Don't ask me any questions and don't demand anything from me. Izuku equips his winter coat that had a fur collar and hood. Izuku and Hado turn towards a large bear walking towards them. It had pure white fur, blue crystals in its chest, and crimson red eyes. Just like other monsters. All were looking for blood. Izuku observes as Hado gets ready to fight. I'll distract it. While you find an opening and, Hado gets stopped by Izuku, grabbing her hood. What are you doing? I'll say this clearly. I'll be hunting monsters just by myself. Izuku keeps his eye on the bear. Can't waste the experience just because she is here. I don't care how strong you are, that is a bear. You can't win by yourself. Hado glares at Izuku. Title change. Izuku left Hado's side. Title: the one who overcame adversity. A title given to those who overcame adversity heroically. Your stats increase proportionally to your missing health. 1% stat increase every 1% HP missing. 2. Title: Wolf Slayer. A title given to a hunter proficient in fights against wolves. 40% increased stat against beast-type monsters. The bear rears back its sharp claws ready to kill. The bear brings it down, slamming it on the floor where Izuku once stood. The snow compresses under the paw before the bear looks upwards. Izuku was feet above the bear's head as his body comes down with the help of gravity. With this title, I should be able to bring this beast down with just my hands. Izuku pulls his arm back, making a fist as he fell. As he was inches above the bear, Izuku throws his fist downwards right on top of the bear's head. The sound of the skull breaking fills Hado's ears. She stares with questions building in her head. Izuku's attack took a second to reverberate through the bear, making it crumble to the floor. Hado's eyes widen, seeing Izuku sitting on the bear. A bear in a single hit. Hado whimpers in silence as the questions were overflowing. Just as I thought, since the standard is higher, the experience gain is a difference, Izuku smirks. You leveled up. Why, you, just who are you? Hado gaps some letting the question out. At UA. Hey, has anyone seen Izuku? Ochako asks after sitting down at the dinner table. Bakugo decided was forced to cook tonight with Kirishima's help. He said he went to visit his mother, Momo answers. He said he would be back late, so don't wait on him. Ochako and Katsuki both perk up before looking at each other. Yeah, right. Katsuki hissed under his breath. Auntie hasn't apologized yet. Aizawa was rushing towards Nezu's office. Hado and Midoriya's trackers in their school badges just went offline. Seconds between each other. Where were they last transmitting from? Nezu asks without looking up from his computer. A beach near Midoriya's mother's apartment, Aizawa answers. Midoriya said he would be back tonight. So if they are not back by the morning, we will go looking. The badges could have just malfunctioned. Kaminari is in the same class. He has already fried 4 of his badges. Nezu pulls up the tracking system. I will let you know if they pop back online. Aizawa nods softly, still holding onto his phone tightly. Back in the dungeon, Izuku and Hado sit around a fire that Izuku started. So, do you have any siblings? Hado asks while taking a bite out of the bear meat. Izuku, on the other hand, was making sure the fire would stay lit for the night. No, I don't. Izuku stands up once he was satisfied with the fire. I need to exercise. Inside here, Hado looks around the dark forest. If I don't, there will be a penalty. I will be close by, stay here. Izuku keeps his promise as he could still hear Hado talking to herself since she was trying to figure out Izuku. He could also hear the fire from his spot as he begins to do his daily quest. I can't leave her behind if I end up in a penalty zone. She's strong, but the elves would kill her if given a chance. I need to find the rest of the bears. We are deep enough in the territory that the elves shouldn't enter, but just in case. Izuku rolls his neck while thinking. Iron, Izuku watches the giant knight come from the shadows. Stay hidden but watch Hado. If anything happens to her, I will never call on you again. Got it. The tank nods before going off to watch over Hado without being seen. Well, since that is taken care of, time to go hunting. The sun slowly rises as Izuku finds cave entrance, and crimson eyes bleed from the shadows. Multiple ice bears come out from the cave. The numbers are roughly the same. Izuku asks while counting the bears. Come out. The white snow was coated in pitch black shadows as his army rises from the depths. They stand behind Izuku while he couldn't help the smile on his face. The power he felt with his army standing ready to fight. Go. Izuku watches his knights go to work. The bears are stronger than the villains at the USJ. He observes a few knights get shredded by the bear's claws before reforming to attack again. The magicians help from the edges of the battle firing at a few bears. The strength of shadow soldiers are still beyond my expectation. Izuku talks to himself as he watches the battle. The fire from the magicians lights up his front side. This unbelievable regeneration is almost comparable to immortality. But it does consume massive amounts of mana. MP 1567 1860ths. A deep roar comes from the cave before a giant bear comes out looking fierce. The scars crossed over its body proved its battle capabilities. It was also 10 times the size of the lower level bears. The leader appears. Izuku watches as knight after knight gets shredded by the leader until his mana drops to 0. Shadow soldiers can no longer Ururaka due to lack of mana. Igris. Izuku calls out his commander. The knight stands beside his monarch, ready, the large black sword in Igris's right hand. Igris didn't need the order, he rushes forward with the same speeds he used at USJ. Izuku didn't see Igris attack, he just saw the leader of the bears start to bleed heavily. Izuku looks up, seeing Igris above the bear while on a tall tree in a crouched position, before pushing off and attacking again. Slicing the leader more, Igris slams his sword through the bear's arm as it tries to claw him. Blue and black mix as Igris moved faster using the same tactic he used against the Nomu. Attacking the ligaments until the leader bear stands entirely still. The white fur was soaked red. Igris stands in front of the bear as it towers over the knight, but the bear wasn't moving anymore. Until the bear rears its head back and roars. Only to have the roar cut off when Igris decapitates it. Igris catches the head before bringing it back to Izuku under his arm. Just like the USJ. I would have stood no chance if Igris used his sword back then. At my current level, we're at equal footing. Igris drops the head at Izuku's feet before kneeling. No, Izuku corrects himself, looking at the knight that was kneeling before him. He is above me. Name. Midoriya Izuku. Level 52. You've done well. Izuku grabs Igris's shoulder while smiling. Izuku walks over towards the bear's dead body. Time to turn him into my shadow soldier. Arise. Shadows pour from the body of the monster bear. You have successfully extracted the shadow. Shadow monster LV.1. Multiple alarms go off as the smaller bear's shadows also stand. Izuku looks across the shadow monsters. The leader was towering over him, but Izuku didn't worry anymore. They were under his command now. Good. Izuku makes his way back to Iron and Hado, who is sitting next to each other, making faces to each other. Both of them are goofballs. Izuku rolls his eyes at their antics. Hado smiles up at Iron before Iron disappears. Glad you are having fun, but we have company. Izuku turns towards the empty field. How about you guys undo your stealth? Due to your powerful energy, hiding is pointless. Hado quickly got up as the elves slowly became visible. Izuku stares at the army before him. What chilling energy. Ice elves, and with numbers, Hado softly swallows while balling her fists up, forgetting the shadow warrior she was having fun with minutes ago. The leader opens his mouth, but no language she ever heard came out. There really was one. A useful guy. The leader's voice fills Izuku's ears, which surprises him. What? You can talk? Izuku questions. The leader looks shocked from on top of his horse. You know our language. Huh? How is conversation possible? Izuku was confused on top of surprise like the leader. Can you also speak with the monster? Hado questions before shutting up, remembering his rule. Right, this is his quirk. Is this an effect from my quirk? Izuku questions himself. Able to converse, how splendid, there's someone I want to introduce. The leader motions to the same elf Izuku saw at the beginning of the dungeon. Izuku's vein in his forehead bulge again, remembering the gesture the elf made. You're already acquaintances. He's the one who notified us that there's someone strong among the humans. The leader continues talking while the others stay quiet. This guy wanted to face off with you, so, the leader's voice comes to a stop as his man was missing his head. Izuku keeps one of his hands in his pocket, but his right hand was holding his dagger. The headless elf falls to his knees before falling forward. Anything else to say? Izuku asks dully. The leader grins madly. You're an amusing guy. Daggers clash together before Izuku lands back in front of the Hado. Who is staring at the dead elf in the snow? He killed the elf. I didn't even see him move. He's not willing to give up his life so easily. Izuku sighs while watching the leader spin the white dagger in his hand. I have a proposal. The dagger keeps spinning. It won't be detrimental to you, but first, let me ask you a question. The leader gets off his horse and stands tall next to it. Despite not being a human, why are you among the humans? What the hell are you talking about? Izuku questions with a dull look on his face. Haha, are you not aware of it? In our heads, there's a constant voice speaking to us. The leader elf taps his head. To kill humans, but I can't hear the voice in your presence. A voice telling them to kill humans. Is it similar to my quirk's orders? Can I even call it a quirk anymore? But then again, dungeons aren't popping up all over the world. Izuku stops and swallows roughly. Could there be dungeons that open all over the world? Someone could enter without knowing what they are walking into. People could die if these guys are getting orders to kill humans. Izuku clenches his dagger tighter at the new theories popping into his mind. There's no need for us to fight. We do not want unnecessary casualties in our end. The leader tries to be diplomatic with Izuku, but the leader said the wrong words. Hand over the human behind you, then I'll spare your life. How about it? The leader holds out his blue hand while smiling. If we are asking questions here, then here's mine. Who are you guys? Izuku watches the leader's face keep the same smug smile while he talks. Where did you come from, and why are you trying to kill humans? The elf seems to glitch out. There's no need for us to fight. We do not want unnecessary casualties in our end. The elf repeats. What was that just now? Is he avoiding my question? Or, Izuku was interrupted. Do you accept our proposal? The other elves were getting ready behind their leader, all having the same smug smile on their faces. I refuse, Izuku answers as simply as he could. Do you plan on fighting my soldiers and me? Do you think you withstand our numbers by yourself? The elves didn't lose their smiles, but they did disappear behind shadowed faces. Numbers? Izuku questions while tilting his head some. What numbers? Shadows came from the snow as Hado looks around, seeing the same type of shadow she saw on the goofy big guy. What is this? She asks before looking back at where the shadows seem to be coming from. The tall green-haired boy standing up to murdering elves, black soldiers and black bears. She gulps. No way, this is all Midoriya. She feels a hand on her shoulder, and she turns, seeing the same big guy next to her, smiling at her. Sorry. She squeaks as Iron took his spot in front of Hado while eyeing the enemies. What a cheap trick. The leader rolls his eyes. Is it a cheap trick? Izuku adopts a small smile. Let them underestimate my shadow soldiers. A second later, the two armies clashed together. Izuku observed the battle, knowing Iron was still protecting his senpai. Good job, Iron. He thought while turning back towards the fight. They may be immortal, but the numbers will diminish if they keep getting destroyed. A few knights get cut apart by the elves. A few catch ice arrows. Since I leveled them up, they should be able to handle ice elves, but, Izuku sees one knight get cut in half by the leader. He's the problem. I already clocked his strength, but now I can tell he is stronger. I will need Igris and iron if we are going to beat him. Ordinary soldiers won't do. My name is Baruka. The leader of the elves speaks again. What is yours? Izuku blinks at Baruka before speaking. Izuku Midoriya. Izuku manifests his Risaka's dagger in his left hand while still gripping the Night Killer in his right. He dashes forward before jumping at Baruka. Izuku slices downwards, but Baruka just steps backward to dodge the attack. Baruka places his foot over Risaka's dagger, but Izuku dematerializes it so he could free the blade. Izuku materializes it again, aiming for Baruka's face. The elf blocks the knife with his own. Izuku comes up with his right dagger only to get kicked in the side by the tall elf and sent backward. Izuku lands 21 feet away, both blades at his side. It's been a while since I had this much excitement. Baruka smiles more while a bright light above the elf alerts him and making him look up only to get crushed by a fireball from Izuku's magician. Thanks to my magician, I gained some time. There's no way he died from that. Izuku watches the fire roar from the spot Baruka was standing. Stop wasting time and come out. Izuku stands by as Baruka's figure walks out of the fire. Is this the limit of your soldiers? Baruka shoots forward quickly, only to see shadows wrap around Izuku. Igris, iron, time to get to work. The last thing Baruka saw was Izuku's left eye burning a cold blue instead of green the elf had seen. How interesting. Baruka was just feet away from Izuku now as the shadows surround him. There's no point in hiding. The elf jumps towards the blue and black shadows only for Igris to come from the shadows swinging. The elf maneuvers in the air dodging Igris's sword. Do you think this lone soldier is enough to stop me? Baruka cuts Igris's left arm off before getting closer. Iron was next to Izuku now. Of course not, Izuku answers honestly. KWUUUUUUUUH, Iron yells loudly while raising both his shield and axe. Iron has used skill, taunting cry. Dungeon boss has been taunted. Another amusing guy has shown up. Baruka starts screaming as the once icy blue glow of his eyes turns crimson red like the rest of the monsters Izuku has faced. I'll cut you down first. Baruka yells before attacking Iron. Iron just blocks the attack with his massive shield before counter-attacking. The elf jumps behind Iron. This slow soldier is no match for me. Baruka saw three figures moving to attack. Iron in the middle, Igris to the left of Iron and Izuku to the right. Is that so? How about all three of us? Izuku's eyes burn brighter as the corners of his lips quirk upwards into a small grin. Hado stands away from the battle. Not sure if there was anything she could do to help. Does he always fight like this? Will he fight humans like this? Will he always go for the kill? I've never seen a hero fight like this. Am I in a dream? Hado pinches her cheek hard until she felt pain. Baruka was having a hard time dodging all three attackers as Izuku was able to find a blind spot and stab Baruka in the back. Effect. Paralysis has activated. Effect. Bleed has activated. Baruka grunts while Izuku rips the dagger out. To be able to dodge a fatal strike in this situation, blue eyes glare upwards towards crimson. Izuku jumps away as Baruka faces him. You trash are quite persistent. The elf wasn't smiling anymore. Izuku takes that as a win. The enemy's resistance was too high. The effect was cancelled. You're not in the position to say such a thing. Izuku mocks his enemy while smiling freely now. How about you look around? Baruka turns and freezing at the sight before him. Is that all your soldiers can do? Izuku throws the elf's words back in his face as the battlefield was filled with dead elves while ice bears stood over their corpses. Izuku and his two highest leveled shadow soldiers standing to his sides. You bastard. Baruka yells. Those soldiers will all vanish when I get rid of you. Baruka lunges for the Monarch. Izuku throws his Night Killer at Baruka. Throwing away your weapon. You. Skill. Dominator's Touch LV.1. Active skill. No mana required. You can control objects without touching them. A blue hue glows around Izuku's right hand as he pushes the dagger to fly faster through the air. It's accelerating. Baruka's eyes widen, seeing the weapon turn into a blur of red. The dagger smashes against Baruka's and shattering the blue blade. Awa! Iron yells before wrapping Baruka in a bear hug, lifting him off the floor. The three magicians begin casting a large spell before dropping the biggest fireball they have onto Baruka's head. The fire gets blasted away while Iron was torn apart, leaving a shirtless Baruka standing in the middle of the battlefield. You bastards, Baruka screams louder as his body is beaten up and charred. I'll kill you all. The sound of a dagger slicing through flesh was heard, making Baruka look down, seeing Izuku materialize in front of him. He was holding the dagger that was currently inside the elf's torso. Looks like this is the end. Izuku talks just loud enough for Baruka to hear. The elf grabs Izuku's forearm. Who do you think you're facing? The elf raises his free hand to hit Izuku. Iron was behind the king elf with his axe raised. Izuku moves backward as Iron strikes Baruka down. I already told you. Izuku's voice fills Baruka's large ears. This is the end. Baruka gazes up, seeing Izuku standing in front of him before his head drops back into the snow. The dungeon boss has been slain. You leveled up. You leveled up. Izuku breathes out, seeing the messages. It's finally over. Iron yells again as he bashes his axe against the dead boss's body a few times. Hey, hey, Izuku yells out. Stop it already. Iron comes to a stop, and Izuku breaths out. Take it easy. Izuku turns towards Hado, who is surrounded by smaller knights protecting her. Let's go back, Izuku calls out to her. Go back, she questions before seeing the same blue portal they came through on start to open near the tree line. Outside the gate, Izuku looks towards it. She falls onto her butt now that it was over. We can go home. She smiles weakly. Izuku, on the other hand, looks down at the body. Now, this guy.